Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Tour de Rocket League. It's been 3 days of incredible Rocket League action, but we're here to set up the show with our pre-show antics. I'm Shogun, joined by Gregan, Cole, and Johnny. We've had a little bit of a dance and a celebration. No Stumpy this weekend, so it means all of our predictions are going to remain perfect. You can see down there, topic 6 predictions. Can't get anything wrong because Stumpy will not let us hear the end of it.
But will our dance and celebration, Shogun, will they be like Astrals? Will we going, or something else? Who knows?
I love that. We're seeing so much more personality come through. Hopefully, we're going to see more of that personality as well over at London. There are still some tickets available. Be sure to head over to the Rocket League website to go and nab those final few tickets. Make sure you're over there because it is going to be legendary. We had a couple of legendary matches as well yesterday, Gregan. Going to kick us off with Endpoint against Semper, two teams that we're not going to see any more of today.
Yeah, we've had a legendary bracket so far. Even the first day had chaos, but yesterday we did see Endpoint versus Semper, the grudge match of Archie playing against his old team, and it must have lit something inside Archie and the Endpoint boys because they played incredibly. The best we've seen Endpoint play since the Archie move over to replace Seiko, and we were hoping to see that carry on later on, but it did not do so as Endpoint later on, not so strong, but Semper were a team we were hoping to see a bit more of, but they seem to not quite turn up on day 2 of the Tour de Rocket League.
Yeah, I feel a little bit silly predicting that Semper would be able to make London. So, Johnny, you're right about that one.
Yeah.
But Luminosity v Guild, I casted this series and I bigged up Luminosity. I was really confident that they were going to take their form from day 1 and use it in day 2 as well. But Guild, they just seemed to suppress Luminosity at every turn. They were taking their chances when they had them, being solid as anything. And of course, when you have a player like CRR or Dorito in your team, you're capable of some amazing goals. But frankly, they didn't really need to score amazing goals.
You know, Gregan mentioned Endpoint falling off earlier on, but I think it, all began with Moist's ridiculous rise. And I don't mean just the player, I mean the entire team just coming back from defeat. They were 3-0 down in games, called a timeout. Then they came out hot in game 4, kept that up in game 5. And although they weren't able to completely dominate game 6 and 7, Endpoint they've completely lost confidence after that Moist regain in the middle of the series. And it's another ridiculous match from Moist, taking the record this season now for most reverse sweeps.
I mean, Moist just continued to be the ultimate glass cannon over in Europe. Once they get going, it is very, very difficult to stop them. But all of that action led to the bracket that you will see before you. For those of you that have never seen a double elimination bracket before, it works as follows. Every single team has got 2 lives. So once they lost over in that top side, they get dropped into the bottom bracket. If you lose over there, you are out of the tournament. That means that in the top side, the teams are undefeated so far. Liquid against Team BDS, and down in the lower bracket, Moist against Carmine Corp. If you go through in the upper bracket through to the grand finals, you must be beaten twice. So getting there between Liquid and BDS, so important. And for Liquid, we're going to chat a little bit more about them later on, but a huge sort of step up to form. And it's been great to see. But I really want to take a look at some of the top plays yesterday. Johnny, it was one we picked up yesterday. I really want to see it. Gregan, kick us off.
Well, we started off with, we're talking about Endpoint playing so well, and it was Archie feeling confident that led to this goal. You see him pre-jumping off of that pass right in the slot, turns it into a double tap. Near impossible to defend that. Relating Wave just puts that on a plate, and that's something that you just cannot defend against. Pre-jumps are near impossible to defend against when executed correctly because they just have such an advantage in the air. Obviously, the risk involved is something to outweigh, but right there, Archie didn't make that look risky at all.
From the ultimate preemptive goal to the ultimate piece of improvisation, here is Ixo. He falls, he waits, he dodges over 2 players from Guild Esports right there. This is the angle I like. Look at him there, making sure that all 4 tires touch that ceiling, so he still has his dodge. I'm pretty sure he had barely any boost left, if any, as he lands. He uses a tiny bit, just give him a bit of pace down, and then dodges it perfectly. I love goals like this, reminiscent of Garrett's in Season 5.
And for once, I'm really glad to say it, actually, we've got a save in the top 3, but also at number 1, Nolly completely shocking everyone in the Rocket League world with this insane recovery. He gets bumped off the back wall, uses a little bit of boost to stabilize, and then pre-flips to not just save the shot, which was on target, but also clear it. Definitely for me, save of the season that I can remember. And this has been a season with unbelievable saves in every single split.
I mean, I'm going to do a quick preview of later on. I'm going to do a very quick yay or nay with all three of you. Best save we've ever seen, yay or nay? I'm going to go yay on that one. I have not seen a better one in my career.
There might be something that someone throws out that I think is better, but top of my head, yeah.
We're throwing Johnny down as a fence sitter when it comes to this one.
Do the thumb, Johnny. Do the thumb.
Thumbs up. Join the team.
I can't think of a better one. It might be recency bias. It might be recency bias because I haven't thought of all the saves. But if somebody, can put all that together, 10 best all time, we can reevaluate.
Wow, doesn't know every save in RLCS history.
I know, right?
What sort of analyst is this? But we'll take a little bit more of a look at recent history as we go over to Team Liquid, a org that has been around for a while now, came in with a lot of fanfare and floundered for the longest time. It became almost a bit of a joke. We had Jorby over here on the pre-shows just saying, I don't want to talk about Team Liquid anymore. I'm bored of it. But they've made a roster move for a very young, upcoming set of players, a lot of 1v1 players. And it's starting to work, Gregan. I want to come over to you on this one because you've had a lot of a chance to work with players that are finding their feet, not only in Rocket League, but in life. What do you think of this team and how do you see them developing in the future?
Yeah, we're seeing the youth come through now and be great success in Rocket League. We saw it with Queso, now Moist, one of the youngest teams in Rocket League history to go on and do as well as they did. And it really does come from that motivation. Firstly, a young player has got everything to gain, nothing to lose. They're just having fun. They're enjoying themselves. Secondly, they've been playing while they've been young. So they've been developing those mechanics while their brains are still very malleable. They can learn new skills a lot quicker than the average person. And they'll tend to have much more energy and focus when they're in tournaments and stuff because they're younger, so they don't get as tired as easy, all these kind of things. But really, it does just come down to that drive. I think when you see younger players start to get a bit older, we're already seeing it a little bit with this Moist team. Once you reach that success, it becomes a lot harder to continue growing. And when you're a younger player, you've not had that opportunity to go and succeed, so you don't have that post-success fallout yet. And that's really where we start to see the difference makers for players like Garrett, for players like K-Dop. They've stayed at the top for so long, which is incredibly difficult to do in any competitive space. So the real question with teams like Team Liquid and Moist is how long will this young journey continue? Will they keep doing it into their late teens or they do it into their 20s? Right now, they're doing it in their mid-teens, and I'm sure they'll carry on for a few years.
We're already seeing as well from Moist just how difficult it is to keep on winning. This is a team that they got perfect swept in a best of 7 yesterday. They were 3-0 down in their series after. They did manage to win that series, but to me, the alarm bells are starting to ring because they haven't had that period of loss, which every team goes through and will go through at some point. And Greg, you're completely right. That's where you need an experienced head. So my biggest worry for Liquid and for Moist Esports as well, and so many up-and-coming Wonder Kid teams out there, how do you manage to lose and then bounce back to start winning again? That's what will really test the long-term mettle of Liquid.
Johnny, this is a team that we haven't had the chance to see on these Sundays. So just for anybody that is unfamiliar with Liquid, maybe doesn't get a chance to tune into the earlier broadcast, which unfortunately they have typically been out quite early on. What is it that sets this team just apart from everyone else that we've got in the bracket?
Well, I'd say there's a couple of things. Firstly, it's just the overall mechanics. Even a team like Moist were struggling to get the ball past these young guns because they're so efficient. They just move around so freely. They always have one extra touch that you're not ready for. So what you're talking about ability, that's the issue. But the second thing is also kind of a freedom of pressure in these really, really high pressure situations for other teams. Other teams are fighting for spots at Worlds. Other teams are fighting for the end of their entire season. But Team Liquid don't really have Worlds on the horizon. They're so new that they're out of that equation. They're just seeing what they can do with this split. It's all prep. It's all practice for next season. But of course, they've now put themselves in a great position to make Landon, to make the major, which would be huge. It would be a great learning experience for them. And not just that, it would give another opportunity for a team to enter the conversation of just winning because they're actually just that good. But that's I think the explanation for why this team looks so much better in main events than they do in their struggles to qualify for main events. The events where they're supposed to win, the pressure's on them. That's where they've had the struggles in the past.
I think it would be so lovely as well to see Team Liquid as an org at a major, at a LAN. I think that, this is an org that hundreds of thousands of people out there just love. Seeing them within Rocket League playing on the highest stage would be great.
I think there's a lot of people out there that purchased merch like when they first came in and they've just been sat there looking at it for a long time just going, when can I use this? And finally,
Blowing the dust
going over
off.
to London. Yeah, it's looking pretty good at this point. Colin, I'm going to come back to you for another question as well, because this is a team, as Johnny mentioned, pressure's off. You're not going to Worlds. It's far too late in the season. I mean, we just had players that came eligible to play in the RLCS midway through the season. So if they do go to London, which is looking pretty good for them right now, how do you see them going about that? And do you see that as a big chance for them to develop heading into the 22-23 season?
I think that if they go to London, and it's looking like that they will at this point, they have to remind themselves of how they kept qualifying for regionals after so many failures. They've only qualified for the last two after missing out on everyone before then, and that's been okay. You know, they haven't missed out on one and gone, oh, we're rubbish, oh, we should break up as a team. So the advice that I'd give is if you go to London and you finish 16th, that's fine, because there's always another LAN. And at this rate, they're going to be qualifying for many more. Keep going down the slow road, and Liquid will be absolutely fine in the long term.
So let's take a look at the other sort of new team that we're coming over here. And it's another team that sort of has the same kind of storyline behind them for Carmine Corp. A team that when we came into the season, we were bigging them up. We thought, this is a top 4 team, surely. Like, they're looking great. And it just went away immediately. It's taken a long time for Carmine Corp to step up to this level. But Johnny, bringing in Nolly, what a move this has ended up being for them.
It really is crazy. And, you know, Nolly being removed from Guild had immediate questions about him. Everybody's thinking, what's going on with that? Is Nolly going to get himself onto a team that will have any chance of making regionals this final split of the season? Well, apparently yes, and not just that, but a team who are making deep runs in regionals, deeper runs than they've made all season. They've kind of flown under the radar because missing out on majors, it really just puts you out of the spotlight completely. But they've not been missing out on majors by a huge margin. They're actually in a phenomenal spot, not just to make the major now, but to make Worlds, because every split that happens is worth more points than the previous one. So Carmine Corp have picked the perfect split to do well in. This is the one with the most points in the line, both online and at the major itself. So if they can just get over that finish line, qualify for the major, even just make top 8, I think they're making Worlds. I've not looked at the numbers exactly yet because there are so many variables still to come. But Carmine Corp look phenomenal. It's such a great thing to see them doing it in style. Nolly beating his old team, and they're all laughing, they're all having fun. They're tweeting about how the vibes are great even when they're losing. You can't help but be happy for a team who've struggled this much all through the season.
And moving away a little bit from Nolly, who did look very happy with his performance yesterday, as he very well should do. Gregan, let's talk a little bit about Astral, a player that, for once, it was quiet around him. It felt like every single time we brought up Astral, there was always a talk about the mentality of Astral. Where do you sit on him as a player? And how do you feel about that as the narrative that tends to stick with him?
Yeah, well, in the first regional, we mentioned how a happy Monkey Moon is a scary Monkey Moon. Well, another player that is also scary when happy is Astral. You know, one of those players we've always questioned the mentality of. Can he stay level-headed? Can he perform at his best even through adversity? And like Johnny said, if they're losing and having fun, they'll maintain that level of performance they need even when things go wrong. And I think right now, looking at the way they play as a team, they're rarely making silly mistakes. And I think all three of those players have played on teams with players who make silly mistakes. Even if they're warranted, you know, someone making a bad save because they're in a 2v1 situation, it's somewhat warranted, but it looks silly. These guys don't make those kinds of mistakes. So they're going to maintain that strength of wanting to win, strength of believing in their teammates, because they're not seeing flawed teammates around them. All three of them are amazing players and working well together, and they trust each other, which has always been an issue for Carmine Corp. So this is the formula they needed to work, and having fun is the meta. We speak about it every single time. They are having fun, and in particular, Astral having fun. You know, he's doing the little saxophone dance after winning, the guitar on the chest. We love to see that. So definitely watch out for Carmine Corp.
And there's one more player here that I really want to discuss, because we've talked about two, but there's one more that kind of flows under the radar when we talk about these players, Cole, and that is Itachi, but he's got such a fun story behind him. Maybe not for him, though. He was a part of that Vodafone Giants roster last season that we were looking at, like, all right, cool, they're secured for the regional finals, and it slipped away, and then it completely slipped away from them entirely, and they didn't even qualify for it. How impressed are you with Itachi for bouncing back from that and really setting his career right with this season?
Now, Shogun, that's a fantastic question, but I think what people want to talk about is how CoolCole93 predicted that Carmine Corp were going to make Worlds not 2 weeks ago. I was laughed at. I was pushed out of this room. I was mocked on Twitter. People were saying I was stupid. And do you know what, everybody? I forgive you. And to talk about Itachi, I'm not surprised as well. This is a man who had to wait for years just to be able to play in the RLCS because he's from Morocco. You know, he couldn't do it straight away, even though he always had the quality. He is the glue that keeps Carmine Corp together. Now they've got Nolly as well. I mean, one of my points was that Nolly coming in was going to elevate their mental game, which people thought, really, Nolly? They look happier than ever. Everyone on that team seems to know their role. Astral isn't 100% having to lift up all the heavy mechanics as well, and I think he's relieved. A lot of his sort of happiest moments are when Nolly pops off. You know, everything about this team is working, and I've wanted this version of Carmine for so long. They won the preseason tournament. I think it was WePlay, and we thought, wow, this team will be good. They're finally good, and I'm really happy about that.
Right, so we have the Carmine that we have wanted all season long. We'll also get a chance to see today whether or not that can continue and turn them into regional championship contenders. Before then, though, we've all been very nice, we've all been very kind, we've all come together to big up these teams. Now it's time to tear each other's opinions apart. We're going over to yay or nay. Obviously, no controversy with any of the questions we have. If you want to get involved at home as well, you can put hashtag yay or hashtag nay on whatever statement is about to pop up. We're going to start off with something I'm looking at here, and I think it might be the easiest one, and that might be a bit terrifying to what we're going to see later on in this segment. Team Liquid, do they have the best mechanics in the world? Yeah, that's the low level we're working with on this one. On 3, you're either going to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and if you're the odd one out, then guess what? You're getting questioned about your opinion. 3, 2, 1, let's take a look. All right, Johnny, the odd one out here.
I mean, I don't have to say anything. I want to hear who the other guys have having better mechanics. I think they're the best mechanics.
Well, I think that's recency bias McGee speaking over here, because I think there's also FaZe Clan, there's also Moist.
Team Liquid are more mechanical in FaZe, they're more mechanical in Moist. Next.
I mean, it's the classic, what does more mechanical actually mean? You know, like I would say.
It means more mechanical for them.
But like
we didn't have that much time for that to put
Moist have more flary mechanical gameplay. I would say that maybe Team Liquid is slightly more efficient, but then if you're going to go down efficiency route, Monkey Moon's more efficient. In that case, you get BDS.
That's not a team, though. You can't just say a player. You've got to which team is more mechanical in Team Liquid?
I would say Moist. I would say Moist.
I'd say Moist as well.
No, they're not. That's just not even close. No,
and BDS got Seiko now as well.
Rise more mechanical than anyone on Team Liquid? Rise is a great player.
Maybe not in this event.
Than anyone on Team Liquid.
Maybe not in this event,
maybe,
but then having a good event.
Maybe. But that's 2 out of 3.
You're just going based off of this event. We've only seen Liquid in this event be mechanical at this level, you know?
Okay, this is a little fun. This is too much.
I love this segment so much. Let's see what you at home think. Do you agree with Cole and Gregan, or the sheep go with Johnny?
No, they go with us. The sheep run away from Johnny. This wolf in sheep's clothing over here.
Nah, there's too many Moist fans, too many G2 fans, as if G2 are even in the conversation for more mechanics. You guys are having a laugh and chat over here. They're the most mechanical team. They're the only team who have got 3 players at this level. I think FaZe are the best shout, but it's typical, too inconsistent.
All right, let's get on to the next one with a topic that I'm sure Johnny will definitely enjoy as well. Mina, will they secure 3 spots for the World Championship? Johnny, could you just very quickly break down what that entails for them in London before we get your stuff for this? Hashtag yeah or hashtag nay in chat.
That essentially means, will Mina's team, likely to be Falcons at London, get top 6 and a little bit of help from Sam's #1 team and also NA's #4 team doing badly? Or will they just get top 4 and not care what everybody else does? That's the kind of threshold that we're looking at here.
Short, sharp, and to the point. Hashtag yay or hashtag nay. 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look.
Can I just say that when we were in Sweden, Gregan predicted that Mina would win Worlds, right?
Yeah.
But they're not going to...
I think
they only need 1 team to win Worlds, though. They don't need 3.
Yeah, look, so that was based off of them going to LA. When I made that prediction, I thought they were going to get the experience at LA with Khaled, and then they're going to go to London, look even better, and then go to Worlds and be the best team in the world, right?
Okay.
But I think right now, they just haven't had that chance to experience playing on LAN with Khaled in an RLCS setting against all the best teams in the world. I think there's a chance they make top 6. I think the scene is just too challenging to get through to that top 4 in a international event for us to predict that to be the more likely outcome. It could happen, but I think the more likely outcome is that it doesn't happen.
All right, I want to see what you at home believe on this one. Do MENA have what it takes to take? Oh, pretty
Close.
split.
Very close. It should be close, but I think, that's fair.
My worry
this
is
is
that
one-
winning everything isn't good for you when you're sort of at home. It's like
It's
you
good
have
for
to
your
lose.
bank balance.
That's
Yeah.
a ridiculous take. How can winning
No, it
every regional
isn't.
possibly be bad? Nah.
Because then you
They're
face
gonna
better
flop up.
opponents and you don't know what to do when you're 2-0 down in games. You're like, oh my God, it's never happened before.
So
no,
according to
like-
that, Cole reckons G2 are going to flop at Landon then, right?
Cole, what happens? What happens to Sandrock? What happens to Falcons when they go down to the lower bracket in MENA? What happens?
They win in the end,
Yeah, they
sure.
get even
But they're
better,
not
that's
up
right.
against
They
G2,
improve.
all right?
All right, I gotta push this on to the least controversial topic, and a topic that I'm sure nobody's sick of hearing of. EU versus NA. Yeah, we're back to this one all over again. Will EU be better than NA at London? We went over to America previously. North America had the better of the results and by quite a distance, but do we believe Europe can bounce back at this event? Hashtag yeah, hashtag Nate in chat.
Actually, no.
Let's see what our desk thinks. 3, 2, 1. Thumbs and Mo isn't an option here, Gregan. Let's see what you got. Okay. Sort of, why are we going over this way at the moment, Gregan?
So I think BDS will be the winner of the event. I think BDS will be the best team, but I think it's going to be similar to that of Moist, Queso at the last event, of that they're going to be one of the only teams that consistently wins. I don't, to be honest, it could be 50-50. I think it's probably the most likely outcome. It's going to be about 50-50 between the two regions. So I don't really feel strongly this way, but if I were to go one way, I would say North America has got the current experience.
I feel like we've talked an awful lot about EU and NA. I'm very curious, basically, just to find out where everyone's from in chat. So let's see our demographic. Hey, thank
Europeans.
thank you, North America, for waking up, which is quite early, especially if you're over on the West Coast, the West
Coast.
The
West Coast is just central.
That's
If
the middle.
you're over in central, we're also quite impressed with you. Now we want everyone to be impressed with us. All right, we've had a go at each other. Let's now come together in perfect harmony and show everybody what we have got predicted for today's bracket. As I said earlier on, no Stumpy here today. This has to be perfect. This
Who's
is
our
what we.
scapegoat? Who's our scapegoat when we don't have
Dragon.
Stumpy here?
Well,
Dragon.
let's find out because we all
Excuse
came
me.
to
I
this.
said Gregan before anyone said me.
We all came through this. We all gave our own opinions. BDS over Liquid. I don't think there was any sort of dissent
easy.
between
I need
us.
to explain.
Moist K Corp though.
Yeah, Moist got their reverse sweep yesterday, but as I said, some of their tweets, which we shan't mention, just make me slightly worried about their current mentality, that they're trying too hard and they are worried they're no longer enjoying themselves. So hopefully they prove me wrong, but I'm just worried they're about to find a bit of a dip.
Well, I was the only one.
Really good. They're really good right now.
Yeah, I was the only one who said maybe Moist would take it in this situation, and that was just based off the fact Vatira is playing to win for his girlfriend, whose birthday it is today. So happy birthday to Vatira's girlfriend.
And also for
Okay.
K-Dop, whose birthday it is today, because if K-Corp lose, that gives Vitality an easier way to make majors. So, more motivation for Moist.
Exactly. So Moist playing for a lot today, where yesterday it seemed like they weren't really playing for anything, and then suddenly they remembered tomorrow's Vatira's girlfriend's birthday. So let's get to day 3 so we can get her a big present.
All right, and over in the lower finals, you all overruled me on Liquid versus K Corp, which I'm not too pleased about, and I'm sure when Liquid win that one, I will make sure that you're all aware of it.
We're a team. Don't you hedge your bet saying, oh, I didn't go with my team. I was right all along. Because then if we are right,
win-
you'll say you were right all along.
We win together and I win alone. Okay, it's perfectly fair. I'm host. I get to get away with this. For K Corp, are we just putting this down as a Liquid won't be able to bounce back from the loss against BDS?
Yeah, that won't help.
I think
also
so.
just feel like it's
I think so.
day. They've waited a long time for this, and this will finally be their moment.
I think that's going to be a very interesting match, though, because K Corp had really good discipline when we saw them yesterday. It just sort of fell apart a little bit in games 5 and 6 and the loss that they did take to BDS. They need that discipline once again if they are to take down Team Liquid, because that defense is
If it happens.
immeasurably difficult to get past. If K Corp start to falter, I can see Moist sneaking through there on that one, and I can see them doing it in somewhat dominant fashion. But again, that coming off a loss that we're predicting to BDS makes things more difficult. Who wants to be the one that pretends to be really smart and say, I predicted BDS to win the entire thing?
In one.
That was
In
all
one.
of us.
In one.
In one series. Undefeated, not a problem.
They look too good.
Is there any chance at all, in your opinion?
There's always a chance.
especially online.
All right. And you think K-Corp's the one to do it? Or do you
It's got to be Team Liquid upper bracket. I think nobody's beaten BDS twice, so it's got to be Team Liquid upper bracket final if anyone has a chance against BDS. But I mean, we all predicted BDS to win that, so it's unlikely. BDS are just that good.
All right, well, let's take a look one more time at today's bracket. So you just had a chance to see it with all of our predictions, but here is how it stands right now. Team Liquid against BDS in a best-of-7 upper finals matchup. The winner of that gets 2 lives in the grand finals. Down in the lower semifinals, it's Moist versus K-Corp. Loser of that out of the tournament, but still a good chunk of points heading closer and closer to London. And then we will have the winner of that against the loser of BDS, Liquid. And then the final 2 teams heading over to our grand finals, a match that I cannot wait for. But here is how things are going to be looking up next. We have got the upcoming, the thriving Team Liquid going on against the team that made this roster move to win Worlds, and a team now where it feels like the expectations for them, Gregan, have turned into win all of it, or it's a disappointment.
Yeah, you referenced it earlier, Cole. You said, I predicted that Falcons were going to be the best team in the world by Worlds. I didn't predict that BDS were going to pick up Seiko and then become the best team in the world, because BDS minus Mark plus Seiko is one of the greatest roster moves in history, and it's one of those scary ones because they were one of the best teams in the world and are now even more the best team in the world. So this is one of the most dominant rosters I think we'll see for a long time, and it is that Seiko Monkey Moon duo with extra cleaning up behind that is so scary for every team.
I mean, Cole, we are looking at this roster move over from Seiko. Where do you put this, right? Is this the roster move of the season?
Of the season, I think so far, yes. You know, if they suddenly start losing, then obviously you'd say no. But the fact that they've had one event.
Surely G2 though. Surely G2.
Atomic.
Yeah, because they were in the bin and now they're on top of NA. So like that's a bigger jump. BDS
And they
were
did win a
already
major
pretty
as
close.
well. They did win a major too.
They both won a major, but they,
Good shout.
BDS have got to still win the major with their new signing.
Well, I'm European, EU VNA, and EU are better. So let's go BDS.
All right, well, let's get our predictions out there. Remember at home as you can as well. Hashtag TL for Team Liquid, or hashtag BDS for who you expect to move on through. We're going to go down the line here. I think I know where this is going to go. This might be very one-sided for those of you that believe in caster curses. Maybe look away right now. Gregan, who have you got?
BDS.
Cole, who have you got?
BDS, but don't go into this one, everybody, thinking, oh, this will be a boring series. Liquid will make this a fight, but BDS.
And Johnny, who have you got?
BDS. Simple.
All right. Well, you're going to have to make it a quadruple across the board. I'm going to go BDS as well. Team Liquid have done really well. I cannot wait to see how they do trying to bounce back in that lower bracket, because it's so difficult to imagine them taking down this BDS squad. But imagine if they do. Oh, that would be a statement of intent heading over towards London. Let's see what you at home think with your predictions. Pretty down the middle. Okay. I mean,
wow.
It's the Liquid effect, isn't it?
We're still going 5-0. It is us and chat. Still not maybe as heavily as I expected, but still us and chat all joined together predicting BDS. It is time to get ourselves into our first match of the day. Team Liquid looks to continue their magical run against the Titans of Europe. Bringing you all the action is Stacks and Dazarin.
Two of the 3 most potent offenses in the Tour de Rocket League battling for a spot in the grand finals. Daz, one thing you would have to say is defense is going to be critical for both of these squads, especially for Team Liquid, that comes in averaging less than a goal per game conceded, aided greatly, of course, by their perfect sweep over Moist yesterday.
This Team Liquid roster has been looking phenomenal, but of course, this is the test for all teams in the Tour de Rocket League to see if they can take down the new monster. That is this BDS roster with the addition of Seiko. Liquid, they got a tall task, but if the perfect sweep for Moist yesterday wasn't a fluke, they should be up for the challenge.
So with that in mind, we keep an eye on just how long Team Liquid goes without conceding a goal in this series. See if that magic is still there. Vatira from Moist, he called his shot a couple of weeks ago. He said, hey, this team, Liquid, they are legit. If they get things figured out, they're going to be very dangerous. And, well, he saw it firsthand as Oski let that one go for a Chronic. Seiko with a big clear. And Atto not wasting any time. Quickly in the air, trying to get in Monkey Moon's way. And Oski's going to have to rotate out as well as a Chronic throws one up to the corner. Team BDS under some fire early here. Seiko, Extra falling in behind. Monkey Moon, ever so dangerous, waiting for one to come his way, and it's still not going to get there. And Oski plays away from him. I think it's going to be critical here, Daz, for Team Liquid to play keep away from Monkey Moon. Make Seiko beat them. I mean, you kind of pick your poison with Team BDS, but Monkey Moon is still the guy.
I mean, that's really tough. And you got a lot of people who would even debate just that here, Stacks. But that being said, the mechanics are on display for this entire field, to be honest, as Oski, a Chronic, a Tao, they can do pretty much most of the same things mechanic-wise. It really does come down to how well these players are controlling the ball, which is going to be why this one is going to be so electric to watch, as all it takes is one misplay, and you see what happens. Extra lines up a top right shot to start us off.
Moist Esports right now taking notes. Oh, that's how you score against these guys. Just let one rip from the wing. It's Extra. Opens up the scoring for Team BDS. And now the challenge is laid down to Liquid. Can they answer? They've been flying around the field. You would expect they'd be able to. But everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, as Mike Tyson once said. And, well, Liquid's now been punched. Let's see how they respond. Oski. Downfield with a Chronic streaking down there. Seiko, first touch got away from him. That's a big demo by Extra. Take it out, Oski. Extra again with the big clear. Trying to do everything right now for Team BDS, and it's working so far.
I like in terms of Liquid, though, how well they've been able to move up front, and then they're not afraid to challenge BDS in that midfield. Again, forcing a player like Extra Monkey Moon to get up very quickly, as Extra actually had a good shot lined up there. Could have been a 2-goal game. Now it'll go the other way. It's an open net, and the Tao will put one in for Liquid. We're all tied up.
Don't sleep on these guys. That's a big win. Nobody else anywhere near the play for BDS. They got caught watching. 2:22 to go. Brand new ball game here in game one. Of course, best of 7 in our upper bracket finals. Winner to the grand finals with that all-important Extra life. There is Extra for Seiko, and that's just going to get away from him. Still possession for BDS. Monkey Moon has Seiko waiting. That's going to be way too strong, but possession remains. That's a good clear by Etau. Just sending one across and out of the zone as Extra has to race back. This could be dangerous. Liquid, they're swarming, but a Chronic couldn't get there ahead of Extra.
Still, yeah, you're right. Liquid are swarming, doing a really good job of keeping that possession up in front. And look at these beats. Again, forcing Seiko to make challenges instead of being able to control the ball on that air dribble. This is really solid pressure we're seeing out of Team Liquid. And for BDS, that one shot that we've seen from Extra is the only one they've got in this game.
We do not see teams often put up the kind of defensive numbers that Liquid has put up in this tournament. It's not just the series with Moist yesterday where they perfect swept them. It's the entire tournament where, again, they average less than a goal per game allowed. So Team BDS going to have their hands full here, getting that second one to break this 1-all deadlock. Oski chasing Seiko down the pitch. It's a Chronic after that got away, and a bouncer set away by Monkey Moon. A little wide of the target as Oski will collect.
The pressure there from Oski on that demo as well. Again, putting Monkey Moon in a tough spot. They're trying to, again, just get BDS awkward, uncomfortable. A Chronic, free ball, but not enough boost to go for the flip reset there. Has to play that 50 in front of the goal line. 45 seconds left, and it seems like Liquid, they have the recipe to get past BDS, but they haven't been able to execute in front of the goal line.
I think this Liquid team just moving far faster than anybody would have expected when the news broke that they were moving on past Ronicky and going with this kind of youth revolution. There were some skeptics. Those skeptics have been proved wrong by this performance especially. Atao right there for Monkey Moon, and Oski's going to be shredding back and easily set that away from Seiko. A Chronic to his left. A Chronic shot, no. Atao the follow, and Monkey Moon set it away. The shot was wide, but still, you can sense they're trying to get BDS to move side by side and burn all their boosts, and they almost score at 0 seconds. We go to overtime in game 1, and a Chronic looking to end it early, but Seiko's got other plans.
This is interesting, Stacks. BDS are looking shaky under all this pressure. Liquid have been able to transition really well. I like the passes from them. The mechanics have been able to open up space. Again, just those last shots haven't necessarily been the ones to fall. But even down to that 0 seconds, you had 2 people from BDS on the back wall together. They looked really awkward. All it takes is a better play shot from Team Liquid. They could have walked away with game 1. We'll see how this overtime fares, though, as again, Liquid opened this one up for the first 30 seconds with just all offense.
Like the creativity there by Monkey Moon, just being willing to play the ball back towards midfield, not just go full bore towards the net. Monkey Moon knocked out of the way, but Seiko's there in support. Oski's shot just a little high. Oh, he almost ended it there. They almost broke down the BDS defense, but almost only counts in horseshoes. We continue on. A Chronic with Atao behind him. And Extra might give it right to him. He does, but Monkey Moon there to back up the play again. It's very rarely the first challenge. It's the second defender that proves lethal for Team BDS as Oski's got to get up. A Chronic threatening to get in behind the defense. Now he's got to get in the air ahead of Extra, but he does. And Atao on target, and Monkey Moon with the save. The shots come from out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, and it's been even tough for Extra to get involved because I saw him trying to go for demos. Meanwhile, the pressure is still coming in. Oski almost had a double. I thought he would have finished it there. So well done here from Liquid in the start of this, at least in terms of just getting these close chances. They're not afraid to jump in front of BDS in front of the goal line. This is the confidence you want to see from a team that's trying to tackle the top.
Atao there to meet Seiko, and a Chronic against Monkey Moon. Atao downfield, and that's going to be a little high. No follow-up from Liquid, so sometimes maybe they're a little too fast for their own good. Atao turning on this. A Chronic filing in as well. It'll be Atao challenging Seiko. Can't recover in time, though. Monkey Moon, Oski read this incredibly well. This will drop down towards a Chronic, and BDS defense again had to be on their toes. Pressure's mounting again, but Atao whiffed on this. And Seiko's got the easy clear, but that's not really a good touch at all. That's given right back to Team Liquid. And here comes Atao for the win. And then Monkey Moon saves the day once. Extra saves it again, but a Chronic denied by Seiko. Everybody in on the act for BDS.
Okay, a couple of the shots I understand. It seemed like Liquid shot one right at Monkey Moon. That's how he got the save. But that follow-up offensive pressure and the way Liquid were placing their shots, I am really surprised this OT's still gone on. What goal line saves we've seen here from BDS.
Oski and Extra take each other out, and once you get into a long overtime like this, you get into a rhythm. One demo, one bump can spell the end. It's a Chronic. Let that one get away, so Seiko will pop it out. Atao up so fast. He might be one of the fastest in the league at this point. Monkey Moon now looking towards Extra. Shot going the opposite way, and Oski had it. It was off target anyways. 3.5 minutes of overtime. This is only game 1. Wonder what they've got for an encore. Here's a Chronic. A little wide. Seiko had to make the save. Looked like it was bound for the post. And now Seiko there to challenge Oski. Atao quickly up again. Boy, that's been a theme. As he may have one more touch. He does. And Oski there to stop that from reaching the center line. More pressure again from Liquid as the stats continue to pile up. There have been 21 shots from Team Liquid to just 3 from Team BDS.
12 of those shots have come from a Chronic alone. Oski only has 2. And you see a foul coming in with this one. Just again, Liquid not afraid to play this in front of BDS. And they've been really solid in stopping them on the midfield line too. You see Monkey Moon starting with mechanics and it just gets shut down so easily. As here they are again still trying to salvage some offensive pressure, but that time that drive didn't go too well. BDS on the counter looked deadly, but Oski stops one shot. Another follow-up from Extra. It's in front of the goal line, but Atal's able to knock it away for the save.
A rare opportunity from BDS sent away. Now Atal on the counterattack. Extra just got back in time. And Monkey Moon tried to spring him downfield, but there is a Chronic and Oski to snuff out the play. Now Seiko through the corner and not anywhere near the front of the net. A Chronic up to the task this time as we continue on. And don't worry, we've got Direct already looking through the Rocket League Encyclopedia to see just how close we are to setting some records. Monkey Moon's drive sent away by Atal and Oski back away. A Chronic shot just wide, and again Liquid with another near miss, but they are not missing by much. That one's a double commit, and Oski almost made him pay for it. A Chronic, you can tell the Sharks are kind of circling here, Daz, as Liquid almost feel like it's inevitable soon.
Yeah, they've been looking for a way in, and you can see now BDS, though, they're starting to be a little bit more confident down the press. They ended up doubling their shot total since the last time you spoke about it. Still have not been able to stop Team Liquid from gaining control here in the midfield. Liquid have been able to take the ball from BDS, play it upfield really well, and get so many solid close shot opportunities. BDS have definitely looked uncomfortable from the start of this, and Liquid have been firing on all cylinders. They just can't seem to find the back of the net.
Monkey Moon will let it go for Seiko. He's skied it up for Extra. That's a solid idea, and he's actually a decoy, so Seiko tries to play it himself. Team BDS are trying to be creative, and Team Liquid are not taking any of the bait. Extra, indirect, a Chronic whiffed on it, and Extra missed high. Monkey Moon just drills the net, and Liquid let one get away after 6 minutes of OT.
Just this one miss from a Chronic, Atal in a tough spot. Oski trying to bail him out. It's so close. But of course, Monkey Moon with the shot placement. BDS walk away with game 1.
Well, that's got to be painful for Team Liquid. The tune of 22 shots. It was 21-3 at one point. A flourish from Team BDS late in that overtime. You talk about resilience and perseverance, Dazarin. That is the epitome of it right there from Team BDS, and Monkey Moon, of course, the leader, double savior medal and the game winner.
I mean, yeah, very solid for Monkey Moon. I mean, Seiko as well played more defensively than offensively that game. I think that was a really big point in there. Team Liquid, though, again, even with that loss, it comes off of one mistake. I really think that, and they probably should have walked away with that, to seeing just how much offense that they had on and looking at some of the shots and redirects that they had in place. That being said, they weren't able to finish some of their drives, even though they were able to get around BDS in the midfield and even in their own box. Now it's just about, okay, if the series is going to be this long and it's going to be this tense, how much more gas do these young guns have in the tank? I would assume a lot based on what we've seen from the opener, but it's going to be really tough to kind of battle things back after a tough loss in OT.
Yesterday, we had one of the youngest matches in RLCS history between Moist and Team Liquid. Liquid not conceding a single goal as part of a 4-0 sweep. And now we move on to the Aquadome, game 2. After only an 11-minute and 16-second first game, I figure we've got, you know, another couple 5-minute overtimes in us. Here we go. You wonder how Liquid is going to recover mentally, of course, from that game, because you get into that rhythm, right? I mean, you're just kind of circling around the field for a whole 11 minutes, waiting for something to open up. Nothing does. And now you go back to square one, and it's still a tie ball game right off the start. But the sense of urgency maybe not there so much, as Atal going to play one back to Oski, and that wasn't quite where he intended to go. But the passing generally on point so far in this series from Liquid, that one notwithstanding.
Yeah, and I really am liking the passing. Even though Acronic sends that to Oski says, okay, I can't make a solo play on this, but I see a towel on the side. Let's hit him with a pass, work through that angle. They're always calming and looking towards each other. You can tell from just how they're playing around each other. They need that when going against a team like BDS, who are just, you know, so dangerous with their mechanics out in front and the way they play in terms of team play as well. This is a good matchup head-to-head. Monkey Moon gets a free shot, and the towel has to dive for the save. Still in front of the goal line. Extra, it's off the post, and it'll go into the other corner.
Monkey Moon just jumping in there to steal that boost pad. Here goes Seiko, trying to put him away early, and Acronic has the clear. Atao quickly downfield, and Monkey Moon gonna have to collect and buy his teammates time to get back. Seiko does, now Extra in behind him. There's the clear, but only as far as Atao. And Extra right back to the center line where Seiko's waiting, but he has to backflip away because Acronic's in the air. Again, they read and react so quickly. And even a team like BDS, fast as they are, kind of got to tip their caps like, all right, y'all got some game. Here goes Acronic. Atao underneath. Acronic takes the option himself, and Monkey Moon not fooled by any of that. Initial save, Acronic double. No, doesn't have it.
So close, so close. But what I have noticed here is even where you see a player like Seiko, he's trying to take the ball up on the sidewall. He thinks he has free space. Someone from Liquid is in front of him to completely deny that, and then they're just battling for possession, even if it's for just a solid 50 to give their team a little bit of room. Seeing those types of plays are just kind of goes to show you how much of a fight this really is. It's Acronic rips it into the top right. Team Liquid take the lead.
They score first here with a Acronic perfect snipe through traffic. Team Liquid has some serious ice. Now at the halfway mark of game 2, the eternal question, can they hang on? Can they keep BDS off the scoreboard? It took 11 minutes for BDS to score 2. Acronic doesn't have much to work with. Atao behind him. Not really in a position to jump into the play. Oski is, however. Just thrown across and Seiko will have it. And more importantly, bring that out to the wing, making Atao kind of chase him down. Problem is, he's got a boost deal out of the corner. And Acronic just missed on the double. He's been so close, Daz, but a couple big misses out of Acronic early in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the case for Acronic, but honestly, all of Liquid, they've been really going for solid plays, either like doubles or flip resets back off the back wall. I think for them, once someone starts landing those, the confidence is going to skyrocket. It's been fortunate for BDS that those haven't landed yet, but still, they're getting the room to be able to execute those types of plays, which speaks for itself. Atao trying to land it. There's one. Bang for Atao. It's 2-goal lead for Liquid.
Eventually, they'll start nailing them. Got the demo behind the play. Seiko spawns in way too late, and Atao there for the double. Showing Acronic how it's done. 2-0 for Team Liquid. Minute 23 to go. Plenty of time for BDS here. They have not had the majority of offense at any stage except the tail end of overtime in game 1, where they eventually won it with Monkey Moon's strike. Here's Seiko. Looking for the double himself. Oh, he's a decoy, and then Seiko got in the way. Monkey Moon's shot beat the defense, if not for Seiko landing in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
That's unfortunate. That one's really unfortunate. Now they got to bring things back after possibly bringing this into a 1-goal game. Look, we'll get away with it, and we'll see how things develop from here.
BDS still keeping the guy way back. 40 seconds. About time to start kind of chasing this game, though. Oski right at Monkey Moon, who's coming up. But it's one out by Atao and Oski downfield. Tight angle, Extra cut it off. With 24 seconds, BDS has to scramble. Seiko. Oh, he pulled the string and he missed off the crossbar. Oh, he beat the defense again, but it's old Ironsides to the rescue, and time's about to run out here on Team BDS unless they can score right now and give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal to tie. Indirect shot sent away by Oski. Monkey Moon's going to run out of time, and so too is Team BDS as Liquid level the series.
They're trying to get one more. No, sir. Deny. Smiles from Team Liquid as they walk away with game 2. So much better down the stretch here. They're able to stop BDS from scoring, so the defense here steps up, and they're able to get some goals on the board with considerably less shots. Keep in mind, considerably, they still put on 11 in this
They
game.
put on half of the shots that they had in 11 minutes. By the way, Team BDS, their 8 shots of this game, that equals what they had in that 11-minute marathon. As we look at our recap and see Chronic and Atau get it going for Team Liquid, the double. We were talking about it, Daz. Eventually, those shots are going to land, and when it does, it's going to be bad news bears for Team BDS. Those shots landed, now it's trouble.
I mean, trouble. The writing on the wall was in game 1. Even with BDS taking that one, you could already see, okay, Liquid have you under a lot of pressure for a long time. Yes, the shooting's off, but all it takes is one double tap, and then next thing you know, the mood changes, the situation changes. These are young kids, and they have a lot of talent. So all they need is a little bit of momentum to get going here on the Liquid side. BDS, normally teams are afraid when playing against them. But these guys, they just seem ready for the challenge.
Chronic will try to start things off, but his teammates are headed back. Atau quickly back into the play. And Oski waiting in the corner to try and cut off Extra and go over Monkey Moon. Sure, why not? Atau way up by the ceiling and still managed to kind of drill down onto that ball. Team BDS swarming early. Kind of giving off Liquid vibes from game 1 where Liquid had all that pressure. Here goes Extra. Oski sent away. Monkey Moon's waiting, and Atau there with the save. Tell you what, all 6 of these players have such high field IQ. As this is set away, only Extra, last line of defense. A Chronic around the boards, and Extra pops it away from the oncoming Oski.
Monkey Moon with the carry. Again, haven't necessarily seen too many solid placements here for BDS offensively. Looking to see which player is going to be able to make that impact on the field. So right now, we've seen a familiar scenario. Ball on BDS's side, Liquid with pressure. Things are starting to go the other way. Good demo on the corner. There will be a little bit of space given as Monkey Moon tries to push this towards him. He's just sending it straight towards the Chronic, who will clear it out.
The only player still in this event averaging more than a goal a game is Seiko, and he's been left without any points at all. No goals, no assists early on in this series. Atau, floater for a Chronic. This is still dangerous, but Atau couldn't recover in time. So Seiko has the clear around Oski. Atau waiting for that midfield boost. I don't think it spawned for him. And now a Chronic will have to catch this on the backboard. And Monkey Moon try to drop one down to Extra. Nothing doing there for BDS. And Atau now trying to bait in Seiko. It worked, but Extra still there. You can beat one defender from BDS, but then it's the second one, as we've seen constantly. As Oski's got to scrape across, make the clear, not credited with a save. And now Atau, he's around one, spiked it down away, and Seiko will clear.
Things are starting to change here.
Reset too? No, nothing.
You can see it. Seiko, though, lots of space in the air. Even though that doesn't amount to much, as this ball bounces out as a good read from Extra, BDS are starting to kind of grab control here. A lot of challenges have been going their way. On top of that, they've been able to put on a lot of shots here early on. Liquid have been a little quiet. We haven't necessarily seen that offensive pressure we saw in games 1 and 2. And they can't continue to keep up on that pace. BDS are going to turn around and start to get on the scoreboard.
Seiko to collect. Extra trying to run interference. It was good enough. They finally slowed down Liquid just enough, and Seiko gets on the board at long last.
There it is. Give him time. He's lining up the shot, waits for the bounce to get some more power, and right over the defense. There's Seiko getting in for BDS as they set the tone in game 3.
So now a new threat that Liquid has to contend with. Seiko's looking for more. Got the flip reset over one, but there's Oski. Monkey Moon to rebound. And a Chronic should have this ball away, but only as far as Extra. A Chronic redirect. Seiko barely got up for this. And then Extra jumps in front of Atau. I mean, it's something you constantly see in soccer, right? You got to go after the ball. Team BDS are, and they're jumping in front of a lot of these waiting defenders from Liquid.
Yeah. being able, that change in terms of how they've been challenging has been really solid for them. And now they've been able to kind of get, like I said, just a little bit more freedom here. But also, it does seem like Liquid have just been a little late to some of their challenges. BDS have had a lot of space in their own back half. This Liquid, it feels like they've been trying to play the more midfield game. A chronic flip reset. Oh, just off the crossbar. That's how we'll try to keep this in for a moment. Oski looked for the follow, but Extra had that cleared all the way.
Extra went after a chronic up the wall, and he just missed him and almost paid the price for it. But the chronic has not found the range yet on that double tap. That pass out to him, sent away by Seiko. And Extra, boy, Atao and Oski both there. And double commits galore for Team Liquid, but they haven't been punished for it. Seiko will send one across. Extra thought about it. Realized Oski was there. Now Monkey Moon's just got to send it away. Everybody's got to get boosted up and reset to repel another Liquid attack. Extra's initial shot sent away. And Team BDS have had a couple opportunities that haven't registered as shots officially, but they're right around the mark. And when you look at their shot count here in Game 3, it's right around what they've been at for the whole series. Atao, stopped by Extra. They're looking for their 8th shot here. Our BDS in this game, where they had 8 in both games 1 and 2. Monkey Moon for Extra for the win, and Atao made the save right at the death of regulation. Monkey Moon, one last look, double, no. Oski does not quite bring this to ground. Surely Liquid will try, but no, it's still Extra, keeping it in the air. Liquid have got to get this ball to ground and get this to overtime. Oski's got to let it go, and he does.
Close chance there.
Why did I think that game was tied?
That's how close that one was. Seiko had that
cow.
one shot in, and that was really all she wrote here for this game. But I think the biggest thing here is Liquid were definitely uncharacteristically not playing up to the speed that we've seen them play in earlier in the series. BDS had so much more room to work with, and you can't give them that team. These guys are those guys, okay? Like just plain and simple. If you give any of them room, they'll be able to play it past you. And you saw Extra too with a lot of his touches. They were very consistent, playing it high off the backboard, trying to force Team Liquid to be in uncomfortable situations, because what will happen is Liquid will throw the ball away, and then you give it to someone like Seiko or Monkey Moon, and they're going to play it past your entire defense. So it just really seemed like they weren't controlling the ball as much as they probably should have, and BDS saw a full opportunity to take advantage, and they did.
Don't worry, I'll get a dunce cap for myself later on here. So 2-1 the lead now for Team BDS after another 1-goal game. That's been kind of the theme here. You had that 2-goal victory for Liquid with the shutout in Game 2. Team BDS answers back with a shutout of their own, and now we go to Utopia, Game 4. And we're getting into timeout territory here for these two squads. We'll see who has to burn it first. Will Liquid use theirs if they are facing down triple match point at the hands of BDS? Or might BDS use it if they drop the second game? I know, Daz, you're a big fan of using that timeout after the second loss, but of course your mileage may vary.
Yeah. Keep in mind, every team has their own play style, and they use that if it even works for them. Some teams will prefer not to use it at all. It's really just team dependent. That being said, here, I think for me, I feel like Liquid again just have to kind of keep the speed up here. Those midfield challenges that they had earlier in the series worked really well for them, because it forced BDS to kind of play really close ball Rocket League instead of just having a lot of space in the air. I think denying that space and then passing anymore, seeing those transitions will work well. They just didn't do that Game 3, and I'm worried that that'll get away from them, just like the ball has now. Monkey Moon's going to put this one all the way on the back wall.
Would have been just like this series for that pinch to have found its way in. Now Monkey Moon from the ceiling. Seiko's up the ladder now, looking for a double to drop one down in front of Extra. Extra shot a little high, and Oski will patiently wait to send this away. I think he was trying to maybe bait BDS in, thinking they wouldn't have any boost. And Atao sends one away from the oncoming Seiko. There's no. Extra, shots galore, and he'll follow it up himself. A little bump on the play as well as BDS score first.
There's BDS again. You can see the recipe for disaster for Liquid. They're bumping into each other. Seiko's bumping the net out, and Extra's consistent. He'll place the shot every day. BDS with the lead here in Game 4.
Or I've made a big note now. BDS has a lead.
No, they don't.
Not anymore. 3:33 to go. It's what, 5 seconds in, and a Chronic answers back. Well, forget that. Cross that one off the list. A Chronic getting involved in the action again.
Quick kickoff goal. BDS ends up giving that one away, and now Liquid back in the conversation. But that one, you know, you're not going to get a kickoff going that well every time. I say that. But this one was going.
Again.
Yeah, they had that solid start. It's just about seeing if they can keep, again, consistently placing BDS in tough spots. Maybe a chance here. It's a low one and a slow one, slow enough for Monkey Moon to get to it.
I wonder if the defense getting back might have altered that shot just a little bit, even a gentle nudge to throw off the momentum. Dosky will catch this. That's how crisscrossing around in the back. And Atao might have to get back to the net here. He's got this clear away from Monkey Moon. But Extra dumps one right back in. See how quickly Liquid can get out of the zone this time as we dip inside 245. Oski for a Chronic. He has to wait for it. And Extra moving so quickly downfield. And this is kind of that cyborg attack out of Team BDS where they just move so quickly, they don't even seem human. As Oski will just launch one back into the zone, and Liquid are not being shy about it at all. They're bringing it right back in. Atao up high, Monkey Moon off to the side. And where's the follow-up? A Chronic. Oh, the pass was there for Oski, but led him a little too far, and Seiko will gladly take this away. Only as far as Atao, and then a Chronic jumps in the way of Monkey Moon.
This game has definitely been developing very interesting here. I think looking at BDS, they've been low on boost, and just like that, Oski able to take the lead. A ripper of a shot off the crossbar.
Welcome to the series, Oski. The last player to score in this series, and he gets one with the kind bounce off the crossbar. And we've seen so many post and crossbar hits in this series. Oski's got the gentle touch, apparently. 2-1 lead now with 2 minutes. Monkey Moon for Seiko. Denied by Atao. And Extra was pressed up pretty far. Oski couldn't take out Monkey Moon, and here he comes. Launch one into the zone. Extra waiting in case a Chronic didn't have the clear. Now Seiko with Extra waiting. That's a brilliant pass right on the nose.
Of course it is. It's BDS. Look at Seiko. Solid right to him. Extra doesn't have to think twice about it. He just has to place it. That's the standard you expect when you see this team, and they deliver with that equalizer.
Game on here now with 100 seconds left. Monkey Moon and Extra are forward. Got a boost steal out of the corner. Here comes Seiko. Got a piece of that challenge from Oski. All 3 BDS cars in the same area. They've got to disperse as Atao has the clear. And here comes Liquid. Going to throw one right down the middle in the direction of Oski, whose shot is deflected away by Extra before it got anywhere close. Now Seiko through traffic. Atao's up the back wall. Easy clear from the backboard. And here comes Oski again. Maybe a little more confidence out of the youngster. I know, pick one. A Chronic waiting for this to come off the wall, and Extra got a piece of him. So with a minute left, Team BDS should still have possession.
Yeah, they are doing really well here possession-wise. And again, I start looking at the boost totals here because when Liquid are on the approach and when they are really bringing it to BDS, they're always at least 2 players under the 50 boost mark, just playing off of a little low boost, if not lower than that. And I even saw them chasing down Seiko, not letting him get any boost, trying to keep him at 0 for as long as possible just so they can set up something. Knowing that they have the threat in the air denied is a big confidence booster for Liquid because then they can go up and try to make plays like the ones we're seeing now as a Chronic tries to get there and pitches out. Atao goes for it, but it's blocked out from Extra. A good couple of 50s go Liquid's way as they try to keep this one in, but BDS are passing it around. 1-2, Monkey Moon to the top right! BDS take the lead!
He is the one named Monkey Moon. Seiko set him up perfect. Top right. No chance. 15 seconds. Team Liquid really up against it now. Atao. Oski, he had to outrun Extra trying to take him out. And now the final countdown. A Chronic into space, but not towards Atao. Extra's taken off the pitch though. 3 seconds left. Chronic got to keep it in the air, and that's not going to happen. Team BDS will get away from this one, and BDS is 1 win away from the grand finals. But that may be their biggest test, and they've risen to the challenge in regulation.
Yeah, that was really well done because it looked like Liquid had that game in the bag. I thought we were going to go at least 6 here in this series. Still a chance here, but Liquid are taking the time to talk this one over. We do have a timeout from Team Liquid as they got to start talking and figure things out, because even with that opening start from them, they still have only walked away with the game here this series. Put on match point, they got to start to think about, okay, what can we do? Because we're giving away goals here against BDS pretty late, and it's been hurting them.
Always love the face cam meta of Rocket League pros. There is a face there in the lower left. I assure you, it's just kind of hidden off to the side. Nobody knows anything about framing, but now they got to frame up this situation for themselves here. Down 3-1, lower bracket looming, and probably a Moist Esports team waiting in the lower semis as they can. We'd like to have another shot at these guys. And you wonder if on Championship Sunday, coming off a loss, if there would be a similar result. Team BDS, they are just kind of chilling, all vibes, up 3-1, waiting to get to another grand final. This BDS has not lost an RLCS series since adding Seiko. And it's hard to imagine that they're going to from this position. As we wait to load up on Wasteland here for Game 5, a must-win, of course, for Team Liquid. And this is where you're going to find out, Daz, a lot about these players and what they're really made of. Up against the wall, against the best team in the region, can they recover?
Exactly. This is really about the recovery here. Again, this series has been very close, and Liquid have shown signs of being able to kind of, honestly, you know, I know the fan vote was really split here, but they look like a team that can win here in these situations. It's been really fun to watch this team play against the top, but you can see that there is a lack of kind of consistency there, and that has really been what's been hurting them. So now it's about, okay, how do we get back to where we were? How do we stop this new BDS who's been changing up the playstyle a little bit and been kind of getting in our way? We only got one chance to find out as Wasteland Knights loaded up. Team Liquid versus BDS. We're in a Game 5. BDS have the series on match point. Can Liquid bounce back?
I never want to hear anybody ever again say, boy, I miss league play. You would never have any of these star-making performances like we've had out of Team Liquid and eventually at once upon a time out of Seiko and the rest of Team BDS. Here goes Oski, trying to find Atao and instead only finding Extra. The Chronics around him. Liquid got to get on the board early. You'd have to imagine trying to set the tone here in Game 5, especially coming out of the timeout. Monkey Moon will send one away, and he's got all day to play this. That's dangerous for Liquid.
Good touch from Atao, trying to get this one out from Liquid. But still, Monkey Moon, that good cut off in the midfield. Seiko's right under him. Again, affords some pressure here. But Liquid doing a solid job of being able to control the ball. You see Atao picking that one up. A Chronic tried to get around it, forcing Monkey Moon out. And Oski last back. It was a risky challenge. We'll just have to result with a clear here. As a Chronic back in it. Gets the flip. Will he use it? Does use it, but Seiko had a good read.
Bold play from a Chronic, starting that from in front of his own goal with BDS bearing down on him. A Chronic got the demo on Seiko, but Monkey Moon unfazed. He'll set it away. Seiko back in the play, and he's going right after Atao's touch, but played that away from him. Now Oski coming in. There will be no turn as Monkey Moon way up in the air, and a Chronic's got to send this away. Atao to take over. And for Team Liquid, frustration probably setting in at some point, wondering just how they're going to get a leg up here on BDS. Seiko skying one towards the net. A little bit high, and Atao's got the clear.
This one drops. Monkey Moon tries to play it high. But Oski on the back wall. Look at that pass straight to a Chronic. They're able to completely pass it out in transition, putting BDS on their own end. Now Liquid starting to at least make this a little bit more awkward for BDS as they have that offensive control. Chance for a Chronic. Top left, but Extra has the read to knock it away.
Goal differential in this series is only +1 to Team BDS, almost +2, but Acronic jumped in front for the save. This will go right to extra, and Acronic nudges him out of the way. Seiko, right down the middle. That's right to Acronic, and they have not been afraid of Acronic in this series. His accuracy hasn't been there, but he's had plenty of opportunities, and there's still time for him to punish them. Datao down towards Oscar. He's on his way back. So Monkey Moon almost made a mess of that, but extra's there for it. Datao for Acronic, and there'll be no follow-up there.
You talked about Acronic earlier. I mean, for him, most of the time when he's in the air, it's usually a flip reset. I feel like, as that's a close one, that BDS are starting to be more aware of that. Okay, Acronic's in the air. How far is he from the net? Okay, he's just going to go for a flip reset. I've even seen Seiko get some good challenges there. And Seiko tries to put a shot on himself. I think just kind of mixing up the style a little bit in terms of how they're approaching with some offensive creativity will be big, as they need to work on some defense. Seiko slots one in, and BDS take the lead.
His second goal after the entire defense got broken down. Atao, last line of defense. Acronic couldn't get back in time, and now Team BDS is 1:48 away from punching another ticket to the grand finals, this time of the Tour de Rocket League. Seiko didn't touch it. Monkey Moon did, and boy, did he ever! A drill right through the net, 2-0.
It's a free shot to Monkey Moon. You can't give a free shot to Monkey Moon. Top left slot. 2-goal lead for BDS. They're looking to close the series out right here, right now.
You can't give a contested shot to Monkey Moon for that matter. And he's cheating up off the kickoff here. Race to the side boost. And Acronic gonna line up another, but he's gonna peel off as Seiko's got this. Now 1:30. Team Liquid running out of time in the upper bracket. Monkey Moon down towards Oski. Extra jumped in the way. And this has happened time and time again, Daz, all throughout this series. Liquid have just kind of been watching that ball come down to them, and Extra just jumps in like, yoink, I'll take this.
If you give him the space, Extra's that playmaker to get involved in. Hey, he'll step up to the board if he needs to. 1 goal apiece for BDS. Everybody getting involved here. Like I said, 1:20. Liquid are running out of options. They need something now if they want to have a chance to come back in this game.
Team BDS has blown this series wide open. Monkey Moon lining up another. Looking to add one to the highlight reel, and Atao says no. Seiko gonna have to play it off his own backboard and then send it away. Are you kidding me? Then Extra for the knockout blow. Thanks for playing.
No way. The clear from Seiko is
How does he not get an assist on this? Are you kidding?
He should have given an assist from that.
I'm giving him one. I'm just going to write one down here. Seiko gets an assist.
Oh, my. Yeah, this one got out of control. Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Wow. They came out of that timeout, and Team BDS chose violence. Extra looking for another. He won that challenge through. Beat 2 defenders. Now they might just try and run it up after struggling so much to break past this Team Liquid defense. I don't think they're going to be averaging less than a goal per game conceded after this is all said and done. Oski going to take over with less than 30 seconds, holding on to any glimmer of hope they would have had, and that might have just been extinguished there. Seiko clearing away. That's how almost put it in, and then he saved it at the end. He didn't allow Monkey Moon to pad his stats and add his 4th goal of the series. But how about this performance? I mean, sure, you take your hat off to Team Liquid. They proved they're for real here in this event. But Team BDS, I know it's weird to praise the team of this caliber, but they were tested here in this series. They rose above, and as soon as this ball touches down, they will head to yet another grand final.
Team BDS continue to set the standard here as a top team in Europe. And Liquid, you know, they really challenged them earlier on in this series, but BDS end up battling back. That consistency from every player individually ends up paying off here for this squad. Now, again, even though Liquid jump into the lower bracket, I mean, you gotta be happy for them.
Take a bow, BDS. Take a bow. Why not? They got a long wait here, so they got to wait for 2 best-of-7s before they take the pitch again. But you know what? I think they'll take it. I think they'll breathe a big sigh of relief that they were able to get the the opener in game 1. That long 6-minute, 16-second overtime goes their way, and then everything else just kind of fell into place. They recover after the shutout in game 2. Team BDS answered a lot of questions in that series alone. Now they're in the grand finals. Team Liquid goes down to the lower bracket.
If Liquid, again, it's not over yet. They still have the lower bracket matches, and I mean, even towards the end of that, you can see a little bit of smiles on them, as you know, they don't take the loss too hard coming out from BDS. I mean, it's BDS at the end of the day. Let's be real. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see if they can get back into maybe potentially a rematch in the grand finals.
Maybe 5 goals out of extra, 5 games is all it takes for BDS to go to the finals. Now we go down to the lower bracket. Moist and Carmine Corp coming your way right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Championship Sunday of the Tour to Rocket League. I'm Leaf. Greg is here alongside, and we got Subi and Cole to break down some matches, do a little Rocket League, and then get into our next match. Let's do exactly that. Let's talk about the series we just saw here. BDS, Subi is looking like they're back in form here.
Oh, they are definitely back in form, and it is all resting on the shoulders of Monkey Moon. He is in the top 3 in not only score, but goals, assists, saves, shots, and when he is having performances like that, there is no team in the world that is going to slow them down.
Yeah, the way they were shooting was the biggest standout. There's a lot of teams right now looking really good and then struggling with that final moment, but these guys were putting point-blank range shots into the top corners nice and hard. Simple Rocket League done well, and that's what BDS have always done so well, is they are a strategic team that covers all the gaps, and then when they're in that position to score, they make it happen. So fair play to them, but Liquid still look great. Yeah, Cole, I think that's the thing we asked. You know, it's like for Liquid, this was a good run through that that upper bracket there. Honestly, I think they have to be impressed with what they've done so far, but now they do lose their second life.
They do lose a second life, but they've already beaten Moist Esports 4-0 a little bit earlier on, and they will certainly back themselves against Carmine Corp from what they've seen so far. This team Liquid, we mentioned on the pre-show quite a lot that they are currently playing with no pressure at all. And to get at least one game against BDS and an overtime that lasted 16 minutes, and pretty much every game apart from right at the end there, Team Liquid were pipping BDS back every step of the way. This is a really dangerous team to come up against right now, especially for, if it is Carmine Corp that make it, because they've got so much pressure on them and Team Liquid just have nothing.
Well, let's talk about this next match coming because we only have a few before we crown a champion. Up next, it's Moist Esports versus Carmine Corp. Again, Moist coming off. If you guys watching yesterday, or if you didn't watch yesterday, go back and watch because that was an exciting match. A reverse sweep against Endpoint here, but Carmine Corp coming off a 4-0. Both these teams had good momentum coming into this lower semifinals, but Gregan, it's a brand new day. It is, and Carmine Corp are in a very good phase right now. They're looking strong as a team. They're feeling confident. They're enjoying themselves. And right now, they are looking scary as individuals, which is exactly what we've seen out of Liquid, out of Moist, all these teams when they've dominated. The real question is, will we see the form from Moist that we know they can reach, or will they be up and down like they were yesterday? It's a good question. Maybe Chad has the answer. Let's get the fan vote going right now. You know what to do. Hashtags in the chat. MSD or KC to vote for the team you think's moving on. Best of 7s. Whoever loses this is done. They're out of the Tour to Rocket League Regional. So let's see what the chat thinks in a few moments here, but we're going to get the analysts' thoughts on this one too. Now, two of you guys were part of the pre-show. You guys had your bracket. I want to see if you guys have maybe had different changes. I know sometimes Shogun gets a little controlly, doesn't he? And he says this is the way it's going to go. So let's see if you guys have different thoughts. We'll start with Greg and Cole, and Subi, you can bring up the end there. Yeah, well, in the pre-show, our bracket predicted Carmine Corp to win this. I was the one saying I think Moist are going to win this. I think Moist, the form they finished off yesterday with is closer to that of the high performance that we know Moist can reach. And I think a fresh day going into the Sunday, we've seen it before where they've had a bit off in a tournament. As soon as it hits that Sunday, they start performing because they can see the end goal in sight. And I think that's going to be Moist today. Well, do you want to stick with what you guys had before? Or are you going to flip too?
I definitely want to stick. I think I've been a little bit down on Moist Esports today, and I'm hoping that people can see why. Obviously, they could completely come out and blitz everybody, and I'll be like, yeah, I was completely wrong about that one. But I do feel like this is a roster that needs a tough loss in order to go back and become the level of Moist Esports that we've seen before, and I think they're going to get that loss today. I said earlier, this is Carmine Corp's day. I stand by that.
Wow.
All right.
This is crazy. Cole and Gregan both bringing up great points, but ultimately, I think it just comes down to recency bias. And from what we've seen from Moist Esports going from the winter major back into spring, they've looked really good. And yes, they've had a poor weekend, but when we've seen them play on championship Sundays, it is just a team that is a whole new beast. So I've got to go with Charlie and the Moist Factory in this one.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at K-Corp winning this one, it definitely, I feel like recency bias, but sometimes that matters, and it makes this a very difficult decision. I'll do it one last time because what I've seen them do, and I'll go with Moist. They hurt me in the upper bracket, but they brought it back in the lower. So I'm going to go Moist one last time. If you burn me again, that's the last time, Moist. I swear.
Burned by Moist, eh? How interesting.
We kind of predicted this one. 74% for chat, but we do have the match ready. So Why don't we head on over to the Skybox? We have Wave and Turtle waiting while Moist looks for yet another Grand Finals run. Carmine Corp looks more refreshed than ever. Both teams, though, now face elimination. Let's find out who moves on to the lower bracket final.
Seeing Moist this deep in a European regional event, not a surprise. What is a surprise, Turtle, is how they got here. Yesterday, perfectly swept by Liquid to drop them to the lowers, and then a reverse sweep on Endpoint to knock Endpoint out of the tournament. Now they got to go through Carmine Corp.
Quite literally the most opposite performance we could expect when they get down to the lower bracket. It was a tough matchup against Endpoint, but getting a reverse sweep in a best of 7, that's got to feel good, Wavepunk. And now moving into this matchup against K-Corp, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a tough one with the form that we're seeing K-Corp in. It's the best we've seen, I'd say, ever so far. So Moist, of course, have their work cut out for them.
A lower bracket battle to survive and earn the opportunity to play Liquid. Moist would love to get revenge in the same event. We got Moist in the blue, Carmine Corp in the orange. Best of 7 on the side here. Rise taking it behind one player. Nolly up and passing it to the other corner, and to no player in particular, just getting it away from the Moist Esports players. Now Itachi at the wall. Pitch to pass Rise. Joyo's up, past one. Now Nolly taking it to the sky. Vatira having to get set in net. Nolly looking for the flip reset, sends it to the corner, and Vatira is able to react in time, cleared away.
That was a good opportunity there. Seeing some moments and glimpses that we got to see yesterday for Nolly. Obviously coming out with crazy mechanics. We even saw this save, and we're talking about mechanics, but there's a mechanical whiff here on the backboard for K-Corp.
Yeah, it looks like Nolly trying to get up from the goal line. Much more difficult than if he was already mounted on the backboard. Doesn't quite read the double tap. That'll be the first goal. 404, time not found. We're on the board.
And already, I mean, the curse has been lifted here from Moist Esports. I felt like that was the issue whenever I was casting their matchup against Liquid. They had all these opportunities, had so many breakout moments and highlight plays, but then when it came to the execution, they couldn't find the finishing shot. But to get the first goal so early on and not even have to worry about that, that's got to be a good feeling for Moist.
Carmine Corp with a great drive into the back of the box, but nobody set up in front of it. Pick up the rebound, get a second shot. We'll stay at 1-0. Favor Moist. Here's Noli on the wall. Joyo out of the box, keeping it high, lofting it to Vatira in the midfield. Goes neutral against Astral. Rise will pick it up on his hood. I think it panics for a moment, just pops the ball up. We'll see Itachi take it over. It goes to Astral on the backboard. A miss from Vatira. Follow-up from Noli's good, and that ties the game.
Yeah, and this is some revenge here for Carmine. Whenever it's off the backboard, there's another whiff here, but this time it's for Moist Esports. Vatira can't get up in time. Had the read, it looked like, but didn't understand where that was going to bounce quite specifically. And then obviously, of course, Carmine able to clean up rather nicely. And another 50-50 win. This is a dunk from Itachi, a free one almost given at the beginning of the kickoff.
Now, is anything more complicated here? Man, what a great second touch. Itachi just keeping that perfect space there. New Rise will put the ball into him, sees the other player in the corner for boost. That's the goal, and that's the lead for Carmine Corp.
And that's a really difficult one for Rise, too, because whenever you're cheating up, that ball completely covered Itachi going behind the ball. So Rise didn't even know that the challenge was coming out. Very hidden play, and Itachi another one.
Itachi extending the lead to 2 here. Noli finding the pass, the screamer across the field. Rise not able to get there. Joyo, I think, maybe thinking Vatira was there. I need to look at that one again to see how he got so much space on that one, but the initial pass, very strong.
I think they anticipated a better 50-50 too, as that one came out across the net. And still, off the kickoff, Carmine Corp, they are so strong here to win 50-50s, to keep going and moving up the field as fast as possible. That's not the best 50-50, but still recovered nicely, and they're back down the other side.
Oh, wow. Vatira takes his time getting the boost and gives Itachi a lot of space to close the gap and take control in the corner. Ultimately, they'll get a clear into the midfield. Joyo now with some space in the corner. A little bit low in the tanks. And now out. Going to struggle to advance this ball down the field by himself. Gets it into the corner, and Rise moves in on the challenge. Now Vatira to the sky, but just calls himself off the play, seeing Noli has cleanly beat him to the sky. Here comes Carmine Corp again, looking to extend this 2-goal lead. And they find it. Wow. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking at Vatira right now going off the backboard. He got around one, had the reset off the ceiling, but then missed the follow-up. And another mechanical issue from Vatira. We just saw him whiff off the backboard and then now coming off the ceiling. Things not connecting. It's the first game. Could be jitters. Could be a warm-up here for Moist. But every game, of course, matters when you're this late into the bracket.
Yeah, and it is very much of Vatira's mistake situation. Both Rise and Joyo expecting him to make that touch. And so when there's no one home in net, it's like, well, you shouldn't have missed. You had plenty of space there. But this is a reminder for everyone at home. I mean, the reverse sweep we saw yesterday, it wasn't they struggled through. It wasn't like, oh, it was a close games 1, 2, and 3, but Endpoint took them all, and then they got things figured out for games 4 through 7. They got demolished in games 1 through 3. It looked ugly. To the beginning of game 4, we were pretty confident this was going to be a sweep and Moist was going to be out of the tournament, and then they turned things around. So I've learned my lesson. Even this 4-1 scoreline, even if they lose the first 3 games, I'm not confident that Moist is gone until they're actually out of the tournament.
Well, and it's likely, especially with how Moist like to play, very risk-orientated. They're not scared to throw themselves down the field or trust their teammates. So if they're off by even, 1 or 2 degrees here, Wavepunk, on a shot, on an angle, on a challenge, and their teammates are trusting them, things could completely go the other way, and we could see the scoreline get even increased with the gap and the difference between both teams. So it's not surprising, but of course, like you said, it's an illusion. Rise with a 50-50. Dribbling down the other side. Look at the control and the ability to get that ball to the midfield.
Look at this. The whole drive from Rise goes for the pump fake here. Gets Itachi straight into the sky. Wins the 50 with Astral, and Joyo careens, turns and burns into the box. What a goal.
I really like that positioning, too, to be in the midfield. And there's the trust that we were talking about, Wavepunk, in your teammates, knowing they're going to come through and knowing that Joyo can get that 50-50.
Here's Itachi. High in the sky. Seeing they can re-extend the lead. Final minute, a 2-goal game. I wouldn't be confident against Moist. And here comes Rise. Flip reset. Astral takes it away from him, puts it into the corner. And lofts the ball on a pinch. Now Joyo up against Noli. Rise against Itachi. Itachi will connect with Noli upfield, and this extends the play back into Moist's territory. Vatira now through the sky, using all of his boosts just to hover it in the sky. Astral takes it off of his hood, and Itachi going to be able to block Rise. That one should make things much more difficult for Moist here. The time's starting to run out. Still a 2-goal deficit.
And there's precious time on the clock, like we were talking about. This one now popped up over the backboard of Vatira. He's rushing to get this one over to Joyo. It could be a potential shot, but it was met by a 50-50 from Itachi. And that right there might just save them unless the arm slot continues, as it does for Moist.
Rise wins another challenge. It's not over yet. A bump on the Noli. Itachi will close the gap. 9 seconds left back in front of the box. Joyo needs to nail this, and Astro won't even let him get a chance at it. 5 seconds left into the midfield. That'll be the ball game. As the first one going to go to Carmine Corp with a rallying Moist, though. I'm excited for the start game, too.
Exactly, and you can't feel confident if you're Carmine Corp with how that game was ending. I mean, you were dealing with a lot of damage control, trying to recover, get back on the goal line, dealing with shot after shot from Moist Esports right now. And it looks like we do have also a card change from Vatira, which is, I want to say that's very planned, because Vatira, he was having a difficult game here. Not the best mechanical performance we've seen from him right now. Looking at the replays, he was whiffing a couple times off the backboard, then couldn't get the follow-up off the ceiling. So seeing a card change from him, that mentality switch, I'd say it's very on topic right now.
Yeah, no, great move there on the anti-tilt. I mean, you can say even our highlight reel was sort of a Vatira mistake reel.
Don't say it. I knew you were gonna say it.
The poor guy. We watched him whiff twice. I got so yeah, I'm excited to see what he brings out here. And I think that, again, the team was looking very strong there at the end. I think it won't be difficult for him to mentally reset here.
Absolutely. And for Moist Esports, just talking about what's on the line here now for the major. If they win this series over Carmine, they don't necessarily clinch major, but they at least guarantee a tiebreaker series to get to the major. So it's still important and can still be a huge relief off the shoulders, and a huge sigh relief, excuse me, and weight off the shoulders is what I was trying to say. Rise now looking to get something started, but quickly cleared down the other side. Carmine Corp, they're ready, and they're trying to get in formation here to execute.
Vatira, not with the card change, just a decal change.
Oh, okay, even better, even better.
A matte aquamarine situation. National to the outside. Here's Itachi on the wall. Now Joyo. A nice pop over one. Trying to connect with Vatira. Itachi takes it away from him, and a rough bounce. Rise has a dive back onto his backboard to clear this.
It was a good clear, though. Still finding the double tap. Able to get it over into his own corner. Noli looking to add to that mechanical highlight reel that we've seen him hit so many times in this tournament. Joyo, good 50-50s all across the board. And I'm going to be paying attention right now to the boost here, Wayfunk. That was an issue that Moist were struggling with previously. They couldn't get any boost, not able to take the midfield boost pads in particular, but now it doesn't seem like that's the story. Joyo, he just grabbed that midfield boost and he's able to put some kind of opportunity on the net.
There's Rise off the ceiling. Challenging Noli in a surprising dimension here. Vatiri able to dodge one demo and get the block on the aerial challenge. Rise with space. No, Noli takes it away from him. And Rise barely blocks, but Itachi's got the follow-up. Carmine Corp strike first.
The passing back and forth, the give and go here. Noli to Astral, back to Astral, off the backboard, and then Itachi comes in and finishes it off. That was a 3-man passing play. Well done, Carmine.
3:36 left of the clock in game number 2. Moist dropped game number 1, looking to bounce back here, and a nice, the solid shot, a bit high from Joya. Love the aggression. Now Vatira taken to the sky, but demolished before he can make contact, and Astral get behind the ball, lose control of it. Rise knocks it high. Now Rise, another touch. Here's Itachi upfield. Astral's going to reach for this. Doesn't have much boost to work with, though. The threat's enough to get Joy on the air and just make whatever touch he can to take it away from Astral.
Now Vatira is in the air, doesn't find it, and he's dunked again. A painful one from Vatira. He's just taking L's right now. Every time he goes up in the air, it seems like he can't get around a Carmine Corp player.
Oh, that one feels a lot less of a mechanical mistake from Vatira and more just Noli winning the stealing 50-50 challenge, something that I'm sure all the players are drilling, regularly in practice. What a situation, and well done to Noli.
And that's a frustrating one for Vatira. I mean, of all the players to be behind the ball, and with how competitive they are, Vatira is going to feel like it's his fault. I think it's more, like you said, Wave, just a better challenge from Noli and not so much on Vatira's shoulders for that goal. But we'll see how the mentality slips and if it does here for Vatira.
Nice start here. Astral. His touch is not the best. Joyo's looking to dunk Itachi, but Itachi just doesn't touch it. Lets Joyo fly over the sky. Here's Vatira looking for redemption. Blocked on the backboard. Joyo with a miss in the corner, and then Rise's challenge goes neutral. Joyo will quickly pick it up on the half rotation. Vatira with space. He's going to have to be clean here. A demo and Astral will help open up some space. He's got enough boost in the tank to fly and goes for the air bump. It opens the space, and Astral on the ground off the respawn makes the stop, falls back into the midfield.
And I like the idea of going for the bump after tossing that ball into the air. Joyo also got a demo on the play. Physical plays now coming out from Moist Esports. They're hammering the backboard. Still can't find the first goal in this game for Moist Esports. That looked like it might have been it, but a little bit wide. And we'll go back to Joyo to get into the midfield.
Well, I was excited. The 2v1, the double commit from Carmine Corp usually would, at minimum, guarantee them the win on the challenge, and they lost it there. So a lot of space was opened up, but not able to immediately be capitalized on. They've resorted themselves out. Vatira looking to beat Astral. Astral will come out victorious. Rise lofts it in front of the box. Itachi looking for another player, and Joyo not going to read it correctly. Vatira finally winning a challenge. Joyo will keep Noli grounded, and Vatira off the backboard. A miss from the defender. Rise not quite on the side. He didn't have the read off that backboard bounce.
And it was another difficult read here for Rise. You can see he didn't even expect the shot to come out, was just positioning for the pass, so you don't want to blame him for not being able to get the shot, but then down the field, it's going to be another passing play. Carmine Corp, they keep finding each other and threading the needle.
This is a tilting one for Vatira. I think he's so loose.
Oh, man.
And how do you recover in time given Noli's positioning here? Like he makes a positional block. Like his presence forces a bad shot out of the first shooter there, but then he's stranded to do anything about the second one. And that's so tilting when you know you're doing the right thing and it's still not working.
Yeah, and that shot too was so close to going in, and Vatira, he anticipated some shot on net. Like you said, a lot of these situations, like, yes, we saw a rough first game from Vatira, but now in game 2, it doesn't feel like these are his fault necessarily. He's just caught in a really sticky situation after his teammates really extend on offense.
And then there's something to be said. I mean, with 39 seconds left, down by 3, this game's feeling pretty confidently in another Carmine Corp win here. And
do we see a timeout, though? That's the question.
I think it'd be wise. We'll see.
Wait.
Blocked by Astral. I think this is kind of a perfect recipe for disaster here for Vatira, with game 1 being sloppy on his end, game 2 being a victim of difficult circumstances. But there is something to be said for your team ending up in those circumstances in the first place. Like the fact that he's finding himself in these weird spots in the midfield, or especially in the back third, means something's breaking down in front of him. That as a team, they're struggling. Rise will get one here in garbage time, and hopefully that will help reset the morale.
Yeah, it's still nice to get one, like you said, to reset the morale and get one for the road. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. There should not be a situation where Vatira is left in a 1v2, potentially even a 1v3 with one of the goals from Carmine Corp. Slower to rotate back is Joyo and Rise. I see Joyo go for a lot of demos on offense where he wants to push up, be super aggressive, and he's connecting on demos, but then it seems like the passing and the control isn't as planned out. Like if you've got somebody like Joyo or Rise being more aggressive, you need to go for more dribbles, give them time to get back. And it feels like they're just clanging the ball constantly, keeping the pace up. I'd like to see them slow it down. And it does seem like we do. And yes, we do, in fact, have a timeout for Moist. We'll see what they have to fix up now going into the next game.
Yeah, I love seeing. So last time in the reverse sweep, I think it was Joyo needed to use the restroom, and so they called a timeout. We come to their cameras, and they're not talking.
He's just gone. He's just
gone, and they're just kind of like waiting for him to get back here. Full time to fully reset. Meanwhile, there was a lot of smiles from Carmine Corp on the other side of on their cameras there at the end of the game here. They're feeling just fine, but you can see I love seeing the coach here as well, not taking this time idly, not saying like, we got this, let's keep going. He understands the other team is looking for the counterplay. They're adapting right now to Carmine Corp, so he's doing his best to prepare his team for what he expects is coming.
Well, and I think that says a lot about Astral as a player too. Like I've seen so many, whether it's memes or people just talking throughout the community, hyping up Carmine Corp because they're seeing happiness and pure, genuine joy and emotion out of Astral for the first time in what feels like forever. And even whenever they're losing, he's still showing that emotion, which is a huge thing. I can't stress it enough. Rocket League, it's the easiest thing to get inside of your head as a competitive player, and that's why I'm feeling a bit worried for Vatira. He's been caught in rough situations, and even when it's not his fault, with how competitive these players are and how competitive the game itself is, you are going to blame yourself no matter what. That's a typical thing for these players with how hard they are on themselves. So that's why I'm worried. But if you've got an atmosphere like Astral does right now, where it's lighthearted, you're smiling across the board, that can be huge to not get tilted in a series that's this important.
Yeah, no, it is such a, I don't know. You just got the reverse sweep yesterday. A reminder: Moist Esports leads the league in reverse sweeps across best of fives and best of sevens. They also have a 35-9 record when they are on match point, which is a ridiculous, a unbeatable stat in many ways, because you have to get to match point to beat them. So like at this point, the funny part is Carmine Corp has not even unlocked the final form of Moist in this match. They have to defeat them again on match point to really feel like they've won the series. As dumb of a sentence as that is to say.
Oh my goodness.
What is going on?
What is happening? I'm not gonna lie, I was just looking at the boost meters and I'm like, everybody's rotating, everybody's fine, and then Rise just
that's amazing.
Flipping past the clear. There's nothing else we could say. You can't butter up that mistake anymore. That was just a whiff.
But also, Stumpy Goblin, wherever he is rejoicing over the beautiful doink he just saw. Here's Noli off the backboard. Past Joyo. Joyo switching to Fennec, I believe, if I saw that correctly. Okay. Yes, so a card change for him as well. It looks like another decal change for Vatira there. Working through their anti-tilt flow charts.
Well, and they're aware of it as well, which is nice. So seeing the card change, you would never know. A card change, a decal change, something so small can make such a big impact. But with how this game started, you're already off to a bit of a rough start.
Oh, Vatira and Joyo there double committing out of goal. But lucky for them, all of Carmine Corp was rotating back onto their half, so it's not going to matter. But yeah, those anti-tilt mechanics, you got to have ways to kind of deflect that. What you were talking about, blaming yourself for the mistake, even if it wasn't really your fault. If you can blame the car, if you can blame the decal, genuinely, that's an edge you're gaining in the game. So
absolutely.
So we'll see the players continue to make those cycles.
Oh no! And now Joyo bumped Rise in the rotation. Something is not connecting for these three players. Moist Esports. I don't know whether it's the communication, maybe just having a different understanding of how they want to play against Carmine Corp, but things need to get picked up. Otherwise, they might look at another reverse sweep, but there's plenty of time in this game. No need to jump to conclusions here.
Here's Rise. Drop it into Joyo. He's got some space. Keeps it on his hood, but Astral just tackles. Back to the box. Back to midfield, rather. Here's Astral. A bit of a stutter step from Carmine Corp, and Rise will have time to tackle here in front of his box. Now Itachi out of the corner. Here's Rise looking for him. Not going to make contact. Itachi drives up to midfield.
Looks like Carmine Corp are staying close to each other whenever they're moving out on offense. Shadow defense coming into play here for them. A big clear downfield as well. And they're winning challenges, moving forward. Nothing too, spectacular about this play from Carmine. Just very consistent with the fundamentals, Wave.
I'm just imagining a situation where this game ends at 1-0 and that doink mistake goal.
That's it. Yeah.
What decides this in the match?
There's no way. There's no way, right? Right?
No. We got half a game left to play. It'll be fine. There's Joyo to Rise. Infield pass read by Itachi, and a demo on Nolio opens up some space. Itachi to clear to the outside, not give Moist any opportunities to shoot.
Oh, man.
What was a very open net. Off the ceiling, Astral.
Oh, and he got
drop his
bumped.
flip reset, uses it. No, just looks at Joyo, but Joyo managing to block it enough to the outside. Not going to happen just yet. Here's Itachi on a follow-up. Gonna need some help. Only trying to bump Joyo.
Oh,
but
my.
getting demolished his way out. Double demolition. Can Rise find the shot? Should be pretty open, but no, the respawn flights will block things for Carmine Corp.
And it didn't seem like Moist were ready to capitalize. The double demo on the play, but whenever it came down to the dribble, there were no openings. And speaking of openings, things have finally happened here for Moist Esports on offense, and they found the opening and defense they've been hunting for.
A bit of a pile of players from Carmine Corp on the side. And then a wonderful pass there from Vatira to keep that ball just very slowly, easily readable to cross the net for Joyo. And just and simple successes, simple victories like that for Vatira, I think are going to play off dividends for getting his confidence back under him, and so he does unlock the player we've seen so many times.
Yeah, it's huge here for them. Joyo in the corner, winning 50-50s. Vatira getting more aggressive. A pass in the midfield. It was very predictable, but still winning the challenge is Rise.
Wow, and he puts it across the box. Here's Joyo onto an open net. He pulled all the goalies to the outside. It was loose, and now they've got the lead.
And I'm just amazed at the speed from Rise to throw this ball back in the midfield. And not only did he win the challenge initially to take that ball into the corner, but he kept fighting at it, Wavepunk, to get another opportunity for his teammates.
Oh, one thing Johnny pointed out as a turning point in yesterday's reverse sweep was the chaos that Moist Esports decided to just go back to. We've seen this team be able to play with the crazy situations. What if we just went for the absolutely nuts shot? They're not going to be ready for the rotation. They're not going to prepare to defend this style of ridiculousness that leaves openings on our field. It definitely leaves us in a vulnerable place. But as long as we're able to react to it better than they are, we're going to find a lead. Rise is going to extend it to 2 here. Gets to the outside. 3-1, Moist Esports.
And you're talking about being unpredictable. And look at this challenge. Here comes Rise from across the field. The third man from Carmine Corp didn't even see him come across. And Rise, the beautiful timing to get that challenge win and have a free net to shoot at.
What a challenge, too. He lands after the challenge at Supersonic. If he's not going Supersonic immediately, I don't think he catches the ball enough to be able to tuck it around that tight angle that he had to hit.
Oh, what is this?
Now on the other end, Vatira puts it in.
Oh.
They're falling apart, man.
Look at this. Wave, look at this clear. The flip reset into a clear. I can't even explain how you go about defending that. There's literally no defending that. You don't expect it. He flips into the flip reset, Wavepunk. If you're a defender, you think he's flipping to get the clear, but instead he's flipping to get the reset. That's unbelievable.
It is such a, and it's, oh wow, okay. Oh my goodness. What is happening? And Vatira's gonna make the save.
And
no
it's
way.
not it. Okay.
That is bananas. We are seeing some crazy Rocket League here, chat. But what you're talking about, like where he's flips into the flip reset, I wonder how many players on the pitch, including him, knew, I've got a flip reset here.
Did he know he was going to get the flip reset? I hope so, but that's what makes it that much better.
Oh, yeah, so the second one is it's so disguised, it's so camouflaged, difficult to find. Yeah. What a touch. Not going to matter in the end here. Up by 3 with 4 seconds left. Vatira trying to play it down the field. And we will see Moist Esports in game 3 finally get on the scoreboard. No sweepage happening in any way, shape, or form in this match. And we've got a ball game.
That's such a big relief for Moist Esports, not having to get another best of 7 reverse sweep. Of course, we know that they could do it, but the fact that they have one extra life against Carmine and can slip up one time, that's got to be huge. But I want to see that clear again one more time. I'm still obsessed right now about the mechanics because that's what Moist needed. It was actually perfect timing because you just alluded and discussed about that with your point, Wavepunk, where you were discussing Moist need chaos. They simply need chaos. And there it is, the clear. He flips into the flip reset. You don't expect that. That's where Moist shined the best.
That was wild. A wild situation. And a weirdly analogous moment here, story to what happened yesterday against Endpoint, where Moist takes a timeout. The first few minutes of the following game look horrible. It looks like it's the same. It's like, this is not, the timeout did nothing. And then the back half of the game, reminder, at halftime, I was like, what if this game ends 1-0 with that simple doink shot being the only goal that ends? The game ended at 4-1. They scored all 4 of those goals in the second half of the game. So Moist Esports, watch out here in game 4.
Yep, and while we haven't seen, I'd say, as good solo plays out of Carmine Corp, I definitely think the passing plays and their ability to use each other is on another level compared to Moist Esports. Carmine Corp are finding passes, and speak of passes, check this one out here from Carmine Corp. In the corner, slots this one into the midfield, and Astral's able to recover off the backboard to get it out to Itachi.
He has to like win a challenge in the corner, and then like he moves over the ball and then glues himself to the wall, so the ball has to hit his car and bounce outwards for the pass. What a play. Astral, so brilliant.
And he was actually reversed on the backboard. So either he had to be reversing in that instance, or he was power sliding to keep that momentum going down the backboard. There's so many layers to that pass. As I don't want to say simple as it looked, it wasn't anything flashy, but the mechanics had to have been high level.
I just love physics-based esports. It's such a good game. Here's Vatira in the midfield. Taking it to this guy. Itachi's going to block him, just follows him wheel to wheel. He gets a block on Joyo, too. Well done, Itachi, but he's got to deal with Rise now. Astral on the backboard will handle Rise, and Noli, the third man, now advancing on to offense. And Astral and Noli on top of each other, but Astral still manages to emerge with control. What a way to ground himself, make it not matter.
Noli, he was going for that flip reset. I thought he was going to get it. I'm so excited. Every time I see Carmine Corp move out on offense, they're positioning themselves in perfect passing opportunities, passing lanes. Here comes Joyo.
I love this. He takes in the front. Rise gives him the pass, and then he beats Astral. And I love that he just forces Nolly to play his best Rocket League. He says, I'm just going to blast this to the corner. I'm not going to try and mind game you. I'm not going to try and make this fancy. I'm just going to bet that I can shoot faster than you can fly. Yeah, he was right. Nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. Just one big shot into the top corner. I mean, fundamental Rocket League always works, Wave. It is. 3:35. Tie game. Satachi. Off the corner. Use all of his boost to get to the ball. He's got nothing left for the double tap. Matira off the wall. Soft touch pass. Noli Joyo on the outside. Cranks to the backboard. It's just wide of the net. Here's Rise up. Misses the ball. Itachi and Astral buckle on top of each other. Joyo bumps Astral off the ball. Matira will have a bit of space here. Blasts to the sky. Follows it up himself. Using the walls to pass. And now the disseparation. Here's Joyo. Not going to make the shot through Astral. All 3 of them from Carmine Corp in the same spot. Looking a bit shaky with their positioning, but now they've spaced out and recovered nicely, which is what you want to see from Carmine Corp. They were put in a scary situation. Astral's looking for bumps, and I'm curious, who's going to be the player now that fills that same role that Joyo does on Moist Esports? We've seen Joyo be aggressive, get demos, stay downfield, and try to be harassing a lot of the defensive plays. Who's going to do that for Carmine Corp? Is it going to be Astral? Is he the player who's stepping up? Because right now I'm not seeing anybody take initiative to be aggressive. Just crossed halftime. Tie game. Moist looking to tie the series. On the outside, Joyo. Launches it to the corner, Noli. We'll get it past Vatira. Now Rise. Up to Vatira. Back down to Rise, but just wide of the box. Love the way they drew it up. Joyo the Rise bumps into Astral, still makes the touch back to Joyo. In the corner, a neutral challenge. Vatira's looking at it, but Tachi's already airborne. He'll flip out of it, leave it for Rise. What a call. And they'll stay on offense. Yeah, but look at the recovery out of Carmine Corp.
They're stepping on each other's toes or getting bumped, but still found a way to get back in position and keep this game tied up with.
They're there. Rise off the backboard, makes the second stop. Itachi's got an open net to shoot at, and he was able to slot it between the defenders. They couldn't quite read what he was doing. Carmine Corp back on top.
I actually think this was one of the best shots you could go for off the crossbar because it was getting saved. If that doesn't touch the crossbar, it's getting saved. 2 players pre-jumped out of Moist Esports. It would have been knocked out, but the crossbar, that's the MVP of the shot.
It just keeps it just shallow enough on the goal line to where the defenders missed, and then it rolls in under them. What a play.
That's
Carmine Corp back on top. 1:30 left to go. Joyo extends to midfield. Tachi outside. Astro looking for a back pass here. Just looking to break up the touch from Moist, and it will work. Here's Carmine now. Astro on the backboard. Back in front of the box. Tira to Itachi. Astro looks for the bump on Rise. Doesn't find him. Rise clears. Now Noli into the corner. Through 2 players. Passes out to Itachi. Runs into Rise. Challenge won by Moist, but Noli onto the backboard. Now Batira on the side. Astral gets it through him. Final minute of game 4. A win here from Carmine Corp puts him on match point.
Oh no, double commit though from Rise. This is an opportunity for Astral. A big shot on net, but it's saved from Batira, keeping them within 1 to avoid match point. They have a chance. 1 goal is all they need, but they've got 40 seconds to do it.
Astral on the side. Here's Joyo. Pass 1. Now to the sky. He's out of boost. It's going towards the box. Batira takes away from Noli. Rise with lots of space here, but he had to adjust to the bounce off the backboard. And now he's out of boost. 23 seconds left. 1 goal game. Joyo launches. Here's Rise.
Okay, it's a chance.
Noli off the backboard with space. To Itachi. Now Batira onto the backboard. Astral's reaching for this. Doesn't make the touch. Rise into the corner. Needs to find Joyo. Doesn't find contact at all. Joyo lost it back to Rise. Broken up by Noli. Carmine Corp put him on match point.
Here we go. Here we go. Another match point for Carmine Corp. Now is their chance to ice up and close this out. But of course, they've got to do it against Moist Esports, who don't have to get a reverse sweep in a best of 7, but more or less a reverse sweep as if this was a best of 5, 3 in a row. Can they do it? They look decent in this game, but it feels like there's something missing, right, Waypunk? There's some special element that we're not getting out of Moist that we're so used to having.
I think it's. I wish it was some special silver bullet X juice, and I think it's just the simpleness of like ball contact, the challenges, the 1v1s in the midfield, and especially when there's not even a 1v1, not even the face of adversity, just by themselves with the ball. The quality of the touch from Moist is just less than it's been previously. We've been seeing it from Batira quite a bit. We're seeing it, and we saw Batira also back out to get another card change. It looks like it's just a decal this time. I keep waiting for him to ditch the Fennec this match and just see what happens. But here's the problem, though, Turtle. They've unlocked Moist's trap card. Moist is now on match point.
Right.
35-9 in this tournament.
Is this the final form, Moist? So this is the true testament, the true moment where we see K-Corp. Can their defense continue to recover the way they have? Because that's all I've been seeing is they're put under pressure. Sometimes they'll fall short to that chaos that Moist are causing on the field, but for the most part, they can recover and get back into position so quickly after a mistake comes out when there's a double commit. And I think that's what's making Moist so frustrated. They think that they've got him. They think that they've exposed some aspect where there's a double commit or maybe a defensive mistake in the rotation. But with how fast K-Corp can get back in rotation, it doesn't seem like that is going to be simple enough to get a goal.
It feels like such an idiotic statement to make, but until you beat Moist on match point, you haven't really beaten them. Like, that's how all matches work, but it means it is more true about Moist than it is about any other team. That this is when they play their best. Carmine Corp have their work cut out for them. And I feel I'm less confident in a team that's on match point than I have been all season at this point.
On match point with a 2-game lead.
Yeah, it's like it almost doesn't matter how much your lead is either. Like, you just got to, if you can put the last goal in and on match point, good job. You found a way through Moist. Here comes Joyo looking for the lead. He finds the block on the corner.
It was perfect timing for that shot to come out too, because this is the final four Moist that we're going to see. Better shots, better mechanics, but maybe even better shots coming out of K-Corp. as that one barely missed and is just in time saved. Here's Vatira on the rotation outward, doesn't find the touch and can't get the 50-50.
Joyo to the sky. Noli to challenge him. And it's off the crossbar. Vatira will extend it back to midfield. Rise now trying to take control here. Loses to Astral, but Vatira will cover it up. Rise looking for demos. Not going to find anything. Itachi off the back wall. And now Astral lofted in front of the box. Seen a lot of resources being spent by Carmine Corp to get the ball kind of nowhere. And now Joyo with an opportunity. Doesn't spot it. Vatira trying to pass it back to Rise, but Noli will connect to Astral. Rise trying to challenge him, keep this ball in the orange. Vatira's up for it. A soft touch that will give the ball more to Itachi than to anything else here. Approaching halftime, neither team's found the back of the net.
We almost just saw one of the most insane passes from Vatira. And speaking of the devil, here comes Vatira off the backboard, almost hit the double tap. You were right, Wave. The mechanics, this is a different Moist, but K-Corp, they are dealing with it rather easily. They haven't been super stressed out, but then hold on, here's a double commit. This could lead to something. And a demo as well.
Oh!
Shot from Joyo. It looked like he was going for the pass instead of the double tap.
It was not a very solid shot and gave the retreating defense the opportunity to clear it. Carmine Corp's not going to miss. And now a demolition on the other side. Carmine Corp with an opportunity. Tear to the outside. Astral turns on this. Lots of space. Sends it high. Another miss on the wall. The one player I feel like that's been pretty consistent this match has been Rise, and here all of a sudden in game 5, that's the second whiff I've seen from him by himself.
Well, it's kind of swapped places here with Vatira. I think Vatira looks outstanding in this game and might be the MVP to clutch things up to keep them alive if they do take this win. K-Corp, the defense standing strong.
This has been a stalwart defense, but finally they'll find a way through at the top of the box. It's Moist with the lead.
And this is surprising because of how close K-Corp were to each other, but it's kind of catching them off guard. Nolly was so close to Astro on that 50-50, just ran into the ball and ended up passing it for Moist.
Yeah, no, you mentioned like how close they are to each other. That tight positioning does create pinball effects like that. And this one, disastrous for Carmine Corp. They'll drop the first goal. They've dropped the lead before, though, in this series, and still come back to get the win. So keep an eye.
Yeah.
There's Nolan to the outside. Now the Joyo takes the sky. Got both players backwards off the backboard for free. Leaves it for Vatira instead, who tries to double tap it, but a little bit mispositioned. And then Rise wins a challenge, a beautiful one. And Astral's got to work hard here in the corner. No boost. And now some space earned, though.
1v2.
The rest of Moist was rotating on the far side of the pitch. Astral's challenge. It's good. Rise resets, but doesn't find a way to use it. Back to the ball. Now extending the ball on the ceiling. Here's Vatira to the backboard once more. Rough touch from Carmine Corp. Itachi's got to bail it out. Noli versus Rise. From the midfield. Can he get it past him? To the outside. Gets the bump on him. Ties the game.
Nolly coming up clutch. It's a 1v1 moment. Nolly and Rise in the ring, and Nolly comes up with a huge uppercut, knocks him out of the goal, and gets the goal, or secures the shot, rather.
Yeah, man, what a bump, too. He didn't even really bump him that hard, but it was just enough to tie the game. Take advantage of the situation. Rise looking for revenge on the other side. Gets it lofted in the air, and Doyle was there. What an aggressive attack. He had to be in the air so early. Vatira now. Blocked. Joyo turning it around. 30 seconds left. We have yet to go to overtime between these two teams. Tied up right now in the final 30. Joyo passed one.
Oh, rule one? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Thought about it.
It's ruined.
I couldn't tell who broke it.
I couldn't either.
The karma's coming on whoever it was. Here's Rise. Vatira to the outside. 6 seconds left. Astral to the outside.
Back to Astral. The
Carmine Corp. Astral looking for the win. Dropped into the box for Itachi. Blocked by Vatira. Time's expired. Noli keeps it alive. Just sends one more to the goal. Rise will clear it away. Vatira's up for this one, and this one should go into the dirt. No, Itachi.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Ballsy, and they get punished for it. Rise puts it in. What is happening?
Why? Why would you do this, Itachi? You're the last man back. You've got the whole Moist army to fight through. You keep it up, and it ends up plaguing you instead.
My goodness. This has been happening a lot this split. I feel like in the spring split, every team's like, no overtimes, never overtime, always play for it in regulation. But it bites them like this. What a touch. What a play from Rise. Both goals here in the game for Moist Esports as they get a win and a timeout for Carmine Corp. They want to not. Let's get off the tilt for a second.
Dude, That is, yeah, I can't even get over how frustrating that must be. I mean, you keep it up. And I don't want to say it was the most ridiculous play for Itachi because he did have space. He was the last man back.
Yeah.
Of course, he had all 3 players from Moist right in front of him. So initially, it seems scary. But he's the last man back. He had space. One big flick above the net or above the defenders that you're facing could be beneficial. But why would you want to risk it against Moist Esports who are proven to be so icy in the final wave?
Yeah. No, that was I think play. It's so easy for us to sit here and say, oh, the clear best play was to play for overtime. But I don't know, when you get they got I think 2 shots at 0 seconds. They got 2 good looks at it, and then the booming clear from Moist comes through the other way. I think the textbook says drop it, put it on the ground, go to overtime, reset it. Get the free space.
And we just got an interesting stat too. That's apparently Rise's 7th 0-second goal this season to tie or win a game, and that's out of 8 that have happened for Moist. So Rise, when it comes to 0 seconds, you don't want to see him have the ball if you're K-Corp. That's the last player you want with possession.
And again, it's just another one of the
absurd stat.
Absurd is the right word for every stat that they have here. I mean, we've received their stats from just in this tournament for Moist. Games 1 through 3, they have a 26% win rate. Games 4 through 7, an 87% win rate. It doesn't make sense that you play poorly at the start and then play better at the end when theoretically the pressure is always harder. Here again, look at this bump from Noli. Gotta love that 1v1. But ultimately here at the end, that challenge just goes disastrously, and Rise, one touch from control from the 50. The 50-50 is also the shot off the crossbar. What a play.
And this is the ultimate test for K-Corp, Wavepunk. We talked about their mentality, how Astro looks the happiest he's ever been on a team. This is his moment to prove that they as a team can recover, can bounce back. They're up against the heroes who always do it, who always get the clutch goal, Moist Esports. They just secured a 0-second game winner. But how do K-Corp bounce back? That's the question.
Does the timeout have an effect? A double commit that's bad. Joyo he's able to do just enough to keep it away. The double commit doesn't get fully punished, but they're still struggling to recover here and finally get it across the midfield line. Astral against Rise. Rise will win this one, and now Moist Esports stabilizing. On the outside, there's Joyo. Second man right now with Rise in front. Up to Vatira. What an extension. Itachi off the backboard. Oh, and the touch from Rise. Not the strongest follow, but I don't think he expected to get a shot there.
Might not have expected the bounce down as well from the crossbar. Difficult read. We've got 2 players of Moist in the same spot. Vatira waiting for the 50-50. Rise instead decides to take his time. And now Astral, a 1v1 situation from Joyo. They've done it before, and Joyo comes out this time on top.
The 1v1 battles continue to be spicy here. And what happened? I think Vatira was maybe looking for the block or for the bump on the goalie, but ended up kind of clearing it himself. Will stay scoreless in game 6.
It looked like he was going in, like you said, for the bumper. Maybe tried to deflect the ball too. Could have been beneficial, but this is around Astro. It's free. You just got to slot it away, but Tira's able to do it. 1-0 for Moist.
They find the opening. They catch everyone from Carmine Corp up at midfield. Look at all 3 players right there in front of you. And Vatira, once he's past the back line, not going to be a problem. Itachi can't possibly get back there in time. Moist Esports with the lead in game 6.
What do we see off the kickoff for K-Corp? Early cheat from Noli. They've been so powerful on those kickoffs. You remember back to the earlier parts of the game. That's what helped them get in the lead quickly. Astral is able to win the challenge. Not able to get the follow-up, but Noli's here. And the defense, I'd say, looks more organized from Moist Esports. We're not seeing any mechanical issues, Wavepunk, that we did get glimpses of in the first few parts of the series.
As Astral follows here to Noli. Joyo punted high. Followed up himself, just going to glue this ball to the ceiling, force anyone from Carmine Corp to come up and challenge him. Itachi got demoed, but Astral on the goal line makes the stop. Vatira tumbling it back in, and Moist Esports looking spicy, rises up for it. Astral will get it away from him. Can he get a second touch? He does, and Itachi will connect with it as well. Creative passing from Carmine Corp to get themselves out of defense.
But Joyo's got full boost in the backfield, gets demoed. Noli taking him out. Huge play there, especially with how much boost Joyo had.
Got incinerated. No more boost now.
No more.
Here's Joyo to the sky. He found some more. Wow, and connecting with Vatira. No, Noli breaks up the pass. Rise to Vatira. Back to Rise. Sends it to the goal. Itachi makes the stop. Noli with a miss in the midfield. Vatira's going to look for round 2. He's got Joyo behind him. Joyo now up for it. And Astral is incredible. Off the ceiling. Falling makes the stop.
And he had the shot, I believe. He was able to get that one on target, had the speed, Rise a backflip in the defensive half. Going to be recovered from Vatira. A bit of a stalemate. 2 minutes left. We've been seeing good glimpses and good moments from K-Corp, but nothing spectacular enough to break down the goal line defense of Moist Esports.
Noli demolished. Vatira trying to challenge off the wall. Not going to quite get there. And Joyo's touch a bit soft. Passes in the midfield. Rise up on the outside. Joyo and Vatira. Coming through here, Noli versus 1. He gets the defender down and tie the game. Look, love the way they set this up.
Oh, and it's all about the slow shot. Look at Noli and the patience on this one. He lets Joyo come across, and Noli actually hit the brakes. If you watch that replay back again, you can see Noli stop ever so slightly to make sure that ball gets around Joyo and doesn't have any contact with the defender.
Here's Joyo. Pass 1. Noli. Put it high, Rise to chase it down, and then just pirouette in the sky to hold onto the ball for Vatira. 1:22 on the clock, and a tie game. Moist trying to force game 7. They'll drop it to Rise. Oh, 2 good defenders, and then they're getting tangled up on the back wall. It's all up to Vatira here, and he's backwards, but a demo from Rise relieves so much pressure. And now Joyo able to connect back to Vatira. Vatira actually left Rise. By Rise. Too many threats here. Astral's touch not great. This is going to drop. Vatira extends it back in front of the box. Joyo's looking for it, but blocked by Itachi. Way to keep his head in the game, recognize where the shot was coming from, and get to the point of contact.
And that was so weird from Joyo. He was so far back as the third man. The ball was floating in front of the net for so long, and for whatever reason, Joyo didn't want to get aggressive. Maybe match point jitters coming out here from Moist Esports, as rare as it can be. Joyo didn't want to get aggressive and take that risk.
Vatira's backwards in front of the net.
Oh no.
Joyo will have to cross the net to keep his team alive. Here's Vatira. He drops this, runs into Itachi and clears it to the corner. Rise and Joyo advancing on the left side. Joyo now around the corner. Finds a block. Vatira's up for it, but Noli had the read. And now extending to Itachi. Rise in the corner. 1v1. Blocked across. Vatira's got to clear this. Up to Rise. 10 seconds left. Got Astral back. Can he hit the brakes on him? 7 seconds. Lofted high. Can anyone get up in time? Itachi's going to be the first one there, and he's the only one there. Joyo's up for a block. What a read. We will finally go to overtime. A goal for Carmine Corp. Wins the match. A goal for Moist forces game 7.
But I don't think Moist, they can't stay as passive as they have been. Joyo, whoever's that third man, needs to push up more. It's the only shot they've got. And Itachi over 1. Vatira gets the save. It's on the goal line, but everybody is getting in front of this ball and keeping Moist Esports in the game.
Noli off the wall. After a stalwart defense, they're going to have to find it again.
Vatira.
And he's going to stall out Itachi in the sky. But this is going to be rough because they kind of fell at the same speed. Itachi actually manages to collect the ball afterwards. Now Joyo to the sky. Lots of space. Sends it to the backboard. And Astral already there. Clears it to the outside. Vatira trying to wave dash on the screen. This is in! This is in! What happened?
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding. What is this free net? This ball wasn't even on target. Astral and Itachi getting mixed up. It was Astral who should have left it. Wave. Why are we going to game 7? I'm hyped about it, but we shouldn't be going to game 7 right now.
This is a collapse right now.
Oh my gosh.
Here, Shogun loves to talk about the bottle jobs. And let me be clear, Carmine Corp has not bottled anything just yet. They still got one more game to get through here. But there's a point at which are the teams that Moist plays having bottle jobs, or is Moist just a bottling company? Do they just that they force it out of the teams they play?
I definitely think there's an argument to be made where Moist and their play style makes teams panic and get in uncomfortable situations, right? And K-Corp, they've been doing this all series long where they're too close to each other. The defensive rotations, they're on top of each other. And it's benefited them sometimes whenever Moist Esports would go for a 50-50. There's a player from K-Corp literally within 4 feet to go in for the follow-up. But in instances like that, the communication has to be perfect or else everything just crashes down. And that's the reason why we're going to game 7.
Game 7 here again, and Rise again, the player last to put the pressure on them.
Was that even Rise's like?
It's
do we
an
even
own
credit
goal.
That's a Rise. Come on, bro.
It's not him, but he put the pressure on. He was the last player
true.
there. Okay,
It's true.
He gets credit for the goal. And Game 7, folks, win this one. You face Liquid in the lower finals.
I'm worried. I'm worried about Astral. I started out worried about Vatira, and now things have completely shifted to Astral. How is this mental game? Is he frustrated? Obviously, you're frustrated after the last goal. It was on him. He made the mistake, Punk. He needs his teammates and the coach, of course, to hype him back up and get him back in this game.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, my gosh. Oh, they barely don't get the second shot. What a stop from Itachi, careening across the net. I thought Joyo's first touch actually was going to just barely drop into the corner. Astral having to sit and watch. He realized his car was perfectly positioned to receive the ball. Now through 2. Rise won't get through the 3rd. Noli does stand strong, and now on the backboard, he has to deal with Joyo. Noli not going to be perturbed. Oh, no. Rise has
he's got a flip.
He's got a flip. He's got a flip reset across the field of Vatira. The pressure from Moist intense in the first minute. The separation off the wall. Joyo's not going to read it yet. Oh, Itachi pushes it high, and Rise will receive it now. All the boosts received, but flip reset on the backboard. Just enough. Into the box again, and Itachi's there. Oh, they're so trapped. Carmine Corp, they're not even moving. They're not even chasing the ball.
And Wave, it makes so much sense now that we're seeing K-Corp step over each other in rotations. Because of this pressure that they have to deal with, they are on barely any boost and have barely any boost to work with. So because of that, you need to stay close to your teammates. And if you're staying close to your teammates, the communication, like I said, needs to be spot on. It has not been flawless, and that's the reason why we see some of those mistakes come out. However, in Game 7, it seems like they've been flawless with the communication. They're still tied up, but of course, there's a lot of pressure to deal with. We almost saw another mistake as that one almost an own goal, but it bounces off the backboard.
I think it might have been a save. I think there's a chance that was in before his touch, but man, a close one here. And I will say the thing that Carmine Corp fans can really hold on to is
1v1.
Crazy 2 minutes here. Itachi puts it high. Joyo will get one block. They're needing some follow-up. Nope, Noli's there. And it is Carmine Corp now with the lead.
And you don't want to blame Joyo in this situation. It was Vatira on the dribble, and Rise pushed all the way up. That man was not rotating back in time. Joyo, credit to him for getting the first touch, but with the inability to put it into the corner, you're pretty much over with on defense.
But what I was going to say for the Carmine Corp fans is the first 2 minutes completely dominated on offense by Moist Esports, and yet still a 0 next to their name. They did not find the back of the net. And now Carmine Corp with precision able to get to the other end, capitalize on one mistake, force the 1 goal in, and they've got the lead. Can they hold on to it? A nice pass out to Rise. He takes it to the sky. He's got a full tank of boost here. Noli's going to the sky to try and block him. They get it onto the backboard. He'll look to pass it out, but Noli covers him up. Now Vatira looking for Joyo. Off the ceiling. Itachi's going to have the speed on the ball. It's into the box. Joyo didn't think it would make it there. He wasn't ready for the shot. And this one's so close to the goal. I thought Rise wasn't going to make it.
Oh, man, I wasn't even scared, okay? I was on his camera. I knew he was going for the dribble. It was risky, but it was worth it. Noli getting demoed, taken out the field by Rise. Astral able to get some shot and some contact, but it is blocked again by Rise. Good defense on both sides, but it's Moist Esports who are trailing by 1 goal. They've got just about 2 minutes to even the scoreline. Wade, can they do it?
But what a challenge. And Joyo's upfield already. Noli suddenly finds himself from 3rd man to 1st man. Vatira through 1. Back down Astral to the corner. Clear from Vatira. Itachi. Laying it high. Rise now connected with Vatira. Just
off the
cranks
backboard.
it to the backboard. Astral responds in kind. Drops it to Itachi's nose.
Ooh. Look at how close K-Corp are to each other on the positioning, Wavepunk. They are right on top of each other, which is a benefit in moments where Moist Esports are winning 50-50s. But you got to wonder, do we see another mistake? Do we see another defensive blunder come out? Or do they stay rock solid for the rest of Game 7? We'll have to find out.
Oh, an opening, but covered up by Astral. Noli in the corner takes an extra curve to gain control of the ball, but does so. Now Itachi demolished. The demo starting to become more and more strong and thick from Moist Esports. The final minute, though. Can they find the goal? Rise in the cherry pick. He's got Joyo to work with. Off the backboard, Noli will find the stop. The first touch is so strong over and over again here from Moist.
Yeah, they keep knocking on the door. There's opportunities, but with this defense and the ability for specifically Noli to read where these players from Moist want to go in the air, it's going to be so challenging to get past that goal line. 33 seconds left. Tournament life on the line for Moist Esports. They need one to keep themselves alive.
The outside, Vatir's chasing this one. He's got to get out of here quickly. Somehow manages to regain control of his car. Now to Rise. Ball stalled in the midfield. Vatir is up for this one. Terrible read. Completely flies under the ball. Here's Joyo now. On the ground. 14 seconds left. Rise on the backboard. To carry it off. Final 10. Can Carmine Corp stand in the face of all the stats to support Moist? Joyo off the wall, 3 seconds left. Noli into the ground. Itachi, it's lined and lofted. Who's up for it? There's Vatira. Asper's there to keep it on the backboard. Joyo, Rise flying in. No, not going to make it. Carmine Corp stave off the upset and advance to the lower finals.
Oh, and the kings of clutch, Moist Esports, they've been dethroned by K-Corp in their favorite element 2. Game 7 taken down. K-Corp are able to adjust, adapt, and recover. A incredible series for both teams, but hats off to the defense of K-Corp. They were able to sustain so much pressure in that Game 7.
What a play. What a situation. And so it is so easy, especially with, if you think back to the final goal, the overtime goal of Game 6, the tilt factor to fight that off and then go into the decisive Game 7. Carmine Corp, the ice in their veins, finally able to stave off Moist, who just are straight ice cubes at this point.
I mean, to make that mistake from Astral and to come back out into Game 7 and still perform was massive. And I think that a lot of players, if you had seen that mistake, already counted K-Corp out because they expected a tilt from Astral. They expected a issue to continue on and for them to continue bleeding from that previous mistake, but they were able to put a band-aid on it, stop whatever was bleeding, heal the wound, and go back and clutch it up in Game 7.
Yeah, man, what a time. We will have to wait for the battle for buoyancy, the Liquid versus Moist rematch. Will have to come some other time. Yeah. We've got Moist now out of the tournament. I think top 4 finish for them here. Well done. But we got Liquid taking on Carmine Corp next. The winner faces off against BDS in the finals. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Championship Sunday of the Tour de Rocket League. I am Leaf. Greg is here. Stacks and Daz joining us as well. We got to talk about this last one because it was close. It looked like Moist was about to do it again. Daz, Carmine Corp looked like they were starting to falter, maybe a little bit on the mental. Talk to me.
Yeah, you know, for Moist, it was, I don't know why they keep doing this to their fans, okay? They always do this where, okay, if the other team looks like they've been doing really well, and then Moist start coming back, and I like, once I saw Carmine Corp put it on match point and they didn't win, I said, okay, it's going 7 games. Carmine Corp had everything in the bag, but of course, once they started dropping games out, Moist figured out the recipe. They tried to get back into it, but unfortunately for Moist, it just seemed like they couldn't close it out here when we ended up getting to game 7. There were a lot of different goals here. Of course, this one to set it up, and Noli, a great follow-up to end things. It was just seemed like Carmine Corp had the number and they didn't let off.
It felt like that series was going to follow the same pattern for every other Moist series in this event, where the first 3 games they average like a goal a game, and then from games 4 through 7, then they remember how to play Rocket League and they go like 2.5, almost 3 goals a game. And then finally, I give Nolly a lot of credit. I think a lot of players would have been kind of tilted off the face of the earth with how that series got to the later stages. And Nolly just showed up game after game. He had 7 in the series. Tell you what, Nolly has taken this personally. Guild let him go. Like, that's just mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, the way those 3 players looked in the final cam, I mean, maybe Astral looked a little bit frustrated because he probably put a lot of pressure on himself after the own goal, but they seem so focused, which is something that's so important at these stages of a tournament. And that's really where I want to go with Moist. What are they doing in their warm-up that gets them to a stage where it takes them 2-3 games to get into the series? Whatever that magic source is that comes in after they're down on the back of match point, they need to bring that in their warm-up so that they can come into that first game flying, because they look amazing, but you cannot close out a series against top teams like K-Corp, like BDS, like Liquid, because they will win a game out of 3 against you if they're playing well.
Well, it's getting easier to follow along now because we only have 3 teams left, but we'll take a glance at the bracket again. A long journey to get to this point. We only have 1 team left with 2 lives. That's Team BDS sitting in the grand finals. They'll have to fight off whoever comes out of the Team Liquid Carmine Corp matchup. And those 2 teams will end up having to face 2 best-of-7s if they want to win the Tour de Rocket League Cup. So, Team Liquid versus Carmine Corp. This is going to be a fun one because Carmine Corp coming into this with a win, but it was close. It was edgy, Stacks. And again, we saw maybe a bit of that mental start to falter, whereas Team Liquid is coming off a loss too, though. So it'll be interesting to see how both teams develop here.
Yeah, it's like, when is a win not a win? They didn't look like they were excited about winning that series at the end. They looked like they were just relieved that they didn't have to suffer the embarrassment of a reverse sweep. So, I look at Liquid and, yeah, sure, they lost to BDS, the best team in the region. I think they'll be fine. We'll see exactly what they're made of, though, because, again, you've got a very, very young team being thrust into the spotlight more than ever before in their careers. So this sort of stage can do something to players like that.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see what chat thinks. So let's get the fan vote rolling now. We'll give you guys a chance to get those in chat. #TL, #KC. I actually wouldn't know which way to predict this one because, again, both teams
might be a coin flip.
Are coming into this one. Yeah, looking like there's a possibility of a win for both. But I'm curious what the analysts think. So let's see what they say. Stacks, you were talking, so I'm just making you go first.
Yeah, well, I do feel like it is a coin flip, but I feel like Liquid's defense is going to kind of carry them past this. I mean, they've got to shut down Nolly. Astral has not been there offensively in this tournament so far. He only had 1 goal in that last, 1 goal in the right net in that last series. I think Liquid's defense and their speed can really give K-Corp problems, so I got Liquid here.
Okay. All right. Let's do Daz because he doesn't look like he agrees with that.
See, this is a little tough because we saw Liquid on and off, right? They're a pretty wild team in terms of being able to put on a lot of pressure, but they have a really hard fall off too, where Carmine Corp look like they're very structured all around. even with Astral Death Slamming, they ended up winning. But I'll still go Liquid. I still have faith in them. I think they can make the grand finals to get the rematch against BDS.
All right, Greg, and you and me, let's get it out. What do you got?
I'm going to try and be nice and quick here. I think Carmine Corp are the stronger team as of what we just saw in that last game, but it is just going to be a battle of mental. Will Liquid rebound, or will Carmine continue being frustrated like they were at the end?
I hate it when Gregan disagrees with me because I know that means I'm wrong.
I've been wrong most of today, so
you want
probably
Carmine?
not a great thing. Yeah, I want Carmine, please.
Okay, cool. I'm going to have to go against you. I'm going to leave you on your own on this. I do feel like we saw a bit of slip go on right there, and I think Liquid can take advantage of that. I think, again, at the end of the day, Nolly's playing fantastic, but what if we see the rest of the team not working together as well? That could be a problem. But
now that's the true representation right there.
as I thought, it would be right down the middle here. Well, we do have our match ready here. Let's head over. Cole and Subi are waiting to cast this one for you in the skybox. Elimination continues as we climb higher on the ladder. Carmine Corp is being tested thoroughly, and their trials won't end anytime soon as Team Liquid stands strong in their way. Let's find out who goes to grand finals.
Arguably the most mechanical team in the world against the man once deemed the flashiest in Europe. Subi, whatever happens in this lower finals, it is going to be beautiful.
It is going to be just a thing of brilliance, seeing both of these teams climb all the way to the lower finals. It's so fresh and revitalizing to see some brand new teams in the fray of things.
Yeah, brand new teams that we are almost certainly at this point going to see in London, barring any huge bottles in the third regional. And for now, it's just all about making sure that those opponents that you'll be coming up against will fear you. This is where you can make a statement. And so far in this event, Liquid certainly have made a few statements.
I absolutely agree with you. I think the mechanics that they've shown have been nothing short of just beauty, as we're seeing Itachi carry this ball all the way across the box. But one thing that Team Liquid, although they've been very flashy on offense, they've been doing a great job on defense. So far, they're sitting at second place in terms of how well they are at defending shots, and they're limiting their opponents' opportunities at goal shooting percentage. So for them right now, it's all offense, and on that back half, they're making it count.
Attacking from the front foot seems to be the current meta. As soon as you sit back too much, you are eventually going to be punished because mechanics are so good. A chronic flip reset is already saved by Astral, but a toe follows up and gets an early goal for Liquid.
Yeah, and I love this placement from a toe going far post and in, but this save from Astral, insane to go off your own crossbar. Only save available to him, and Itachi backflipped on that one. I'm curious if he rolls forward, if he gets a touch on that. Either way, Team Liquid take the early lead.
Interesting to see that Astral save from a toe as well. This is the Battle of the Belgians, a fairly underrepresented country within Europe, so good to see a couple of players from there getting involved to this late stage of a competition. For so long, it's pretty much just Astral who's been representing, but so far his team is on the back foot as Itachi makes a save from Oski. Chronic is just waiting to see what Itachi's going to do, not wanting to dive in too quickly, and now Astral gets on the ball. He gets it past one, wants to flick it over the other, and Team Liquid showing why they're so good in defense. Note they scored an own goal. I cursed it.
And how important has Nolly been for Carmine Corp? It's just been so good to see him, you know.
Oh, it wasn't. Sorry.
Maybe it was all done and dusted. It looked like it. I didn't see that orange trail on, or blue trail on it, I'm sorry, is. Nolly does get the first goal to go in for Carmine Corp and doesn't allow Team Liquid to get too comfortable with that lead.
Apologies, Nolly. I almost stole away one of your goals, but the people knew and the game knew, and Astral has a chance to get another one out for Carmine Corp over the top of a Chronic with him. So on the backboard sends it wide, but his team are all on the wrong side. That ball's going to bounce over them. Itachi can keep the attack going, but Oski with an all-important touch. And this is where Liquid's mechanics really become important, because KC are going to have a lot of the ball and a lot of the pitch. Their clearances have to be perfect.
And they can't give KC too much space, too much time. We've seen what they can do with that ball in the air, and we're kind of hinting at it of Nolly just being so fast up and down the pitch opens things up for this team, and there goes a Chronic, rips that ball away from Nolly, but Itachi waiting patiently as that third man covering up the midfield line, but Oski can't get that ball around Astral, and here comes Astral, flip reset. A toe sends it to the side, and both teams continue to jockey for position, but so far, KC, the one's coming out on top.
Lovely touch there from Nolly. It's going to let Itachi in, who takes an early shot. A toe gets it not just out of the goal, but also towards Oski, and a Chronic, though, can't quite complete the work. So KC will continue to come forward. Nolly sending that one to the backboard, and Astral can just wait for this ball. Gets a pre-flip, wants to follow it home, but can't quite do it. Itachi, though, is there at the near post. So good attack from KC, who, up to this point, have had much more of the play.
Yeah, definitely. Only 4 shots allowed for Team Liquid as this ball continues to get pushed through the corners, and it doesn't seem like Team Liquid is having very much success at setting up the offense. They're really trying to capitalize on the over-aggression from Carmine Corp as that ball gets shot on net, but a save from Acronic. Itachi goes in and trying to pop that one up, but both teammates had to rotate out, had to go get some boost, but still KC maintaining the pressure in this blue half.
We've already seen some good saves in this first game. Itachi might be able to make this one unsavable. Oh, wow. The Devo finish there. Almost paying off for him. What an effort that was. The saves that we're seeing are a good indication that this series is going to be of the highest possible quality. Oski, now his quality. He's scored double flip resets in this event. Oh my goodness, it's saved by Astral Acronic there onto the backboard. A toe coming in, can't quite get it. The defense is standing so strong against these aerial onslaughts from both teams.
Yeah, Astral not going to allow himself to be clipped on there. That pass was insane off that back wall, coming out of a ground pinch. And speaking of Astral, here he comes, top of the box. He gets bumped from a toe, and it puts some momentum behind the ball. And Carmine Corp get an interesting one.
Yeah, there was also Nolly on the backboard as well, just nibbling at Oski there. So Oski was stuck in a really tough position. Astral was able to get it into that top corner, and Carmine Corp have the lead returned to them in the last 1 minute and 15 seconds. So Team Liquid, you guys just keep on fighting from pretty much adversity. When you get back into this first game, it's going to be a more important first game for KC after just going to game 7, having to win it right at the death versus Moist with mistakes at the end as well. They've really had their mental challenged. Astral, he tries to just prod it past Acronic on the goal line. He's missed it though, and Team Liquid have a chance.
Yeah, and they need to capitalize on this one. They're not going to get many opportunities, as the game has already told us, as Carmine Corp just continue to box in Team Liquid. That ball going over the top of Oski. And here comes Acronic. Lots of space afforded to him. Musty flick on target. Gets all 3 to go, but a toe has to reverse backwards to get this shot to go forward, and turns into a pass 1-2-1, and just a little too high. 30 seconds remain for Team Liquid to try and tie this up.
Oski gets the catch, and it's over the top of Nolly, and Itachi is flying in. Liquid, though, having all the play at the moment. They've got boost control, and Casey's seeming a little flustered as a toe tries to fake out one, gets the double fake. Acronic is there, but still it gets saved on the goal line. 13 seconds left now.
Final 10 here in game number 1. Team Liquid marching the full length of the field, and Astral gonna slow this one down into his own corner over the top of a toe, and gonna have to keep this ball up if they want any hope at sending this into overtime. Acronic looking for a bump, and Nolly says no way, no how. Game 1 in favor of Carmine Corp.
I mean, we talked so much about these teams' mechanics, but it wasn't really the story of mechanical plays.
No.
It was the story of mechanical saves. On the goal line, the reading from these teams was sublime. I thought for a few times, surely, one flip reset, one pass would be enough. And still, both teams, they got those all-important saves, but it was Carmine that won out in the end.
Yeah, and it really felt like Carmine really came in at an advantage just playing former team Queso, now Moist Esports, and really matching them and that speed of play, because coming in for Team Liquid, you know, they're sitting on their hands for a little while, so they've got to warm up. And Carmine, you've got to really commend them for coming in and not giving Team Liquid any free space to utilize those mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real thing for me. I think the fact that they're such a mechanical team, Team Liquid, that break is going to do them more harm than maybe a more solid team that's just all about being in the right place at the right time.
Team Liquid up.
So, all right, why do you have to call me out? I caught it.
Because I want to see this game unfold. I want to see what happens, because honestly, we got to see Team Liquid completely get bottled in their own half. And I'm not used to seeing that, and it didn't look like this was the way this weekend was going to turn out. And Carmine Corp is just rolling with this momentum.
Unbelievable that you've just called me out there. I saved it. Nobody was any the wiser, Subi, until you had to say those infamous words, Cole, ready up.
Well, you know, when Stumpy's over here paying me to make you look bad, what do you want me to do?
Nobody has to pay anyone to make me look bad. And so far, none of these players are looking bad at all. It's, you know, despite the energy that's already been expelled, no one's making those slightly off touches that you tend to see at the end of series, at least at this point, as Acronic takes to the sky and gets met by Astral. These pre-jump reads are going to be so important. There was a massive pass from Team Liquid that almost led to that equalizer. And it all started in the last game because the pass was low, and there was about 2 or 3 KC players pre-jumping. Now, that could definitely be an avenue for scoring, reading those pre-jumps.
Absolutely, and Astral just seems to have a mind for that. He's always up in the air much earlier than you expect. So if you're on Team Liquid, you've got to try and do something to force him to stay grounded or disrupt him enough as a little back pass comes into play. That ball dies neutrally, and Acronic gets back in time, saves it off of his own backboard.
Astral maybe could have taken a touch, but Casey still had the attack going. Ato tries to just send it as far as he can, but Astral with 100 boost as well. What can he do here? He goes to the ceiling. It's met by Ato. Itachi is just winding one up, though. It's more snapshots from Casey. I want to see them do a little bit more when they have so much time, because Liquid can counter so fast. There's Ato. It's onto the backboard. Astral should save it. Astral misses, though. And Itachi helps them get away with it.
You can't blame Oski there. You don't expect a player like Astral to completely whiff, especially back on his own line as Nolly tries to jump into that one. 50-50 goes in favor. Itachi's going to clean it up, but yeah, for Team Liquid, unfortunate scenario there because you never expect Astral to whiff it, so you can't really blame the player to really clean that one up.
Were we giggling at the same thing there, Ato, with that, with the boost that he had, just going crawling through the air as soon as Astral even hinted at going up. In the end, Liquid have some play of their own on the orange half. Ato here, he's bumped out the way. I'll get some space for Nolly. Astral and Itachi moving forward in formation with him. Here is Astral, wants to tee up Itachi. He doesn't need to. Acronic will do the job for him, and it's 1-0 KC.
Just a beautiful 50 in the box here. Nolly goes over, and he's been so critical with those bumps in midair, but that 50-50 more crucial than ever from Astral. And right now, Carmine Corp firing on all cylinders.
They may well get tired as this series wears on, so it's important for Carmine Corp to take as much advantage of this moment right now as possible. Get a couple of games under their belt before the Liquid freshness starts to potentially be a factor. Itachi is trying to make that happen, but Acronic, another huge booming clearance. And at the moment, Subi, it seems that that's all Team Liquid can do.
I mean, when it's open and available, I don't think that that's a bad thing. You know, we're seeing Team Liquid really push forward past that midfield line. So for Carmine Corp, that's really the only play they have available, and it really hasn't come back to haunt them just yet. And here comes Team Liquid trying to get this ball pushed forward, but Acronic using a lot of boost there and not much coming out of it, but open goal line, and Oski can't capitalize.
Acronic, though, will keep the attack going. Itachi, lovely little touch pass to Nolly there. Can he get the second touch? He can't. So just leaves it to Oski and allows his teammate Itachi in. Just desperate to be on that receiving end right now. Casey to double up their lead. Liquid still relying on these big clearances and maybe hoping for one or two awkward touches on the KC defense, which, you know, have had the Astral miss earlier, and that one from Nolly wasn't quite ideal. And credit to Liquid, they have made this one a bit more of their own. Out to the back wall of Acronic. He can't quite get it on target. That was a real opportunity.
Yeah, I think he went a little too soon there. Another shot on target. Rattles out the upper 90, and oh my goodness. Team Liquid can't get the ball in, and that one goes off the top of a toe. But they are keeping this ball in, and that's okay. Just because you're boostless doesn't mean you're useless. Another shot on target denied by Nolly.
They had about 20 between them for about 30 seconds there. How on earth did they hold out with the entirety of Team Liquid attacking them? Astral can't quite meet that pre-jump. Acronic does it for him. Liquid are just showing off, saying that's like you meet a pre-jump, Astral.
They've said, you want to see some unconventional Rocket League? Well, look at this. Is Team Liquid all bunched out, and somehow it pays off as that ball goes in, and they catch Carmine Corp completely in disarray.
Look how close they all are, though, in that corner of the pitch, and Ato somehow found himself with just a little bit of space. Nolly was going to get boost. They were still boost off from earlier, I think. He needed something in the tank, and unfortunately for KC, it has backfired. And once again, we go into the last minute or so with both teams having some parity. Liquid trying to make the most of their current momentum. That's a great clearance, though, from Astral. He's been doing some solid 50-50s. One that led to the goal earlier. The other one that led to this chance in the end. I don't know where the defense are. Acronic has just got in the way, sort of. But what a miss that was.
There was a
it's in as well.
That's not going in, is it? No way. Talk about Lady Luck coming in on Sunday. You get a big miss, and Team Liquid gets a pinch all the way from their own half to take the lead.
I don't know about you, Subi, but I'm keeping a very close eye on those KC player cams right now, just to see if there's any reaction. And so far, they're staying pretty stoic. We'll know that that was just, as you say, Lady Luck. It doesn't always work in your favor. And they do have time in this game, but Team Liquid seem to have all the boost right now. They seem to have everything in their favor. The 50-50 is working for them, but that pass isn't great. Astral just puts it to the side. There's a boost deal from Astral as well. So Oski is closed down quick by Nolly. 20 seconds remaining. It has to be quick work here from KC. Carmine Corp just doing their best. A good demo as well. That'll open things up so much. Itachi, does he have the chain dashes? He does. He gets the pass over. but Acronic sends it at least towards Nolly. Maybe there was a bump there or a misfired pre-jump. I'm not quite sure. Nolly does get another chance for the redirect, but misses it. Astral was hoping he'd get there. Itachi with a great fake. Couple of seconds left. A bump attempt. Doesn't quite happen. Team Liquid see it away, and Team Liquid take game 2.
Wow, way to tie that series back up and way to hold on in that back line. We're getting a glimpse of just how good Team Liquid is at defense, and we're getting a glimpse of the offense as you see 10 shots on target, in game number 2. But you've got to reel the tape back to that own team bump where Carmine Corp had a wide open net and just completely botched it, and Team Liquid turned it into an immediate goal.
Yeah, those moments really hurt, especially when you're 15 games, or not quite that much because they went to 7 before, especially when you're 8 or 9 games into a long old day of Rocket League as Carmine Corp are. They will start to tire. And I said earlier on, it's important they make the most of the early days in this series when they're still relatively fresh after their break. But Team Liquid now, they have this momentum and they have to run with it, because that was more the Team Liquid that we're used to seeing towards the latter half of that game.
Yeah, it was just really all about those unconventional plays. And, you know, we made a little joke about one of them because I don't think it was meant to be unconventional, but that's what they need to do. They need to constantly make Carmine just consistently think about what is Team Liquid doing? What are they bringing forward? Is this a pass? Is this a shot? Are they trying a back pass? You know, just constantly overload the brains of Carmine Corp, and that's where we're seeing Team Liquid succeed.
We head to game 3, and everything is starting to stack up for Carmine Corp right now. Liquid seem to be having fun. They're enjoying themselves. Remember, this is a team that have no pressure against them. They have got no chance of making Worlds. They just want to make a major and show everybody what this young roster can do. Passes like that, but Itachi's read it. That was a pass that was so dangerous back in game number 1. Almost did Carmine Corp in. Now Carmine Corp are learning, keeping their composure. That's what we want to see. Nolly's hit to the backboard is met by Acronic. He flicks it past one. Oski's there. Oski maybe gets in Acronic's way a little bit. That attack maybe would have come to nothing, but that dunk was huge. Nolly with a lovely little tap down to Itachi.
So Cole, would you say that Team Liquid is playing very fluid right now?
I would not know.
Okay, I'll show myself out.
You know what,
Here comes a toe off the ceiling.
I'll say it. Liquid are playing very fluid right now. You happy?
Okay. I am happy. That makes me smile from ear to ear as Team Liquid, as we're talking about them, continuing their offensive pressure. And we've got a nice little rule 1 broken up on the wall. And I'm just going to go ahead and call out Itachi on that one. Let's see if the Rocket League gods smite him for that.
The Rocket League gods have corrected me. They don't have no chance, Team Liquid, but it's pretty low odds of making it there. They're basically playing for the future. Team Liquid was the point I was making, is Acronic, no future here. That is a present from KC to him.
Oh my goodness, just rips this ball away. 2 go for KC, and no one home on that back line. And all he has to do is roll that one between the sticks, and Team Liquid up by 1.
Well played, Team Liquid. Just a burst of pace there from Acronic. And the momentum that he had as well allowed him to get past all the KC players. Now Nolly's trying to do the same back to them. Itachi with a lovely pass to the sky. Is there anyone reading it? Nolly on the back wall, but can't really get there. Gets a little nudge towards Astral, but more good defending there from Team Liquid. And KC at the moment, their attack as Acronic goes up for this double tap, and a toe can't quite get there. KC's attack seems a little staggered thanks to this Team Liquid defense.
It definitely seems in disarray, that's for sure. They're having issues, and it almost feels like communication issues. We're seeing 2 players just almost like, you know, back to back, holding hands on the field as Acronic trying to get this ball through the corner. But we need to see them space out a little bit. And where they were finding that success was where they were able to almost slow the ball down by playing overly fast. I know that kind of...
Just get the ball and then worry about what you're
it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense if you don't think about it.
I know what you mean. Lovely touch there from Itachi. Won't go anywhere, sadly. Well, I say that, but there was half a miss there from Team Liquid. But Oski always had the situation at hand. He's met in the air, though. And Itachi can maybe do something with this ball. Both teams going side to side. Not really able to take any control of it. Just waiting for that final pass. This could be it. Oh, there's a pre-jump from a toe. Oh, but it's saved by Nolly.
Great field sense, great game awareness from Nolly as he puts that one up to Itachi, and As I say that, Acronic showing his game sense as well as Oski just launches the ball downfield. Atoh trying to take that from Astral. Astral gets the double touch, and Nolly sends this one. So KC gets a hand at the offensive plays. It's Tachi again going to slow this ball down, push that into the net, and Nolly cleans that ball up, and KC tie game number 3.
Gets the ball straight away, then worry about what you're going to do with it. Itachi was there so quick and then just slowed things right down. Acronic and Atoh, both of them in that goal. Neither of them could stop Nolly moving forward. But what a 50-50 challenge that was there from Itachi.
It was, but I really like that field positioning from Nolly there, recognizing, okay, if Itachi does get a 50-50, he's not going to be able to follow it up, so I have to be there. And I recognize Astral is covering up the back line, so we can afford to have myself push forward. So great play there from Nolly.
KC just give themselves a little energy boost there with that goal. And Atoh takes out Astral, but it shouldn't make too much difference for this attack because it's Nolly that's going down the side. Is Itachi going to be there? It's a little bit over the top of him. Astral steaming in, desperate to get involved in the play. So Nolly is wisely choosing to stay well back. Astral's great first touch. He slows things down. Oski was just hovering in the air as well. Both of them just having a blinking contest with that ball between them. It's KC that win it for now, though. The attack still belongs to them. Astral, his touch isn't quite perfect, though. Itachi gets half a touch on it, then a second one, but still Nolly is penned right back. And I'm starting to wonder if Nolly needs to be a bit more involved in the play at the moment.
Definitely had an awkward play there. Couldn't figure out where he needed to be as he flies right by that one. Atoh gets a awkward flip reset. Can't find the angle to tuck it under the crossbar. And final 45 seconds, and Team Liquid starting to push forward.
Itachi's going to beat Atoh here. This could open things up for them. Itachi has a couple of teammates behind him. Astral is wave dashing, trying to get himself some pace. Another lovely first touch to the ceiling. He goes, blocks it out. Atoh, though, is left all alone. Nolly charging him down slowly, and he beats Nolly as well. Nolly doesn't get the boost either, so Acronic grabs it, and suddenly Liquid have the boost advantage. Itachi, though, does have that all-important ball, and they get it sent back. So it's looking like we're approaching not another overtime, the first overtime in this series. A few close games, nothing going all the distance just yet, unless something happens in these next few seconds. Oski, couple of touches. There's Atoh. He shoots it. Should be saved. Whoa, it's deep within his goal. Was Itachi. He knew what he was doing, even though I was scared. Now Nolly can try and find Astral, who for some reason pre-jumped. And it's going to be a 0-second goal, if anything, because it's Astral. Exactly, Subi. But we do have overtime.
I mean, we've been talking about those pre-jumps and how they have been paying off well for Astral, but that one just a little too hard for his teammate to find him in midair as Itachi comes off of the ceiling and Oski gets back in time. And like you said, Cole, first overtime of the series, but both games so far have been decided within one. So very, very close series.
Yeah, it feels like we have been having overtimes. It's because the end game of each of these first couple has been so close, but this is the first official one. We'll take that massive step forward to winning this best of 7 by scoring this next goal. Oski's waiting, hoping the ball's going to fall to him as his teammate Atoh just goes into the play with Astral. It's KC that come out on top yet again, though. They're winning a lot of these 50-50s at the moment, and it's penning Team Liquid back until they burst forward. And suddenly KC seem very spaced out. Yeah, there's so much room for Liquid to play in.
That was interesting. I thought someone was going to challenge and 2 go for KC, but no follow-up shot's going to be able to come out of that. Atoh just kind of planted himself top of the box, and Nolly forced to try and get a clear again, and somehow, some way, KC able to get out of that. Felt like they were in some disarray. We saw some double commits, we saw some awkward play, but Team Liquid unable to get the offense going here in overtime.
Look at this race for pre-jumping. It's KC that win it again as Nolly tees up Itachi, and Itachi stays on the play as well. Astral is sent all the way back home with no boost as well. Another pre-jump. This time it's Nolly. Can he get the redirect? Almost. Oski clears. KC are definitely going for these pre-jump assists, though. Maybe they sense a weakness in the Team Liquid defense.
Feels like that's the only way you're going to get past them. You've got to try and think where they are, or another way to get past is demo the back line, leave it wide open, and Astral wins in an OT.
Good play from Nolly, and look at him going for that demo as well. I love when a player loses out on the ball and their first instinct is not to go back, it's to see what sort of chaos they can cause on their poor old opponents who are defending. In the end, it was quite a lot, and Carmine Corp take a massive Game 3 victory.
Yeah, and it's so hard to ingrain that in your mind that when you miss that ball, immediately turn off ball cam and look for the defender. But Nolly, been around the scene for so long, the game sense so strong with him, and he knew, if I take out this backline defender and one of my players can hit this ball, it's going into the back of the net. And Carmine Corp survive the onslaught from Team Liquid. 11 shots on target, but KC, not to be outdone, had 10 of their own. So really just matching Team Liquid blow for blow.
Yeah, very open game at the moment. But I think what's impressing me about Carmine Corp is despite their long day, they're still playing the ugly game so well. If you have a look at the couple of goals that they scored just now, one of them was just from pure 50-50 bullying from Itachi. Yeah, he refuses to give up on the ball, dodge into it, simple as you like. And there was Nolly, I think it was, to finish up. The second goal, it was from a demo. It was from chaos caused by Nolly after, I believe, a 50-50 that didn't necessarily completely go his way, but he had the wherewithal to then go and attack the Team Liquid players. You know, these goals aren't appearing in any highlight reels. And KC, one of their main criticisms is that, you know, they can only score those sorts of goals. They have to get the beautiful finish or it's just not going to happen. Right now, they're showing they're not afraid of the blood and thunder. And Team Liquid maybe seem surprised about that because KC are just performing so well in that regard.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, your best thing as a team is battling in the trenches, and that's what we're seeing from KC. You know, I agree. We haven't seen too many flashy goals. We have absolutely destroyed. Kiss that ball goodnight. Dunked in from a Chronic.
That has got to hurt as well, especially coming from a pinch. Itachi thought he was all alone. A Chronic. What a dunk that is to roll it home and essentially give his team an early lead in the start of this game.
Wow, that was filthy. I didn't even think, I was like, okay, no, like, you see him coming, you're not going to get dunked, right? I can just keep talking about whatever I was talking about. And nope, not happening as Itachi makes a toe look silly on that one, faked him out and pushes this ball all the way into the blue half.
You got to love that 4 seconds after getting a huge dunk against you, you're still faking in your own half. Astral, what a shot that was. Save from the crossbar by a toe. Casey, can he finish it? Itachi's there. That is how you turn around getting dunked.
Oh, he refuses to rotate out. Itachi got pushed into the net and jumps while he was still in the blue net, able to come out into the box and push that ball right back under the crossbar. Oh my goodness. You said we're not seeing some mechanical goals. Well, that was a fun one to watch.
I mean, they all count for one though. KC only equalized with that one. Maybe they lose it straight away. A toe just wide. Itachi has to just push it against the backboard. And now Nolly, he has an attempt. He wants to take out a Chronic. It falls to Astral, who hits it high. Itachi is there. Nolly somewhat gets in the way. And a Chronic somehow gets the save.
Oh boy, you can't really fault Astral from that one. He didn't have too many angles available to him. He tried as he might to get that one to go under the crossbar, but just a little too high, got a little too under it, and couldn't quite get the bump there on a toe as Nolly pushes forward. It's going to slow this one down. He has Itachi available, but all three go. All three push forward, and the bump play works out. They went all in, and it paid off.
That goal is just a thing of beauty to Rocket League theorists. First the fake, then the challenge and dunk, and then Itachi was on hand there via a bump as well. So all three of KC, just an orchestra of play. It's beautiful.
It really was. And I was starting to question it in my own mind. Plenty of time left. It's only tied up, but they knew exactly what they were doing. And they saw something that I didn't. They saw a weakness in Team Liquid as Itachi going to get that boost, steal it away from Team Liquid, push it back into his own corner. But Team Liquid looking to get some offense going here as a Chronic slowed that one down. I thought he might have got a flip there.
Yeah, me too. I was praying that he would. I'm guessing he was mashing the X button as well, hoping. But unfortunately for him and Team Liquid, it wasn't to be. And now KC can continue their swagger downfield. So we'll get a couple of touches. This is dancing with the ball at the moment. Astral, good shadow defense. But Oski is the player it falls to. Chronic's to his side. Lovely flick there. It's actually gone straight in.
Oh, you said that. Who was it here? A toe dancing with the ball, showed a little samba on that one, and Oski catches the ball and gets the beautiful side roll flick to put the power and the distance behind that ball. And Team Liquid showing the mechanics early here in game number 4.
The first game that's had more than 3 goals, and certainly the most entertaining of this series so far. An absolute bloodbath on the pitch. Astral might be about to make another victim, but it's saved. Now Chronic beats Nolly to the ball by an absolute mile. Oski fancies a shot here, goes in there against Itachi, but Itachi does some really good work in the corner. What? Teammates, it's a little bit awkward. Everyone's on the wrong side of the ball. Oski is the player that it falls to, but Oski's shot isn't good enough. And now Astral with some boost is going to be able to clear.
I don't know how a toe was allowed to just stay in the zone for that long and given a chance at the ball as Itachi. Big whiff, but it allows Astral an open shot. Because Itachi fakes this ball, quote unquote, it pushes Team Liquid defenders off that back post and leaves it wide open for Astral.
Everybody in chat, place your bets right now. Fake or whiff from Itachi on that corner. I'm going fake. Such is the respect I have for these players. Subi doesn't believe in them. He said whiff. Boo, Subi. But all that matters really is that it's 3-2 to Carmine Corp. And they are still fighting. They're still forcing goals. Acronic is going to lose this one to Astro, who doesn't even jump. The 50-50 game going so strongly for KC. That's how he wants to find Oski, but it's just not quite happening for them. And it's Liquid that are looking the more exhausted right now.
Definitely. So far, I'm going to hold on because it looks like Astral has a shot available. I saw it. It was open. He saw it too and was able to deliver.
Yeah, just a mistouch there from Acronic. Oski does his best to deal with it, but I think maybe his boost situation wasn't ideal. And Astral just places the ball gently in the ideal place and makes it a 2-goal lead. I believe the first in this series for either team with a couple of minutes left.
Through 3 minutes of gameplay here in game number 4, Carmine Corp out shooting Team Liquid 10-2. They have just kept the pedal to the metal and refused to let go.
Team Liquid, what you got when Astral is starting to warm up into a series? He's getting that pre-flip at toe. Managed to track it, and it's a good clearance from him. But look who it falls to. It's another KC player. That pinch is interesting there from Team Liquid. And just shift the shape of this game. But then Itachi is beating a toe. Yeah, me too.
That was insane.
Attached to the corner. A couple of touches and a pinch as well. KC look completely reborn. And credit to Team Liquid that are just slowing this game down now, making sure it doesn't go against them. With a minute and 15 left. Still plenty of time to get a couple of goals, but you have to make something happen. Getting that trade in the center is going to make it happen. Nolly is caught a little bit flat-tired. Chronic now. First touch is good. Wants to get a second and does. Is anyone there? It's Oski. Yes, it is. Just like that, Liquid back in it.
So unselfish, Acronic. He goes up and just passes that ball back mid as a toe got a bump on Nolly on the back line. That's why it looked so wide open. All 3 players from Team Liquid getting involved there, but still down by 1 minute to go.
This is why you can never count out Team Liquid. They 4-0'd Moist Esports, battled valiantly against Team BDS. Now they come up against KC, and they are just proving once again they will not wilt. They will continue to fight, but Nolly and KC are coming forward. Itachi is met by a toe, and now Liquid can break. Here's Oski. Wants to get it over the top of Astral and does. A toe is there. He shoots instantly. Itachi, what a read that was. What a key touch from him. But Oski can go again. It's all Team Liquid pressure right now. He gets the double tap, but not quite on target. Atoe is there. Atoe puts it on target. Liquid have equalized.
And it's all because of that touch. I believe it was Acronic up to Oski, and then Atoe finishing this one off. Team Liquid, what a turnaround. 30 seconds, 2 goals to tie us up.
Just when it seemed like Carmine Corp were really going to put some daylight in the series between themselves and Team Liquid, Liquid awaken. A toe to the corner, how they'd love to end this one before overtime. Such an important part of this entire series right now. Astral, great pass towards Itachi. It's high. Does he call in Astral or does he go for it himself? He just waits, tries to put himself behind the ball, make sure that Oski can't have it cleanly. So, not quite going to plan there for KC, but Nolly does have 100 boost. Itachi in the center. He's got options. Itachi has the shot. Instead, he goes to the back. Nolly's already there. Astral's missed it, though. And it's does he have it?
Oh, point away!
It doesn't quite go in. Absolute madness unleashes overtime.
Wow, you could see Astral in the camera. He kind of leaned his head back, took a big sigh of relief. He realized what a mistake he had made. If there was the slightest bit of time left, they would have taken that one. But Team Liquid still denying a little bit of chaos, but get the clear downfield.
Yeah, I think the heart rates of all of these players will be sky high right now. They just have to take a beat if they can, take a breath, realize this is just any other overtime. All you have to do is bundle that ball home. It can be ugly. It'll be the worst goal you ever score, but it'll feel like the best one you ever score. As a toe goes to the ceiling, Oski there, trying to combine, but KC are starting to read these passing plays right now from Team Liquid. They're not going to read that from Acronic, though, depending on his angle, but he has actually managed to miss it. KC can come forward. Not only does he have a pass, there's bumps going on. Playing in front of the ball has been a massive weapon for KC, and still they use it in overtime. Such brave play from them. So nervy, Subi. This is just such an important moment. That pinch from Acronic is pretty much literally the opposite of what he wanted. Itachi now, can he just get this ball into the center? No. So Astral and Nolly
Oh, no.
have to about turn. A good passing play. Nolly clears long.
I thought that pre-flip was going to have a better touch on it, but Astral beating out Acronic, showing the speed right now. And I agree, Cole. My heart rate is up. I cannot believe how close-knit it is. And a toe with a monster 50 to push this back down into the orange half. Acronic was looking for a demo, gets a bump on Astral, sends him back off the ceiling, and Astral gets the save on that ball. No panic shown as he is able to get the touch.
That was unbelievable from Astral. He pre-flipped into a save. I thought he'd gone too early, and still somehow it worked out to get the ideal challenge. Credit to him. I was absolutely terrified there, but Astral knew exactly what he was doing, and now what he's doing is setting up Itachi to the backboard with him. Oski just round the corner. Nolly's going to be next. Astral's there. He has a chance for a shot. Goes to the backboard instead. Shoots it now. Over again. Casey getting so many chances, not able to take them. Can Liquid punish them?
And right now, Team Liquid starting to get boxed in, starting to have some boost woes as only a toe has some. He's got an awkward touch on that one. Let's see if Itachi pushes. No, a nice little first touch from a toe as Astral rips that ball away, but Acronic puts a shot up, and there's Oski off of Noli and in for the hat trick to take it in overtime.
That is beautiful. First he gets challenged, and he picks up that boost. That's so important. And just look at the speed of thought from Oski. As soon as he was challenged there in that far corner, his thought was already redirect. It's the one thing he had in his mind.
Oh boy, Team Liquid tie this series up, get an overtime winner for themselves. And Cole, the trend of all of these games being within one goal continues on. And again, like Stacks said, you got to give him credit. This series is a coin flip right now. I don't know which way it's going to go. It just continues to go left and right. Blue and orange, Team Liquid and Carmine Corp. I don't know who's going to take this.
That goal was so important. As I mentioned when they were playing for Team Liquid, it mattered more for them, I feel, than KC. That was just... They had to get that goal. They had to stay in that game one way or another. I kept thinking that KC were just going to sort of run away with it, and Liquid kept pulling them back. I don't know about you, but I really felt like KC had their number there. But Liquid, they just kept mixing up their play.
Well, it's like Team Liquid didn't start playing well until they were down 2 goals. And that's when we start to see them play more aggressive, play faster, and really take the chains off and really just, okay, we're free. Let's just play how we're going to play. Because I agree, the first half of game number 4, it just felt like they were too spaced out, giving Carmine Corp a lot of free reign to roam. And for Team Liquid, they're better when they're playing faster. They're better when they're not thinking things through too much. Obviously, you got to think a little bit, but when they're able to just kind of play all out aggressive, that's when they're successful.
Yeah, they've potentially got the speed advantage. They also have the mechanics advantage. But right now, at the start of this game, they don't have the teamwork advantage. That was almost a huge mess to give away an early goal. Acronic's already up there. Acronic didn't get the touch, but he made it so easy for a toe.
Exactly. You have to respect the fact that Acronic is flashing across the box there. That's just a good follow-up from a toe. And Astral almost got that save, but Team Liquid definitely going to feel comfortable here getting an early lead yet again.
I mean, frankly, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter who wins this game because this has got Game 7 written all over it. I can just sense Champions Field approaching in a few games' time, but it certainly makes me feel a bit more comfortable to get game number 5 and go into Neo Tokyo having that advantage. So I'm sure nobody will be throwing it away just now as Nani tries to pass it. It's met by Acronic. Huge booming clear. And Oski takes the touch. This is what Liquid do over and over again. Every time the ball falls to them, they want it, but it can backfire if they get beaten. Astral can't quite get it underneath the Team Liquid defender, and Team Liquid survive with the lead.
Love the idea, though. Just shaking things up, always being unpredictable, keeping Team Liquid guessing back on defenses. Astral went for the 50, and Oski didn't get the touch, so no touch from either player. Atoe gets the flip reset and denied by Nolly. What a save. He has continued to impress me in this series.
Yeah, his defending Nolly. Here he is again on the back wall. You just feel confident that he's going to be able to get at least a slice of that ball when he's the third man back. None least than the, if anybody was watching the top of the show, the play of the day yesterday, that Nolly pre-flip save after being bumped. Such a creative defender. And here he is on attack. Not too bad there either. Just lets Astral come in. Atoba's going to get that one clean, though. And Itachi can just sweep. The game slowed down just for a second. Both teams maybe resetting themselves, but suddenly it speeds up with Oski. That second touch all important. Nolly beats a toe to the ball. And now Astral, he can boom it clear. Can he? No, he takes a touch. Lovely idea. But it has backfired somewhat because Oski is there. Gets the second one as well. Acronic can shoot here. Nolly had to pre-flip. Another great save from the Englishman. And still it's only 1-0 to Liquid until a toe with the flip reset. And Astral this time is the player that stands firm.
And Team Liquid starting a monopoly right now on boost. They are just gathering it all up. And Carmine Corp continue to have some problems on that back half. They can't get around as fast as they want to. They can't go as high as they need to. And again, Team Liquid continue to mount the pressure on offense as Acronic just bombs this ball right back downfield as Itachi trying to slow it down. A little pass over to Nolly. I like that play, but well read from a toe as we just hit halftime.
A touch from Nolly just to get it past the toe was all important for Carmine Corp. They just have to get some resources right now. Even if it's pads, even if it's a risk, you have to get that ball forward one way or another. This is it, Acronic. He sends it out wide, and suddenly it's Liquid chasing for the ball. Huge bump from Nolly, but a toe still has a chance to get it past Astral. Astral perhaps with a pre-jump has managed to get this save. It's looking like KC just want to work their way into this one, and Liquid are attacking all three players at any given time.
Well, they need to clock in soon because at the moment they only have one shot on target. So they're doing a great job defending, although they did give up, obviously, that early initial goal. Haven't allowed any since, but we need to see some offensive production for them. This is the first time we've seen the ball in the blue half, in quite a long time, and doesn't look like it's going to stay here for long. Is Atoe just going to push this one back downfield? And again, Team Liquid looking to strike.
They're going for these riskier dunks right now, KC, just because they know they have to stop Liquid coming forward pretty much at will. Anytime the ball comes forward for them is a good sign, and it can lead to double commits and mistakes. Nolly has pretty much reversed his way out of trouble there from the wall. Just buys KC out of trouble for now, but when you've got a toe coming forward with a flip reset in his back pocket, you know that danger is still afoot. A minute left for KC. They really have to speed things up. Maybe that second touch is the moment. Astral's going to maybe beat a toe. Not quite. Brilliant block from a toe. And it will lead to a counter for Team Liquid. And the Liquid game plan has worked to perfection.
Yeah, and it's all because of that touch right there from a toe. Instead of rotating back, trying to cover the back line, he saw, okay, I've got an angle to possibly 50-50 this ball, and it comes out in his favor. And Oski is just off to the races. Wide open net, and Team Liquid, all they have to do is hang on, but I think it really just all boils down to the pressure that they've been able to create here in game number 5.
Yeah, this has seemed like their game pretty much from the off. They got that early goal, and they've just got better and better since. Not just with their goal-scoring opportunities, but the general control they've had all over the pitch. But one KC goal could change that. Astral's going to get a touch. It's just a little bit high. Nolly can't quite get there either. The ball was always rising, and Nolly couldn't get over it. Did not want to hit it onto the crossbar. Perhaps that was KC's last chance. They will keep on trying to change that. Astral's going to get a flip reset, but it's so telegraphed that Liquid can be there, and Atoe makes it 3, and we're going to game 6 with Liquid in the lead.
Astral got the flip reset, then the second touch that completely killed the momentum of the ball. All three players from KC had to push up. You can't really fault them being down 2 goals, less than 30 seconds remain, but Team Liquid gonna put Carmine Corp on match point.
Yeah, not their fault at all. You pretty much have to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at getting the goal in this situation. But this is where you have to praise Liquid. Remember how young all of them are. I think both of them are 15, and then Acronic is 16. He is the old man of the group, and he was born long after the year 2000, which is just odd to me as an old man. I know, Subi. Don't even think about it. All right, it's just the whole thing. But yeah, Team Liquid take that game. They show their composure. They show wisdom beyond their years. And we still haven't had a timeout. And I was just wondering if whoever lost this game was going to take it. Timeout KC.
Yeah, and I don't blame them after that performance. You see only 2 shots on target up until game 5. Every single game was in 1 point. And then Team Liquid just completely blow them out. 12 shots on target, 3 goals. And most importantly, the big shutout, Carmine Corp laying a big goose egg here in game 5.
I mean, one of the biggest praiseworthy things that we've said about Carmine Corp is that their mental game has been so strong in this event. You know, they've gone to deciding games. They've won out against teams that often would be beating them. They performed so well against Team BDS, as did Team Liquid as well, for what it's worth. But it's different now. It's different when you're on the cusp of getting to that grand finals.
Yeah.
It's different when London becomes so real, when Worlds becomes so real. This thing, you know, they've been doing their best when they're playing the air trumpets and Nolly's shushing the camera. Can they try and get some of that confidence into themselves ahead of this game?
Well, honestly, I'd like to see them have, you know, a case of just some brief amnesia. Forget about the major. Forget about Worlds. Forget about all of that stuff on the horizon. Focus on game number 6. That's what's in front of you right now. That's what you can control. Just focus on that. Don't worry too much. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. But right now, Team Liquid, as we see them on camera, they are looking at getting some vengeance, as earlier on in the spring split, Regional 1, we saw K-Corp completely demolish them 3-1. And right now, Team Liquid sitting pretty up 3-2 in a best-of-7 series.
Are just getting better and better as a team every single time they play a series. And they're starting to get that Team BDS knack of improving throughout a series as well. Maybe starting off a little bit slow. Moist Esports as well are sort of famous for doing that at the moment. Team Liquid looking the same. And for these mechanical players, that can be the case. As soon as you're feeling it, as soon as you're hitting those flip resets and chain dashes and whatever else, suddenly you feel invincible. I'm just wondering now if Team Liquid are starting to believe that they are invincible.
I mean, they're looking like they're definitely making a case for it. I don't know about invincible because they still have Team BDS waiting in the grand finals, and they're kind of licking their chops right now saying, okay, wear yourselves out, boys. Let's take this to a game 7. We would love to see that. We have been waiting all morning long as Astral gets a much needed save, and Team Liquid look like they're already off on the same foot that they were in game number 5.
Well, I said at the start of game 5 that this series had game 7 written all over it, but
you did.
Then that 3-0 on Wasteland just made me change my thoughts a little bit. So I'd say Liquid are favorites going into Neo. I call it how I see
Stop
it. Stop wavering.
Right? Stop wavering. Be a man of your word. You said game 7. Follow it through.
Okay, 1, we need to stop booing each other. 2, game 7. Here it comes.
Oh boy, Itachi. They waited patiently. Astral gets the clear, and Ito gets absolutely demolished with that 50-50 mid-air. How many times does Astral flail through the air, get a much-needed touch, and Carmine Corp come out on top? There they are, up 1-0, just 35 seconds into game 5.
Astro is one of those players that everything he does, every touch he makes, it just seems deliberate. Even if it's an odd one or a slightly floppy hit onto the ball, you just know that somewhere in his mind he knew what he was doing. Look at that composure again, slowing the ball down in his own corner so he can get a couple of clean touches. And then Itachi, good 50-50 towards Nolly. How's the KC approach right now? Nolly goes solo. Is there a pass into the center? What? Is it needed? Nolly, he's done that before in the RLCS. What a redirect.
What a redirect indeed. He gets that boost and somehow he cuts this angle to put it in. I thought, okay, that's a great pass to Itachi. No. That's a great shot on target. Team Liquid, no respect for that shot coming out, and they get punished for it.
Anybody else getting Singularity vibes back when Nolly first made it to the RLCS? He scored pretty much that exact goal. What a performer. What a finish that is. KC now very much on top, and they have to make this count. Keep on fighting, KC. Keep on pushing, because you can really guarantee at least your place in a game 7 right now before poor old Team Liquid have even realized what hit them.
Yeah, we've seen how quick Team Liquid can get multiple goals, 2 goals in 30 seconds in game number 4 to send it into overtime and then stealing it away. So I agree with you. Carmine Corp need to keep the throttle going here. And only looking for what he's been showing all weekend, those little flip resets into an air dribble and then immediately turning his sights on the goalie to bump him out of the way in a 1v1 situation here for Astral. Let's see if he can capitalize. Can't get that pass out. Great defense there from Osti as he keeps that ball just kind of twirling in the half as Itachi rips that away, and danger for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid just seem in danger every time KC come forward, but it can work against KC. If they overcommit, Nolly almost gets a touch in the air. That could have caused some real damage to his own team. Oski's just waiting for this ball to fall to him. Astral tries to put it into some form of safety. Oski's on the back wall. They've already got these redirects in this series, Team Liquid. Not quite that time. KC are ready for it, but look at Liquid. They've turned this one around. Suddenly they have all the pressure, they have the boost, and they have all the attacks
No one
Oh,
going?
look, they can just
Okay.
take their time. The pass. I don't think it was the right choice. I think Solo would have been so much better there.
I agree. He had a country mile to work with on that play and decides to just put it right where all of KC were sitting. But they still are holding on to the pressure. And as I say that, Nully with a big clear downfield, and Atoe pushes it right back into the orange half. A chronic pre-jump, and Itachi smelled that one coming and rips that play.
Oski wants to get on the end of his own touch. Atoe now is coming in. Oski going for bumps. Liquid have definitely sped up the pace. Can they make their mechanical advantage count? Chronic is trying to do so, but he doesn't quite get the flip. Now Atoe comes in, has Oski in the center, wants to get the dunk and does. Nolly's backflipping and gets a touch. It was touch and go, whether that was the right call, but seems to be, at least for now, depending on how they defend it here. Chronic lands on the ball. Creativity from Liquid, but KC just beat the ball away time and time again.
But they are starting to wither away with the boost as they finally get this ball into the blue half. All three members gonna be able to refill and get a little handed offense here. And after all that Team Liquid pressure, I just look up at the clock. Minute and a half remaining here. They still need 2 goals, but they got to get 1 if they want to get to work.
They'll have to look back to Utopia, the game that was 5-4 in overtime, to Team Liquid, to remind themselves that they can get these quick fire goals, as you mentioned earlier, Subi, but time is running away from them. Maybe the game is as well. Atoe does manage to just pop it over the goal. Good play from him, had to scamper back. So does he go for the booming pass? I think he's going to here. The Astral's reading it. What a pre-jump. You cannot do that with that Belgian on the pitch.
Oh my goodness. I was like, okay, look, Oski's going up. Oh wait, Astral was up from yesterday. Okay,
you might as well
that
be in your
makes
comms.
sense.
Like, it's like
Yep.
he knows exactly what you're going to do. And we know what he's going to do here. He's going to go for the flip reset. It's just a little bit too high. Does his teammates in though. Atoe gets a clean touch because Nolly wisely had chosen to go back. No need for any risks
They
right
have to
now for
score.
KC. They had to score there. It's not going to happen. Carmine Corp managed to get the ball down the other end. They've played this to perfection since going 2-0 up. It has looked a little bit sketchy on occasion. Itachi can finish it.
There you go.
At the near post. It's basically the total opposite of Wasteland.
Yeah, and great challenge there from Itachi. 50 goes in favor. He immediately turns around and just launches that one close post and in. And Team Liquid tasting a little bit of the goose egg their own. They 3-0'd them last round, while KC says, hey, have a 3-0 of your own.
Real game, Rocket League. You can never rest on your laurels. You think you have a player, a team, a match in the palm of your hand, and you understand it. But so quickly it turns around, and KC making a huge statement before we go to Champions Field.
Where was the entire defense of Team Liquid here? Not that it matters, game's already over, but still, KC feeling really good in this series, that is for sure. And Astral coming out on top in this one. I mean, no goals, but 2 assists in Carmine Corp. Cole, you called it. Game 7 is on the horizon.
Thank you so much, Subi, for making me stand up for my convictions. I retract the boo towards you. Yeah, all right. No, you were right all along. And timeouts continue to be magical. There was one for Carmine Corp for that game. They went at 4-0. But Team Liquid have one of their own in their pocket, and they have just taken it.
Oh boy, you love to see it. You love to see a timeout utilized so well. Carmine Corp pushed back against the wall, but they refuse to just sit there as they give a little pushback of their own. And, you know, Cole, we should have just started this series off as a best of one. That's what it's turned into.
My ideal format is best of ones, single elimination, just throughout, 64-player matchup. So I'm pitching that one. Yeah. We'll see if it ever happens. But that's what we find ourselves in now. But it's not really a best of one because Carmine Corp have that momentum. They've just got 4 goals. Astral is in God mode. Nolly is looking better than ever. You know, he just got that filthy redirect. The Team Liquid have the timeout. So Carmine Corp will be frustrated that all that momentum is just going to go. And also, I am so jealous of that desk fan. I'm really hot because it's very hot in England.
Well, I apologize on that one. It's a beautiful, probably 65 here in Southern California. The breeze is blowing. The birds are chirping.
Happy for you, man.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. But it's so funny how you can say the exact same statement in 2 ways in 2 different games for Astral. You go, Astral, why are you in the air? And then you can go to the next game and go, Astral, why are you in the air? And it's a thing of beauty. And like you said, he is just starting to feel so confident. And for Team Liquid, you got to feel scared, because when Astral is hitting shots like that and able to make contact and read the plays before you're even developing them, what more do you have to do?
They were also able to grind out a Game 7 against Moist Esports earlier, where in Neo Tokyo in overtime, Astral had got himself an own goal. A huge desk slam. I mean, I don't know what the people in the chat were saying, but in the green room, we were saying, it's over. There's no way Carmine Corp can beat Moist in a Game 7, going into Game 7 with that. And you know what, Subi? They went and did it. So now, coming into this one off the back of a 4-0, surely Carmine Corp will be coming into this one with much more confidence despite that Liquid timeout.
Well, and I think that's a big difference here of why we are seeing Carmine Corp be successful is Astral and being able, okay, you slammed your desk, no big deal. Everybody has emotions, and I, for one, love to see players that have emotion. But it's all about being able to have your emotional outburst and then putting them back in check, bottling them back up for the game that's about to happen. And that's what we're seeing from Astral, and it is a thing of beauty.
It takes years to learn. Maybe Carmine Corp are finally learning the ways and able to win through in series like this, but the young guns of Team Liquid will push them all the way. They've been in Game 7s before. They're not afraid to get to this point. They know what it takes. It does take confidence and belief. You can't just defend and hope you're able to do it. Nolly with an early doink attempt. Absolutely love that. Didn't quite work. It was good defending from Team Liquid. And an end-to-end start in our decider. No team threatening of turtling up right here, Subi.
No, and you know, obviously it can go one of two ways. We can have a complete shootout, or we can have basically like a 0-0 game all the way the full 5 minutes, send it into overtime. And the way it's playing out right now really feels like it is going to be a defensive battle.
Tachi does do some good defending there, despite his teammate Astral being taken out. And now Nolly has a chance to stretch his legs and get to the other end of the pitch. Itachi helps him out now. Good team play from KC, moving up as a pair. The tandem working so successfully for them. Astral goes solo in the end. Itachi is just going to leave. Going to have to do a decent 50-50 up against Oski. And then Nolly, that touched a little bit loose.
Oh,
and
nice
that's something else we're going to see here. The awkward touches that have to be read by all players.
Oh, and it's a nice little play there from Team Liquid. Is the 50-50 game is strong with them right now. But again, we saw that earlier in game number 4 where Team Liquid were affording Carmine Corp so much space on the field. And I get it. Game 7, every single goal so important. But like we were talking about, Cole, Team Liquid most successful when they're just able to roam free and play aggressive.
Oh, bump attempt there on Nolly. Nolly managed to avoid it and get a touch. But Oski is still in here. He gets the shot away towards the back post. Itachi has to be so aware of what Liquid are attempting. And now suddenly Nolly can just glide, get a flip reset attempt. Itachi's coming in now as well. Communications a little bit lax, but got there in the end with him and Astral going for the ball. Astral's bumps though, this is so quick. Every bump is opening things up massively. Oski this time, read by Nolly. Does he have the momentum and mechanics to get round? Atoi's beaten him. Nolly is there. A Chronic in at the near post gets that save.
Again, it's all due to the amount of space they're giving KC. Way too much given to Nolly right there. Zato gets the demo, but Nolly rotates back to get the save. And again, Team Liquid not pressuring as Nolly goes up for that. A Chronic able to beat out Itachi on that one. Itachi had the initial touch on the ball, but here comes Nolly. Pass to Itachi. Can't pre-jump that one as Oski trying to open things up for Team Liquid, and the fake comes out. That's a dangerous one.
Team Liquid getting closer, and Carmine Corp are going against fate throughout this season across all regions. 70% of teams, after taking a timeout, have won the next game. It is such a huge advantage. When you're this far into the next one, maybe all of that goes out the window. This is just scrapping about for the ball. This is just playing on instinct completely. So much time left, nothing to think about. Ato there wants that ball just to be a little bit further forward so we can do something with it. He won't. And now look how deeper Team Liquid are. The game started more attacking, but now we're starting to get into the territory where you just don't want to concede.
Exactly. Look at that, Cole. You called game 7. I said this one's going to be a defensive battle. Less than a minute and a half to go here. Still all tied up at 0-0. Really feels like the first goal that we're going to see is going to be the game winner.
That's true. Is met by Oski. Great touch from him. And he has boost. A Chronic. He's just going to get past Itachi. Oh my goodness, Itachi seemed to know exactly what was happening. Ato still
my goodness.
over the top of all of KC. Ato puts it away.
Oh, and it just came down to a simple mistake on the back half for KC, and Ato saw that back post was left wide open and narrowly gets it high enough. Team Liquid take the 1-0 lead. Nearly 70 seconds remain here.
6 3/4 games in. Maybe it all comes down to a toe poke. It's 1-0 to Team Liquid. Astral there, good touch from him. He has Itachi in the center. Can he get it to him? Does he have the boost? His first touch wasn't ideal. Itachi there, that's brilliant though. Astral, can he get round the corner? Yes, he can, I think. Oh, it's in the post, and it's not gone in as well. Carmine Corp, the luck turns on them.
Oh, couldn't tuck the baby to sleep, but still KC marching downfield. Astral and Nolly double commit. That's going to slow everything down. They're going to have to reset. And final 30 seconds coming up. Ato trying to extend the lead, but Carmine Corp still have life left in them. Still need to get an offensive push, and Nolly getting the work started now.
This game has absolutely flown by. I can't believe there is only 20 seconds left, and potentially we're at final chance saloon here for KC. Astral's not quite in the right place from Nolly's pass. It was a good effort, but he can do this. He can go to the ceiling. He can take out all of Team Liquid. Itachi has to beat Ato, but Ato, huge, momentous, booms that ball away. A Chronic is going to slow it down now. KC can't get hold of the ball until Nolly gets Astral. Astral flips in the air, gets a 50-50 from Oski. It goes high. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, Ato can finish it right here if he beats Nolly. Oski with the next touch. So desperate to put this ball down. There's something in the water, and Liquid have come to the boil.
Oh my goodness, Team Liquid getting some vengeance here over Carmine Corp. And they looked good doing it. It took 7 games. But Team Liquid, it has been a long time since they have tasted victory, and they're just a few series away from winning the grand finals. They put themselves there, but the monsters of Team BDS are waiting.
They played so well against Team BDS earlier on, and they played even better right now against Carmine Corp. These are 3 young players. Look at the celebrations going on in their house right now. That was perhaps the biggest win of their careers thus far, almost certainly the biggest win of their careers. And what a way to do it on Champions Field, Subi.
And all it took was 1 goal, and Astral couldn't get that one in. The ball had too much pace. He didn't have enough boost to catch up to it. And just millimeters away from tying that game. It's gotta hurt, but it also has to feel so good for Carmine Corp, making it this far after not having the greatest results, but coming into this second regional and really having a great performance.
Yeah, when Team Liquid joined Rocket League, there was so much fanfare. This is where we wanted this org to be. This is where they've made it. The grand finals coming up against Team BDS. You're not going to want to go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
beside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. We dream of feeling something. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. The world we used to know is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel every day after running for nights. We feel so I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, to build our own.
Grand Finals is looming around the corner here on Championship Sunday. Welcome back to the RLCS. I'm Leaf with Gregan, Wavepunk, and Subi. We got to talk about that last one while we get ourselves amped up and prepared for those Grand Finals on our way. Our lower bracket final, Team Liquid versus Carmine Corp. This was a good setup for the Grand Finals. It went the distance, Subi. It was a nice preparation to get us all ready.
It definitely was. And honestly, you couldn't have cut it any closer. You know, Stack said it best, could have just flipped a coin for this one. And I feel like if you play this series all over again, could have went the other way, because when you look at total goals, each team had 13 apiece. It was so narrowly sliced. And honestly, Team Liquid looked so good throughout this. And I love when they just play fully aggression. Don't think about it. Let's just go for it.
Yeah, if you like the underdog stories, if you enjoy watching the crazy runs, like Team Liquid is your team. What a run they have made here, dropping to the lowers in the upper bracket final and then immediately beating Carmine Corp, who just won in Game 7 against Moist, the iciest team in the league. This is a wonderful story.
Yeah, when you got matches that close, it really comes down to individual moments. We saw like the Nolly double tap in Game 6. That won them that game. And when you're looking at these top teams, you need all three players to be able to do that, increasing the chances of you having those individual pop-off moments that lead to wins. And I think that's really the common factor amongst our top 4 teams today, is all of them, every single player in all of those teams can pop off at any moment and secure a game victory. And that's what's going to carry on going into this final.
Let's look at Liquid's journey here, because again, it was quite a momentous one for them. This was a great run. Wavepunk, they just throughout the entire upper bracket, they looked in control, and it wasn't even like easy teams they had to go through. It's Europe. This is not an easy region, but they just stomped and stomped until they hit BDS Wave.
Yeah, no, they beat Evil Geniuses, Dignitas, Moist, and now Carmine Corp as well. The only team they've dropped to is BDS, and who can't say that in this region? You're not a top 4 team in Europe until you've lost to BDS at least once. So they get a chance to rectify that right now as we're going into the Grand Finals. That's the part I'm most excited about. We immediately get the rematch. This could be the dynamite, the poster event for Team Liquid.
Well, you see it there too. It's 2 best-of-7, Subi, that Liquid's going to have to try to take here.
Hey, it's going to be hard, but honestly, after looking at this entire bracket and the performances specifically today, out of all of the teams in Europe, Team Liquid has the best shot of taking down Team BDS, especially with Team BDS kind of just sitting by the wayside for the past few hours. Yes, obviously they've been scrimming, but Team Liquid has been playing at the highest of levels, just got through a Game 7, so again, you could use that against them, but I feel like right now Team Liquid is just on an upward trend.
Well, our Grand Finals is just around the corner here. Team BDS going up against Team Liquid, who need to win 2 best-of-7s to take BDS down. But this team has proven that they are on the top of the region time and time again in Team BDS, Gregan. And Team Liquid, they've seen what happens when they face them. Now they have to try to get that redemption.
Yeah, BDS just look like an unbeatable force right now, with Seiko moving in the spot of Mark. They're now a full French team. They are motivated. They're consistent. They're showing exactly what a top-tier team needs to do every single match to win. And Liquid are a team that's getting better and better. And that's exciting for Liquid, because they don't need to win anything right now. They are in their learning phase, ready for next season, because they only started really picking things up at the end of the winter split as a team, because they're so young. Anyone who doesn't know, they only just turned 15. So this is their first real experience in the spring split to fully execute and try and complete a split. And they're going to be going to London, it seems. So based off the way they played so far, they are going to be making the major at their first full split. So huge props to them. But at this stage, they're up against BDS. That's going to be too tough.
It's quite the run, that's for sure. But I'm curious what chat thinks now. It's time for the fan vote. Hashtags in chat. BDS, or are you rooting for that underdog? Hashtag TL in the chat. I wouldn't be surprised if people wanted to see this run happen. BDS looks magnificent, but as we said, like, this is the underdog team. If you're going to get behind a team right now, it's TL. I wouldn't be surprised to see it. So I'm going to see what our analysts are saying, though. I want to go to Wave on this one first, because you know, I know you like stories. I know you like stories. And Team Liquid winning would be a good story. Would you stay behind them?
Oh, it'd be crazy. It'd be amazing, right? Here's the thing. I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, and like the advantage for Team Liquid is they're going into the grand finals like first time in this environment, right? And I guess there's a little bit of advantage that it's technically the second time they're playing against BDS, but it's the first time they're playing against BDS in a grand finals. When you go into the boss room the first time in Elden Ring, you know you're just gonna die. You know you did like it. Just get it out of the way, figure it out. I am so confident that BDS is going to win probably this first series. Team Liquid's got to prove me wrong.
Okay, so that BDS will
Team
win.
BDS is going to win. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Maybe next grand finals they can figure out a way to get around.
I thought you meant the upper bracket final might have been that first enter into the chamber, but this whole tournament's got.
I just realized my analogy breaks down a little bit because they've already played once. What do you think? I can
real quick. Yeah, let's get these on the board. Reagan.
Oh, BDS. I don't even need to think. I mean, every single time I've seen this new BDS play, I've just said BDS and it's worked. So carry that on.
Subi.
I mean, you said it would be a great story. This is Team Liquid's first grand finals as a team, as an org. And I feel like it's a fairy tale. It's going to end where the knights end up on top. The dragon gets slayed. I'm going Team Liquid. Okay. Let's do it. Why not?
Kind of weird. BDS. Put it on the board. It would be a good story. I just don't think it's going to happen this time. I love what we're seeing. I like Wave's analogy, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it, chat. Do you think that we're going to get the underdog? No,
that's hopium right there. That's all just hope.
I saw it move too.
Chat knows what's up. Chat knows what's up. They're all with me. They know Team Liquid has this one in the bag.
Well, the game is ready, so let's head on over to the Skybox. Shogun and Johnny are waiting to cast our grand finals because they are here. And Team Liquid look for redemption against the beastly BDS. Do we get another best of 7 series, or does it end right here? Let's find out if we're about to crown a champion.
And for Team Liquid, it has been a Cinderella run up to this point. However, for BDS, this is just another Sunday. It's been a magical road to this point here, Johnny. For players this young, I really want to reiterate this. I'm sure people out there are sick of us consistently talking about how young Team Liquid are. But for a player that is 16 and 2 players that are 15, they're already guaranteed $20,000 from this tournament, Johnny. And they can get an extra $10,000 if they win.
Yeah, it's something that not many of us can relate to. I know
my paper round at that age gave me 30 quid. Seiko has got us started off with where we expect BDS to be, the team leading the charge.
Yeah, Atso needs to do a little bit more there. Not a lot of help for the last man who had to just dive in. And, you know, Atso just has to follow up that first challenge. Seiko is forced to pop the ball high. That's the moment where you just briefly loses control. And it is always a brief moment when it comes to Seiko and losing control of the ball. But that's the moment where Team Liquid have got to try and chain together their challenges. If they take too long to react, then BDS are going to walk right through them.
And Team Liquid have taken a much more mechanical approach to today. Yesterday, very defense focused, but they know against BDS, they've got to be on point the entire way through. Those of you joining us for your first ever double elimination tournament, the way this works is BDS have to lose twice. They've gone undefeated throughout this tournament, and this is their reward. Team Liquid got to take them down in 2 separate best of 7s. If that happens, we'll go to a break, and we'll bring back the action for the second best of 7 to crown the champion. But if you're a BDS fan, not really worried about that for now, but you might be a bit more worried about this offense. The Chronic forced to chase back down. Again, just playing all the way back into your back corner, something that used to be very prevalent in 1s, Johnny. It's now rearing up a lot more in 3s.
Yeah, control, possession, especially on a 1-goal lead, something that all the top teams are doing these days. BDS have been doing a lot more now that they have Seiko on the roster. They're a lot more patient than when they played with Mark previously. Monkey Moon centering towards the back post. Oski quickly up to defend against the incoming Seiko. Ato's forward pass to Chronic does actually contact the intended target. They're really having to stretch long to reach the ball on these clears. BDS having multiple players back in every single defensive play.
Oh, there's an opportunity. Almost ricocheted off a Chronic. Did the defender know anything about it, or was that just pure luck? Either way, The 1-goal lead stays where it is. It might be 2, but Chronic happy to see that one bounce straight over to him. Now for the backboard, Ato just realizes he's got a little bit of time. But whenever you think that the pace is starting to slow down in a game like this, it can just shift up in a moment's notice.
Yeah, that was a crazy pre-jump by Seiko, and I mean crazy because how did he even read that was going to happen? I have no idea, but he guessed correctly, and he made it somehow work, and that's going to frustrate Team Liquid because it almost looked like they were going to get a goal out of nothing there, which is so rare against BDS. You have to work so hard for every single goal. You have to work so hard for every single attack, and as soon as they do get one easy look at the goal, Seiko somehow pre-jumps and reads exactly where the dunk is going to go.
Most important thing right now for Team Liquid is just getting that first goal on the board, not only to tie this game back up, but just to settle the nerves a little bit. The Grand Finals always has a bit of a different feeling to it. The lobby just feels a bit heavier compared to any ranked match you've ever played.
Is that a thing? Heavy lobby bug?
Heavy lobby.
Definitely not for BDS. They're just making it look easy once again. Monkey Moon in space at the edge of the box. Atto trying to pinch that down the line, but it gets dunked into the middle by Seiko, and that is how BDS do it. They're up by 2.
And that's going to be very just horrible for Team Liquid because they've been getting a lot of opportunities off those challenges. That's going to be number 3. Monkey Moon's got a brace. And even off the kickoffs, BDS have got their number.
Yeah, it looked like Team Liquid are trying to do something cheeky. They're trying to hit them with the delayed kickoff. I love the mix-up in the kickoff strat, but this time it really doesn't work out as the kickoff execution there from BDS was phenomenal. You've got to flip as late as you can into the ball if you want to avoid getting punished by delayed kickoffs like that. That's what BDS have done, and it actually works so well in their favor that they've scored a 3rd. Chronic flip reset denied, but not forever. Chronic dunks in Extra's brief save. They're finally on the board. Still time left for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the most important bit here is that they've got themselves a reasonable amount of time to get back into this game. Very importantly as well, the most experienced player on the squad, Chronic, on the board. Trying to at least lead the charge in the opening exchanges of this game. Here is Seiko. Has been making such a name for himself ever since we have gone into the open format. Monkey Moon off the wall. Oski just backs down a little bit. Didn't want to be a bump target. Seiko's shot would require 2 players to jump, but always keep an eye on those Team Liquid recoveries. They are always still relevant to the play. Drop down and skims across the face of goal. That's not the best touch. There's anyone there for BDS. They might be able to capitalize now. The pass from Ato. Oh! 2 to 3 and a minute to work with.
Huge assist from Oski. Loves it up for Atto. And Monkey Moon decided to back off. He's not attacking the play there. Extra left behind him. Not really sure what to do because usually that's the play Monkey Moon's going to be moving towards. He tends to defend actively and by advancing, closing off the angle. But this time, fails to react.
There's no
the
way.
Unbelievable shot. They've actually hit the target with a pre-jump, but a little bit too far out for it to be a threat.
Now Chronic off the backboard. Team Liquid. Oh, that's just a sharp reminder there from Monkey Moon. Hat-trick hero for him. And 4-2 on the scoreline. Team Liquid got it all to do yet again.
Yeah, it's not the touch that Chronic was looking for. He wanted to hit that into the back wall, then squash it to the left. Little double tap sideways, safely into the corner, but he missed the second touch after the ball bounced off the wall, and it turned into an immediate chance for Monkey Moon. The shooting for BDS is going to punish Team Liquid if they concede as many shots as they have been. And once again, 5-2 now for BDS. Team Liquid have just got to stabilize. Against Moist earlier in the competition, they allowed a lot of shots, but they saved most of them. Even against Carmine Corp, they were forced into defense a ton, but their defense of the goal line is spectacular. I don't know if that's the way you want to play against BDS, though. They're just they make it so simple. They make it look so easy, just smacking the ball into top corners, top shelves. Can you really expect to sit back against them and defend for a whole series?
It's a very different assignment than taking on Moist Esports like they did yesterday, where they were able to grab hold of that perfect sweep. But against Moist, you're up against 1 or 2 mechanical plays, and then that's the threat over. You know, the play resets. But BDS, it is unrelenting, and they will always be around. There's a bump on a Chronic, who has definitely been front and center here for Team Liquid, but game 1 is done. BDS have taken it. And for Team Liquid, it is now time to start figuring things out, because for those of you out there that have been sticking with us, the BDS special is pretty much having the first game be a little bit more close, and then the rest of it, they just download you. And by game 3, it's done and dusted.
Yeah, that's what happened in the last event. Moist had to fight back through the lower bracket. They actually took the exact path that Team Liquid have taken in this tournament, where they lose the winner final in a respectable match, actually more respectable in Moist's case than in Team Liquid's case against BDS. Drop down to lower final, win that, and then come back up to the upper, or to the grand final, and then they just get slaughtered. So Team Liquid would go one better than Moist if they can take a game here. That's the first step. Just one game at a time. You can't be thinking any further than that in a bracket reset situation. They of course need to win 8 in the next 2 series combined, should there be a second one. But that's just too much to consider at this point. They just have to try and play a consistent game here. No mistakes allowed in defense, really no risks allowed in defense, and perfect execution in the final third.
For me right now, it is so important for Team Liquid to re-establish their challenges, re-establish their 50-50s, because they were losing an awful lot of those in the midfield this last game. And that's not only been where they've been creating chances, they've been scoring off them against other teams. But against Team BDS, it's just not happening. And again, they're getting dunked. Kick us off for game number 2. BDS just keep doing what they're doing. They are used to this scenario. And they are very used to winning the first game in a grand finals.
Yeah, you explained what happens should there be a bracket reset earlier. I'm sure all the BDS fans are thinking, well, why are you bothering? You know, what's the point? You're wasting your breath, Shogun. Obviously, that's not going to happen. BDS undefeated so far since the acquisition of Seiko. Losing games here and there, but every single series they've played, they've looked a good bit better than all their opponents.
It was the whole of Europe had the copium of, well, maybe it throws off their synergy. Well, there's all of the answers for you. Does this look like a team that's struggling with synergy?
Yeah, Extra forces Oski to make a play. Seiko bounces on it, and it's a phenomenal pass straight to Extra as well. That's an Extra on the turn, but he's still perfectly able to walk right into the line of Seiko's pass there. You mentioned synergy. They have immediately synergized with Seiko, and I want to give full credit to Seiko on that. Oh, Ato's actually landed a bump on that, and Chronic's going to follow through. What a bump by Ato, it looks like. So it didn't look like much. Ato just continued to fly on. That's phenomenal adaptation to make something out of nothing.
I was just watching it from Monkey Moon's POV, and there was just no even thought that that was possible. But I suppose that's kind of the thoughts of a lot of teams when they take on Team Liquid. And a huge confidence booster as well. And that they can pull off those kind of plays. 1-1. Back into this game nice and early. Monkey Moon fakes out, potentially going for the reset. Even a little bit more of an advantageous 50. And this is not the way Team Liquid need to be conceding goals.
Yeah, just looked a bit awkward here. Ato turned at the wrong time. I think he might have been worried about Monkey Moon swooping across the box and trying to bump him. So he turned to, I think, attempted to dodge it. That just left him completely backwards to the play, and Seiko scores the easiest goal he's going to score all day. It's just immediate. Every single time that Team Liquid or any other team that, for that matter, make a mistake, BDS are there to punish them. They're so aggressive with their positioning. They're so aggressive with their defensive line that any time a soft clear comes through, they're there to send it into the net.
And for Team Liquid, you want to talk about aggressive defensive lines. We have to take a look at where a Chronic was. Just no real interaction with the play. And again, BDS are catching Team Liquid with their backs to the ball, trying to still race back to the net. And it just hasn't worked out for them. We're a minute and a half in. We've got 4 goals, 3 of them belonging to Team BDS.
It's just this tempo that BDS have set. It is catching Team Liquid off guard. We saw earlier on in the tournament, the Carmine Corp, whenever they try to play close together, Oski flexes the train dash mechanics to no avail. Other teams, when they try and do what BDS are doing, they just end up double committing. They end up running into each other. They end up struggling to quickly communicate whose ball is whose. And BDS don't really seem to have that problem. Look how far out the field they all are here. And still, they're able to perfectly work with each other to pass the ball around, to keep the pressure on their opponents, and to shut down pretty much every attempted clear that Team Liquid sends at them.
Drop down shots, and the crossbar is going to deny that one. As for Ato, needs a bit of support for himself. Oski will provide it. Far too many cars ahead of him. There's a chronic task with just slowing the play down. 2 players gone. And Oski, that will be the easiest goal he'll score in this grand finals.
Yeah, Chronic has done so well here to bait out that first challenge, get the extra touch to ship it over the last man. I don't think Seiko is ready for this one. He went up the back wall with a little bit of boost to his name. Failed to make contact, so definitely a little bit of a mistake there by Seiko, but great setup by Chronic to force it.
Team Liquid are being very cheeky with some of these kickoff setups. Just varying the attack timing of the first player on the ball. Hasn't quite led to any goals for them. In fact, it's only led to 1 goal against so far, back in game number 1. Ato tries to just dance his way out. Seiko, not much of a dance partner, however, just clatters straight through it. Now from the corner, sets up, midfield, Seiko drifts the ball behind the goalkeepers.
And it's just too easy. Boost running out for all 3 Team Liquid players. They're trying to reposition. They're trying to get goal side of the ball. And they don't know whether what's coming towards them is a shot, a pass, or an attempted physical play. It's very difficult to read BDS when they're playing this well. They really are making Team Liquid look like a different team than we've seen earlier on today, or just in the previous series against Carmine Corp.
Team Liquid, game's still not away from them yet, but the tempo of this series has very much been in the side of BDS. This is the sort of game that they want to play. Also, it'll be interesting to see if Team Liquid are ever willing to engage BDS in those long clears. It's something that's been relatively muted in the opening stages of this series. Also usually seen as one of the strongest parts of BDS's offense. Extra off the ceiling, didn't have the second touch. A Chronic committed to it early. Felt like he had the read on the play. Goalkeeper being harassed. It's still Ato. Stands strong enough on the line.
Yeah, he knew Seiko might have an extra touch on that one. You always have to respect the double reset, especially with Seiko. He hit, I think, one of the best goals this weekend with the blitzed double reset. The timing between landing that second one and using it is always so short with this guy. Ato, look at the top corner, Monkeyman. Well, they deflected to the bar. That was a great reactive save. Ato disguised the shot wonderfully.
Yeah, and that's once again highlighting just how good Monkey Moon's defensive rotation is that he was still relevant to that play. Didn't end up going past the ball. It's that difficult to try and catch them out, but at least Team Liquid are giving it a go. Now they've got all 3 players racing down to the opposite side of the field. A Chronic backboard needs the second, and it doesn't work out. 20 seconds on the board. They've got to keep the offense on, and that clear into the corner does not help matters.
Yeah, big chance there. Difficult chance, of course, but you've got to take them. Seiko pre-jumps Oski's point-blank range shot to put it beyond all doubt. The BDS are going to lead by 2 here. But when it's this difficult to score on BDS net from point-blank range, you can't be conceded for. You just can't. They've conceded far too many goals here to have a chance. BDS have made Team Liquid really stretch themselves thin. I think it's just the BDS effect. We've heard many players that have played them in the past say that they just could not play their game. BDS didn't let them, and I think that's what's happening here. Team Liquid calling a timeout to try and figure things out. That's the smart move in my opinion, but I don't know what they're going to change, to be honest. BDS are just on a different level right now, and if they keep doing this, we're not going to need a bracket reset. Team Liquid have come back wonderfully earlier on in the day against Carmine Corp. They've shown that they can bounce back from adversity, but this is some level that BDS are showing.
Yeah, for a long time RLCS fans, this might feel like a rerun at the moment. BDS thoroughly in control of the grand finals, but you mentioned how some teams just feel like they can't play their usual game against BDS, and it's the fact of how well they hit the ball every single time. You think you're in the right position, you think you're, just towing the line between close enough to attack the ball and far enough back where you can still try and cover it. But for Team Liquid, every time they feel like they know where that line is, the ball goes skying right over the top of them. They've got to scramble back, and it just has not worked. So even if the adaptation comes in, there's still the solo plays. Like, BDS have just got so many ways. This is stage 1 of taking on BDS. The second stage is still there. We have not seen many individual attempts from them. for Team Liquid, it's just got to start with maybe sitting a little bit deeper and finding some good long clears.
Well, that's the good thing about Seiko, and something that we learned very quickly this split is that he's not trying to force himself into those big play situations that he used to make every single game when he played for Endpoint, and his team doesn't need him to anymore. They are just they're kind of all doing what Mark by 8 used to do for BDS. They're all taking turns being that guy, cutting rotation, following up quickly on a teammate's pass, surprising their opponents, just completely smothering them and forcing mistakes in defense. But one thing I wonder if Team Liquid have clocked on too about Seiko is that he has pre-jumped for a lot of his saves. And if they've noticed that, then they've got to just start shooting low. You need to just shoot low at some point when Seiko's in net to get him to stop pre-jumping every single save that he's getting. 2 of the pre-jumps he's had have been just completely world-class saves. But you know, if you shoot low there, he's going to look a bit silly jumping over the ball. So you got to test him here. I hope Team Liquid have realized that, because they're going to need every piece of help that they can get to get the ball into the BDS net.
So they want one more thing to latch onto as well. We discussed this yesterday when we saw BDS take on KC, which was KC were finding a lot of success with just throwing the ball down the middle and having someone wait for it in the midfield. We also saw in that last game how there was an opportunity that presented itself. Chronic received it midfield, got it off the backboard and couldn't finish off the shot. They can set up for those plays as the crossbar does, as always, be the strongest defender on the field. And finally, BDS will not have any more follow-ups. There are small options here for Team Liquid, but, well, as my previous sentence sort of alluded to, they're small options and they might only work for a very short amount of time.
Yeah, always having to play as clinically as possible. Extra is still on this, you know. He's managed to hit the backboard. Actually, he's managed to hit the top shelf of the net. And that was off an excellent midfield recovery. He took a bit of a contact on the approach in this play. Still perfectly angles the rebound right into the net.
How helpless do you have to feel as well if you're a Chronic? You thought you had the ball, you went all out for it, and not only have you got beat to the ball, but Extra has gone ahead and just done a double tap as well. Team Liquid getting very familiar with what the whole rest of Europe has known for a year and a half now. BDS is a whole other beast in a grand finals.
They haven't lost a game between this grand final and the last one.
Where the previous roster standard was win 3 in a row, do the Grand Slam across an entire split. And they're once again right back in a spot where that might be the expectation of them.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that with how dominant G2 have been in North America, the BDS are kind of one-upping them with the perfect scores, the refusal to lose a game, never mind lose a grand final. Both teams trying to sweep the entire split in their regions. So, of course, our other teams around the world, Seiko getting bumped out of his slower air dribble attempt. That's great defense on the recovery from Team Liquid. Good job by the last man to buy the time for the approach, or for the support, I should say, to come back and help him out.
So tries to find the corner. You already see there's 2 orange cards ready and waiting for wherever that ball ends up going. Now we get the infield. Extra off the backboard again. Well, we can see what he's been training this week, making sure that the whole world knows Extra's got those.
Yeah, no boost for Oski in net. He tried to cover the top corner. He thought that's where Extra was going with this, but Extra has scored another double tap instead. BDS are completely destroying Team Liquid here. We wondered, would it be Monkey Moon? Would it be Seiko who shows up and takes over the lobby? Right now, it's Extra just reading everything his teammates are doing, and Team Liquid don't have an answer for him.
It's been a different player every game. Monkey Moon scored 4 back in game 1, and now
there's no way.
Seiko's
okay.
All right, well, no more of those allowed. There's a Chronic. 2.5 minutes left, and do Team Liquid have nothing? Where are they? Well, a beautiful save from Atoe, and more confusing defense. Stays 2-0. Seiko's going to try once again. Now on the counter-attack, Oski wanting the wrong foot, maybe tried to feint out the infield pass. Toe's chance, reset, gonna have a bit of time, wants the challenge. And Oski's jumped up as well, it's gonna misposition him very slightly. But Team Liquid have decided 2 goals down. Time to just send everything on the midfield challenges.
Yeah, they need to fight for the midfield. They know that, and they're trying to fight for the midfield. They've advanced their defensive line, but that's going to just cause double commits the likes of which we saw there. BDS seems to be the only team who can have this high of a line and still just never make any mistakes. Still always send one player, then another player perfectly after him, and the third's got anything else covered. Whenever other teams try and do this, it's so difficult to know just immediately in every given play, whose ball is that? Is that mine? Should I be flying straight up? Should I be leaving that for the third man? Who knows? Unless you're BDS, then you just always know.
Chronic to a toe. Backboard might be an option, but a Chronic was called off by his teammates. Now we'll look towards BDS's recoveries, and, well, they recovered quite well from the 2 players into the first save. Never really looked like it was all in much doubt. Monkey Moon on the goal line has got Seiko slowly recovering back, and they're on the breakaway. Monkey Moon putting some pressure on Oski. Wait to see where that ball ends up going. Extra pre-jumps. I wonder if BDS are looking comfortable. Seiko finishes off a magnificent play.
If this just doesn't perfectly illustrate why BDS are just on a different level right now, I don't know what will. Extra didn't even know that Monkey Moon was planning to double that, but when it comes through, he just thinks it's fine. I'll just readjust my flight path. We'll just change destination mid-flight. I didn't know that was allowed, but Extra's managed to center the ball perfectly for Seiko. And they continue to either read or react to each other to perfection. And okay, Team Liquid are going to get one back. Huge 50-50 in the 6-yard box. But when goals are this difficult to come by, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, you can't be conceding as much as they are.
And this has been kind of the story of all of these games so far, where Team Liquid just are too far back. They finally get their first goal, but it is just such a mountain of work to do. I'll be able to give a bit of hope off the backboard, and where's the final shot? Instantly blocked. It's just not happening for Team Liquid. They're not the first to have that feeling. Almost. I'm just turning it in for 4. Look at how much they're just committing at the moment. Extra's the final one back. Team Liquid. This is their best shot in a while.
Whoa.
What a fake that is! And Oski offers a lifeline to Team Liquid.
Well, Atto accidentally backflips or jumps in the wrong direction, but Oski has him covered. Double mind game. 2 BDS defenders floundering into the net with nobody making contact to the ball. We've got a game with 18 seconds to go.
BDS laughed it off. Oski will want to try and wipe the smiles off their faces. Atto with a Chronic midfield has to try and take it off the bounce off the wall. One player gone off the demo. Oski recovers with the ball off the wall one more time. He's got a toe in support. Backboard. They need a Chronic. And Monkey Moon intercepts the play at the source. Extra finishes off with the block. And Team BDS have quadruple match points.
7 straight game wins out of 7 in grand finals this split for BDS. Team Liquid will need to replicate what Moist were able to do yesterday and reverse sweep, but job wouldn't even be done if they do. They'd have to then go and win a whole other series. I mean, the task that is ahead of them is about as big as any task that any team's had this entire season. And like you mentioned during this match, Shogun, they've got problems from all 3 players. Seiko, of course, we all knew he's going to be a problem when he joined this team. Monkey Moon has been one of the best, if not the best player in the world since the open era of Rocket League. But how about Extra stepping up here? He just looks so comfortable in this team, more comfortable than I've ever seen him look with the previous BDS roster. And that roster dominated. So for this roster to look even more invincible, it just is testament to how quickly these players have adapted to each other. And it's also testament to the professionalism of the squad. They just look like they know exactly what they want to do with their game. And it turns out when they can play their game, no one else is even allowed to play theirs.
It just looks for Extra like he's got more freedom with this team. Previously, kind of looked as the linchpin of the previous roster, but now with Seiko in, he's more involved in the offensive rotation. Monkey Moon taking away the first shot. Now Oski has to settle with setting up one of his teammates, but no real power on it. Extra takes back over. Yeah, for Extra, this looks like a step up. And when you're given that much extra positioning to work with, you've got to make it work. As the toe happy to see that one glisten past his goal line. Monkey Moon with Seiko on the far side. Takes it up the wall. Haven't seen many individual plays from Seiko. He's got the pass back. Extra off the wall. Seiko's still downfield. As usual from BDS, not a rushed rotation back to the net. They do trust their third man. They're going to have to trust Extra here. He's got a couple of players converging upon him. Team Liquid, shots not coming as easy as they were earlier on.
And just notice how much more often a BDS touch leads to a BDS player. And in this case, a BDS touch leads to a BDS goal. Another demo, timely for the final game, potentially. It looked like Team Liquid just didn't know who to send at that one. Extra bounces it in, but yeah, I wonder, could Team Liquid have done more in defense? It's almost a certainty that they could.
Yep, the game's following the same script as always.
Oh,
that
no.
is, well, one of the better own goals I've seen this weekend, but not really the time for it.
Eoski not as quick to pounce on the 50-50 as Seiko was, and then in turning a no man's land, could only get a partial save on Seiko's shot. And there's nothing he could do there after he hit it into the post. He just had to hope for the best, and it turns out they got the worst possible outcome. It's all gone wrong for Team Liquid here. They're made to look second best by a significant margin in the matchup that, you know, really, they can't be blamed for losing, I would say. BDS are on a crazy level. Okay, Atto has found an angle out of nowhere here. Not sure how he found a way through. It looked like a very congested area, but Atto calls Oski off it and just manages to sneak that one past Monkey Moon, who played for a cheeky catch on the back wall instead of a 50-50.
More crucially for Team Liquid, it's earlier in the game that they've got that goal back.
Oh, yeah.
Previously, about 3 goals going in before the game starts to get away from them. Now Seiko off the wall. He's past one. He's got a Chronic in his sights. Goes for the musty. Almost found top bins.
Save.
Instead, the save does find the post. Now Monkey Moon pre-jumps, avoids getting demoed. Sometimes I wonder if Monkey Moon's got some sort of split screen that just lets him see behind him, because he always can tell when someone's looking for the demo on him.
He's just such an aware player. It really helps him read the game to a ridiculous level. And it's, you know, partly the reason why BDS are dominating here. They're reading the game to a much, much higher level than Team Liquid are. They're reacting more quickly to almost every touch, whether it's from a Team Liquid player or a BDS player. It just looks like BDS know that it's going to happen every single time. When they're able to read each other this well, Team Liquid need to be winning other aspects of the matchup in a big, big way. And, you know, they've got all the mechanics in the world, but they're still being made to almost rush their plays because they know that they're going to get challenged immediately. They know that BDS are going to be all over them with the follow-up touches. Oh, hang on, this might be a chance though. Oh, Chronic's just hit it downwards. He almost had the read. Difficult one. Again, you got to be hitting those if they're going to concede this many goals. And Monkey Moon will give them another one to think about.
Yeah, just not happening for once. The mechanics of Team Liquid just don't look like they are up to the same level. How many times have we said that, Johnny? Every time we get a team against BDS at this sort of level in this kind of grand finals, it always looks like the other team just can't play their game, and it is down to what BDS does. Shuts them down instantly. It just makes you feel like there's under suffocating pressure. 1:40 here. Team Liquid just want to get something an extra. He just pre-jumped it because he knew that was the only way that can go in.
Yeah, BDS stopping so many attempts on net here. Team Liquid have created plenty of chances that would have gone in against lesser teams, but not against BDS, and definitely not the way that they're playing right now. BDS continue to quickly follow up on every single touch that is made. Pressure on every ball, and then as soon as a play is forced from Team Liquid, the follow-up comes through. There it is from Extra as Oski was forced to go high over the top of the initial challenge. And where does the ball end up?
Same again.
Team Liquid net. It's straight away picked up by Monkey Moon, who goes past the entire team. But Team Liquid have such a high line here. They're pressing for a comeback. They're trying to take away the space that BDS are dominating, but they just don't do it the way BDS do. They're punished every single time that they advance like this, and then you see BDS do it and it works. It makes you wonder, what what do BDS know that no other team seems to understand? Because when other teams move in like this and get all close and bunched up, they concede. When BDS do it, they score.
It's just the wrong reaction to not being first to those follow-ups on the 50-50s. Team Liquid have tried their best, but maybe the current comms might just be saying, you know what, 20 grand just seems like enough for us here today, lads. As for BDS, score stays the same, and it looks like they're going to have a little bit of work to do to keep it that way. But if it does stay as it is, they will equal Dignitas's record for the most series wins in Europe this season. Ooh, it's a bit juicy.
Yeah, great steal there from Chronic. Absolutely not necessary, but he wants to get a little bit more on the goal per game stat. Now, fake kickoff. And the demo coming through for Team Liquid. Another great strategy, but unfortunately for them, ball did not sit too nicely for the third man to collect and immediately start a counter-attack. Ato's done well to deflect that high into the box. Of course, all angles are covered here. Backboard defended. Infield pass also defended. Oh, uncharacteristic backflip there from Monkey Moon, though, giving Team Liquid a chance for the closing seconds. It doesn't look like it's going to come through, though.
And with that, the series and the championship is secured. BDS, on the same weekend that they got their spot at the World Championships, have taken the Tour de Rocket League in convincing fashion. 10 series in a row, undefeated with Seiko. They have put the world on notice.
Absolutely insane. It really is just insane to see this. We all saw the level that Team Queso, now Moist Esports, played at the LA Major. Everybody knows how good that team is, and we've seen throughout this weekend teams like Team Liquid and Carmine Corp stepping up and giving them a run for their money. And then to think that all of those teams, Moist and the teams who are giving them some trouble, none of them have a chance against BDS. BDS are on the next level. So, I mean, I would be surprised if anyone in the world fancies their chances against this team right now. I know that there's a lot of confidence around the globe when it comes to Rocket League and especially International Rocket League, but you have to just acknowledge greatness here. The way that they are dominating the best competition that EU has to offer, it's something that can only be compared to the previous BDS. No one else has done this except themselves when they had Mark on the roster.
It has been incredible to watch and see. And I said this ahead of the last event, Johnny, where I was thinking to myself, man, maybe they should have just let BDS do better at LA. You know, they might have kept the same roster. You wouldn't have had to worry about this. You know, just hold back until the final roster moves couldn't be taken. But for BDS, exceptional. I also want to give a huge shout out, as we all should, to Team Liquid and also to the Team Liquid fans out there. For those of you that have stuck with them for the last year and a half, I hope that this has been the journey that you have all been waiting for. So congratulations to them, but bigger congratulations to BDS. We're going to hand you over to the desk to break this whole weekend down.
Yeah, BDS, I think Johnny made a good point here that if we take, it felt like, okay, teams are catching up to them. That's the break point. But now, are we going to see another BDS dynasty compared to the previous BDS dynasty? Like this?
No.
And then dig before that. It's been BDS and now BDS again.
No. That's a very decisive no from you.
Okay.
Why
We're going to see a bigger dynasty than anything we've ever seen before. Big brain.
Okay, Stubby. But regardless, Stubby, this was a really fun showing this weekend for Liquid, but BDS is, especially with Seiko on, Stubby, is just nuts.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. They dropped a total of 5 games over the course of the entire weekend, and we rarely saw them put in spots where they were really in a predicament. And when Monkey Moon and Seiko are doing the things that they do on offense, it not only is scary for the defenders, but it unleashes extra. And when all three are going, you're not beating them.
It was the average goal margin, the average goal differential margin was 2 in this game. I mean,
That's
even
gross.
like game 1, you thought like, oh, they're up by 3, okay, and then Team Liquid like scores 2. You're like, oh, maybe it's going back, and then the score was 5-2. So it just went back to being 3. Like they genuinely like, if they're a boss in Elden Ring, nobody has beaten them. Literally, like across the world, they're undefeated this split right now. So it's crazy. They have yet to drop a game in the grand finals. They won the last one 4-0 as well. This team's on another level.
Yeah, huge shout out to Liquid though. An amazing run this whole tournament, and they still looked good in that final. It's just when you play up against a team BDS playing that well, that confidently, it's so hard to beat them. And you could see how much fun they were having, even though they were losing. You've just got to respect their journey to this point, waiting for their time to play in the RLCS. A Chronic waiting for the perfect 2 teammates as well, and they're finally looking strong. I can't wait to see them next season, but for now, we're just gonna have to see them play the spring split.
Yeah, this is honestly really fun to see again, because having a team make a calculated decision like that to make have a team that's already good, make a roster move, and then have it pay off really well and not have that be detrimental and fall apart can honestly, I think, be pretty scary, Greg, and for a team to say, okay, are we going to get back to where we were, let alone beyond where we were?
Yeah, I mean, when you're at the top and then you make a roster move, that's the scariest time. We saw it happen with G2. A lot of people were saying, is this the right roster move? But you just got to trust the player's instincts. And I mean, if you're picking up someone like Seiko, he is unbelievable. You know, he's one of the best players in the world for a reason. And when you bring him into a roster that wanted him there, it's only going to do good things. And the fact that now they've got Mew on board, the whole team, you could see him on camera. They look the part, they look professional, they play professionally, and it's only going to keep going as long as no other team is able to catch up to them.
Well, BDS as a team has taken the Tour to Rocket League crown, but only one player can get the MVP. And that player this weekend is, of course, Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon popping off, the whole team again, doing great. But Subs, yeah, Monkey Moon is proven time and time again, and he is nuts.
I mean, he's just showing that he's one of the most consistent players of all time. When he's continually putting himself in the top 3 every single weekend of goals, assists, saves, percentage, like everything that there is. I mean, there's nothing that this guy can't do. And it has been so fun to watch him on his journey over the years. And just, it seems like there's no ceiling for this guy. It just seems like he continues to get better. And when we say, okay, there's no way Team BDS and Monkey Moon can get better, well, then they pull out Seiko and it makes Monkey Moon even better. It is just insane and so well-deserved for him.
I do have to contest you saying it's obviously Monkey Moon in this situation. I feel like it could have easily been any of the other players as well. The problem for everyone else in Europe is that there is no weak link on this team. Every single one of them showed it on this event.
And in that final, Extra was the MVP, undoubtedly. The way he played was the best I've ever seen Extra, so fair play to him. But Monkey Moon across the tournament has been unbelievable.
Well, there's our MVP, and to chat a little more about it, I believe we have Mew on the line, and maybe the team with Mew. Congratulations to the whole team.
Hello, thank you so much for the congratulations. Thank you.
I want to ask off the bat here, we talk to you guys a lot, and I'm sure we're eventually going to run out of questions. So I want to ask about your opponents there, Team Liquid, just in this week, because you guys look phenomenal. You guys look unbeatable right now. For Team Liquid, do you think that you guys are going to see Team Liquid in the top 4 consistently again, or was this kind of a one-off for them?
I think Team Liquid is able to make top 4 consistently. Because I think a lot of team is trying to change their playstyle, kind of. And I think Team Liquid is really good on the way that they play, which is a bit special to us. But I think it's a really good team, and we could see them top 6 for sure, top 4 maybe not, but top 6 consistent for sure.
Cool. So Rocket League is one of the hardest games to be consistent in. Day by day, players fluctuate in their ability so much. But the 3 players of BDS are some of the most consistent players in Rocket League. What is it that you 3 do that no other player is doing to make you as consistent as you are?
I would say it's a ton of things, of course. First is work ethic for me, about the schedule, about what we do in scrims, about how we use scrim to practice certain things. I would say mostly work ethic and the goals that we set on scrim. We are really able to talk about what we are doing bad or what we are doing good and find the good solution to overcome those things. So, yeah, I think it's about this mostly.
Like Leaf said, I feel like there's a limited number of questions we can ask a team that genuinely showed no mistakes over the course of the event. I want to know who's the best at pool.
At pool
of the 4 of you, yeah.
Between us 4, I think it's me. But Seiko is okay as well. Yeah.
Well, you probably
Monkey Moon, you don't want to see him play. You don't. Trust me.
Well, finally,
Honestly, nobody
something that
looks
he's
like they're
bad at. That's
disagreeing.
good to know. But we all know how important communication is in Rocket League. So what does it mean for all of you being able to speak in a native language? Does it really just unlock things on the field and make it feel like you can play faster because there's no barrier of language for you guys?
Kind of, yeah. I think foreign language kind of can be good things of as well, because if it's not your native language, you're able to say the things more directly, I would say. But then when it's the point of native, you are more to go into details of the things. And I think it's really important if you know how to use those details well. I mean, when you talk about native language, you can start to make jokes, you can start to make a lot of things. So you need structure to make sure that native is more useful than foreign, kind of. So yeah, I would say native is more useful. I mean, more easy to work with, but you need to pay attention to. You need to give structure to communication.
I want to get a quick answer from each of these guys here. If you just ask them and tell us what they say. But in the European region, obviously you guys are on top and you look well ahead. Which team does each of them think is going to be, or is the closest team to you guys comparably in skill?
Okay, so I will just make the translation fast and give them the answer.
Cool.
Vous donnez votre réponse dans le micro, mais qui est pour vous trois, j'ai vu la question pour vous trois, qui est la team la plus proche de nous battre? So,
They're like nobody. It's nobody.
Can we say no one? Is there a D? None of the
post-champ,
above.
guys. Post-champ?
I will say Moist.
Moist.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's extra said most.
Is he saying that for everyone? the other ones, it was like, no, we're too good.
Monkey said Moist as well.
Okay.
Seiko Moist as well.
Okay. So, look at that team. So much synergy in the team. Well, I'm gonna give it to, if anybody there wants to say any final words. If not, then you have the stage right now. So again, final words in English or in French, whatever you like.
Ok. Vous avez des derniers mots, français et anglais?
Thank you, everyone.
Et quoi, Monkey? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Okay, then I guess thank you, everyone, right? Starting to BDS, to fans, to casting crew, to every opponent that we have to play. Like, just thank you to make sure that we can live our dream as well, though. Yeah, I just want to thank like everyone that can support Rocket League and BDS in general. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys for giving us a great show, and congratulations again on another regional win.
Thank you. We'll go for the third one.
I'd like to see it. And there is BDS, your Tour to Rocket League champions and likely champions of future regionals as well. You like the fun they're having. And Greg, it looks like when one of them makes a decision, they all back each other up. It's all their answers are the same. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, they just trust each other, right? I think they're all on the same page. You can see that they're all in agreement, and that's great to see. And they're having fun. That's the key to everyone in esports, is to have fun at the top. And we've seen that be the theme for Liquid, for K Corp. You know, everyone is just having fun.
Absolutely. Let's look at the journey, as it was a long one to get to this point here. The bracket shows how BDS made it through the upper part of that bracket, never losing their second life, Wave Punk, and they didn't even lose it in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, I feel like we are setting them up for a failure to be like, yeah, of course you're going to win the next one here, but it is hard to think of a different reality given the state we're in right now. BDS either makes it to the finals and doesn't lose, or drops out round one, it seems, in these regional events. So if they make it through round one of regional 3, I'm excited to find out who's going to lose to them in the finals.
And Subi, there's so many other cool stories looking at this bracket too. I mean, the fact that Carmine Corp is doing really well, Team Liquid's popping off, Moist is having, you know, some of these climbacks, they're still making the top 4. There's so many cool stories when you look at this bracket.
There definitely is. And I'll kind of pull it back to what Cole said earlier on, that, you know, it might be a good thing that Moist is tasting defeat right now, that they're going through some of these slumps, because they were on quite a uphill journey after the LA Major, and then coming in here, you know, getting picked up by Moist Esports. It's better to lose now than when we go to Landon and in front of a live audience choke then. So it's good for them here, but yeah, tons of interesting storylines are starting to develop.
Hey, you know, every once in a while, it's good to get your butt kicked to light that fire behind you, you know, just to keep yourself in gear here. But of course, that wraps up this regional here. So let's take a look at what that says in the bigger picture. Looking at the spring points, Greg, and what are we seeing?
Yeah, so top 5 here will be making it to London Major, and the real spot to worry about here is the 5th spot, because we're looking at Team BDS and Moist, almost guaranteed, definitely BDS. Liquid now in a really good spot. Carmine Corp have put themselves in a good lead ahead of Solary, and then it's between Solary, Vitality, and then we start going on the fringes with Semper, Endpoint, etc. Any of them has a pop-off event in the 3rd regional, they can make it into that top 5 where they can make London. And really, this is all to try and make their way to Worlds. Worlds will have about 6 spots for Europe, depending on the performance at London Major. And interestingly, the team we've just seen in the final, Liquid, just because they're newly formed, you know, they've just reached the right age to be able to compete. You can see them down in 14th place. Same with Solary here and with a chance of making the London Major. So some of our recently performing teams might not even be able to make it to Worlds, most likely won't make it to Worlds. So it's really a fight now for the teams like Endpoint, Semper, Evil Geniuses, Carmine Corp, and Vitality. Any of them make the London Major, they've got their spot in. And for Endpoint and Semper, they want to see Solary and Liquid make it because that means they'll get their spot by default. So really an interesting battle at the top here for Europe.
Man, I almost hate how many times you say Worlds, because it just makes me realize how close we are and how giddy I get. But it's still just a little bit of ways. We're almost there, though. We're almost completed the 21-22 season for the RLCS. So let's get some final thoughts here as we end off the 2nd regional in the European region for the spring split. And we only have one more to go for this region. Starting with Subi, down the line, Wave, and Gregan.
Well, you know, it was a fun weekend and Team BDS, pure domination. And like I said, Team Liquid tried to pull off the fairy tale finish, but as we all know, fairy tales aren't real, and BDS is the real monster that Europe has to deal with, and they get to put another 30,000 in their pockets.
No, but you did see, I don't know if any of you guys noticed, in the cams, Liquid was kind of laughing and smiling at the end of their match. They knew they had lost, they had gotten swept. It was again an inevitable situation, but the youth of this team and the skill they're already demonstrating makes them one of the hottest teams to watch over the next few years of Rocket League. I can't wait to watch those players.
Well, I think everyone should be anticipating the 3rd regional for Europe, because there's going to be so many things to look out for in terms of spring, making the major, and then going on to Worlds. Europe has really been mixed up by these new teams like Liquid and Solary coming in, newly formed for the spring split. So you definitely don't want to miss that final regional, and I'll see you there.
And you don't. So hit the follow button, guys. Make sure you don't miss it. But before that, we do have the North American 3rd regional as well. So lots of action happening on the channel and all the other outlets. So go follow them wherever you watch this. Hit the follow button, subscribe button. Go over to Twitter, do the same thing. All I got to say is thank you guys so much for watching, joining us, and enjoying so much good Rocket League. And we will have more coming your way. So we'll see you then.
ever been. That I've never, never been.
Walking on the moon.